it was, I think the biggest kind of challenge, but then the reward as well, was kind of amalgamating all that knowledge from all the experts we worked with and then boiling it down to something accessible, something easy to understand, and something that can be, disseminated to different audiences. So I think that's sort of, yeah.
Thanks,
The
Giselle.
insight.
I think the other thing I would add is that I mean, in the UK, we talk about cybersecurity needing a whole of society approach. So it's not just something that's going to be solved by cybersecurity or computer science professionals. And when we think about other grand challenges, whether it's climate change or migration or hunger and feeding ourselves, we don't think about it being solved by a single discipline. And we don't think about us being researchers of economics or researchers of marketing or researchers of behavior. We're researchers of a problem. And that's the way that we can bring people together across disciplines, is by focusing around these grand challenges and brigading resources to try and solve the challenges. And cybersecurity has plenty of grand challenges, whether it's from human behavior and phishing and the vulnerabilities, for example, through that, all the way through to kind of how we manage passwords and passkeys, to usability of systems, to how developers code securely, through to the adoption of hardware. All of these things are not going to be solved purely through technical effort, because the technical work needs to be done, but actually this stuff is used by humans. And so we need to understand the human and the economic aspects too. We've got time for probably one more question, if there's a question for hiding in the chat or elsewhere.
And Adam, I would add, you said economic and human, right? You're already making a distinction over there. But the distinctions between the fields are in a sense artificial, right? We made them; they don't de facto exist. So if we build the walls between the fields, we can also take them down, right? It's an artificial distinction. But we have another question.
I do, we do, but I do like the way that some economists talk about markets as if it's not human. Although actually with AI and automated decisions, it's not necessarily humans making those decisions in markets anymore. So
But humans made the AI, right? So
yes, that's true. So okay, we have question number 4, which is how might the experiences from the game inform your future professional practices or research endeavors? So that's a good one. So Senya, do you want to go first, and then Joanna?
Yeah, absolutely. So, in terms of kind of, I'm not sure whether the question asks whether it's about our professional practices or professional practices and research endeavors in general. So I will probably address both sides very quickly. So if it comes to kind of what we are doing as a researcher group, I think we're going to take on further the game and obviously the online game. So we're going to continue with maybe more qualitative approach in terms of immersive decision making around the game. So one of the ideas on my side that we need to discuss is maybe running some studies with student entrepreneurs. For instance, at our university, we have a wonderful student entrepreneurship group. And from just speaking kind of and advertising the game to them, they were really interested in it. So I think if we can use the game to understand the decision making of those young generations of entrepreneurs who will move on and who will essentially be the decision makers in these areas. And you could even argue that, the security of these technologies, businesses, and digital systems will depend on the decisions made by these people. Then we can get really interesting insights and hopefully some actionable insights as well. In terms of how the game can be used, in professional practices and research endeavors in general, I would say that of course, as we mentioned in the presentation, the game can be used as an immersive method for data collection, and it helps you through these conversations, like even what we were doing right now, playing the game, you can really see what people think, what they do, You can see the actual levels of risk aversion. So it's very different from, sitting down and having an interview with someone. And of course, when it comes to quantitative data collection, the online game is really great for that because, as Joanna showed, you can already, even, with early samples, you can get this wonderful insights into what people do, what strategies they take. So again, it's very much data driven. And when it comes to professional practices, I suppose you can use it almost like decision-making diagnostic tools, again, just to almost, dissect your own decision-making and see what you can improve and test your own knowledge and understanding of cybersecurity in business, and most importantly, how they're connected. So all the aspects that Adam mentioned about how, different decisions will influence different consequences for the business, which then in turn will also influence your decisions. So these are the use cases for the game that I would probably promote.
Joanna?
Yeah, and developing the game for me and I think for all of us, it was a fantastic intellectual adventure too, in a way that, we started with something quite simple and we understand that we had to develop it. I thought that, even writing instructions, good instructions, is a challenge because you have to describe a world that is multidimensional and, how do you, split it first? What is the first sentence you're going to say? For me personally, once you kind of start doing games, it's interesting how it's path dependent because suddenly you're like a game person and you're involved in other things. So now I'm working with architecture and engineering on developing a game around sustainable construction materials, eliciting people's feeling. And there are social scientists there too. And it's similar challenges of interdisciplinary work. But I think the biggest thing for me is it's inspiring to think about different ways of communicating research results and bringing them to the various publics. So yesterday we were with Adam at Cyber UK in Manchester, and having a board game is just exciting. People come, people talk, and the conversations, and then we can talk more about our research. So while we all love publishing our papers, but I think the getting a little bit creative with what we can show and what we can propose to the different audiences, I think is something I want to explore more in the future. Adam?
Thank you, Gerald. Yeah, I mean, I have exactly the same. I think I've told you the story about when a photographer wanted to come around and take some pictures of someone doing something about human aspects of cybersecurity, and they couldn't find anything apart from me sitting in front of a screen with the word security written across the top of it. And because so much of what we do isn't something that is an artifact that you can actually touch and it starts conversations and you can discuss. And actually, I think that's one of the things that as researchers we miss. And it doesn't matter whether we're talking with practitioners or whether we're going out into the public. There's some fantastic work going on across the University of Bath and elsewhere around communication with the public through museum pieces or through artwork or anything else that actually provoke conversations. And part of being a researcher in the public who wants to have a kind of impact is about starting those conversations and then having that opportunity to discuss whatever the challenges or issues might be. So I think that's I'm never going to be involved in developing a game again. That was way too much hard work. And Ksenia and Joanna and Oishi did like most of the work, if not like virtually all of it. And it was even so, it felt like a lot of work. So I'm quite happy for you two to keep developing games. But next time I'm just doing one card game like Uno. That's much simpler mechanics. But of course, the other thing that I think it's got me thinking about is how do we track behaviors that we can't normally see in different environments? So I think developing a game is a fantastic way to explore some of the hidden decision making that occurs in everyday life. And we're doing some similar work using Twine to develop text-based stories where people make decisions and they create their own story as they're going through. And we're using it to explore what's called shadow security. So that gets us to look at how people subvert the compliance of security in order to achieve their workplace goals, but in a game-based environment. And so I think it's actually inspired me to think about lots of different ways that we can start to measure, quantify behavior, and then hopefully start to address it. So I'm going to start winding us up because we have managed to fill almost the entire 2 hours.
Final words, Adam.
Final words. So I'm going to go around each of you and I'm going to ask you to wrap up. Final word that would be inspiration. So about either kind of cybersecurity, education, game playing, lessons learned, anything else. So Joanna first. So because then you have
Okay, I'm going to use my 1 minute to say, get in touch with us, play with us. There's the email, there is the website. If you have ideas that you would like to use it, you would like to play it, talk about this, let us know. So that's me. Ksenia, you should say something more inspiring now.
I'm not sure, but I would completely agree with that. I would say try the game, test yourself, test your colleagues, test your friends, and yeah, and come back for more playthrough, for more testing.
And I'll just say I agree with exactly what you two said. And we'll finish it. So thank you very much for inviting us and for listening. And please do get in touch with any other questions or if you'd like to play the game or if you'd like us to send you a copy once we print out more of the proper big boxes. So thank you very much, everyone, and see you soon. Bye.
Welcome to the next session of the SECREV Cybersecurity Revolution Cybersecurity event, the 24-hour live stream. It is now the time for the Human-Centric Cybersecurity Partnership to host a panel. And what we will be doing for our panel is talking about the future of Canadian cybersecurity research. This is an interesting moment for us as a group, as we are now into our last year of funding. And so we have the same questions that everybody else has, which is what's going to happen next. So we're very happy to welcome a very diverse group in terms of where they're at and the types of programs that they have. And so we'll be hoping to, by means of asking this interesting group of people their opinions on what's going on and what will be happening for cybersecurity research, particularly in Canada, we'll hopefully be able to magically create some kind of crystal ball by means of talking to the right people at the right time. So with that, I'll just quickly say that the Human-Centric Cybersecurity Partnership is a federally funded underneath SSHRC, the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada, a group that has been funding research into cybersecurity from the social and humanities perspective, still interdisciplinary research, but being led by social sciences researchers or by researchers who are putting the humanities or the human first in the research that they're doing. I won't take up too much of your time because I think we have such an interesting panel that I want to get to listening to them. So we will turn it over for introductions from each of the groups, so that you can get an understanding of them and why they've been invited here today, the programs that they're running or they're about to run, and how that gives them a perspective on cybersecurity research. So with that, I'll turn it over to the first of our panelists, Dr. Atifa Mashatan from Toronto Metropolitan University.
Thank you very much. Let me try to share my screen very quickly. Okay. Somebody confirm if it is moving. Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm Adi Mashatan from the Cybersecurity Research Lab of Toronto Metropolitan University, formerly Ryerson. And today I'm here to present the Cybersecurity Research Lab. I'd like to thank HC2P for the invitation. I'm one of the co-PIs in the partnership, and it's a pleasure to be here and be among such a esteemed panel today. Okay, so for those of you who don't know me, let me just say a few words about myself. My academic journey started in pure mathematics. I thought I was going to be a mathematician, and I had dreams about Fields Medal, things like that. Soon reality hit, and I decided to pivot to more applicable sides of mathematics. And I was so excited to see that areas of mathematics such as cryptography had applications in the real world, and I could actually do that. And that's when I moved to cryptography for my PhD at the University of Waterloo. And when I defended, it was the recession of 2008, 2009, and I realized that I had to do something, the hiring freeze and everything. I had to do something. Luckily, the type of mathematics that I was working on that had applications in cryptography was actually needed in the industry. So I left academia. I was a security consultant at CIBC. So I know a lot of how things are actually done in cybersecurity in the real world, in the financial sector. And since my return to academia in 2016, I've been trying to use my academic knowledge as well as the practical experiences that I gained in industry together. In 2016, I founded the Cybersecurity Research Lab, and I'm going to tell you more about this lab. We just covered this and who we are. So the Cybersecurity Research Lab is an academic research lab, and like any other academic research lab, But it is housed in the Ted Rogers School of Management. So I have a PhD in mathematics, but I'm a faculty member at the business school, which is very interesting. And in my department, which is information technology management, I'm not unique at all. Half of our colleagues have social science backgrounds, and half of my colleagues in our department, they have computer science, even computer engineering background. So this is the marriage of both worlds, which is, I think, we are going to get to in more depth in this very panel. I'm excited to bring those together. And our mission is to help organizations, large or small, as well as the society at large, to understand the threat landscape of cybersecurity and how some of the emerging technologies, such as Internet of Things, decentralization, blockchain technology, or the quantum computing, will change cybersecurity landscape. What is it that we can do now, or we need to continue to keep up doing in order to mitigate the threats, but also somehow use them as opportunities. So we're not just looking at the threat, we're also looking at these emerging technologies as opportunity. And as you can see in this very crowded, almost childlike slide, we've had the opportunity to collaborate with many industry partners, non-for-profit organizations, small startup companies, or even scale-up and massive organizations within Canada, also globally. And the type of research, the program of research that we have, we really try. For me, I have to state this, it was like doing a PhD all over again when I was an assistant professor, because I really wanted, and I took it upon myself to learn social sciences, information system management, research methodologies to be able to address it in a multidisciplinary fashion as well. And I learned a lot. I'm still learning. But then hopefully and thankfully, I was successful in getting funding from social sciences funding agencies, as well as NSERC, which is where I come from traditionally. Okay, these are the people very gracious to the type of funding that we have received, or even collaboration, and not necessarily receiving funding from our industry partners, but receiving a lot of support in ideation, where we're trying to understand what the gaps might be, where they come from in the real world, and try to articulate the research problem statement so that it aligns with what their needs are. And here's a list of, we don't have a lot of time, only 7 minutes, so I will go through them very, very quickly. My background in cryptography allows us to look at some of these emerging technologies. And I have students. I think it's important to say, I consider the cybersecurity research lab's #1 product to be the people we train, what we call highly qualified personnel, whether they're students or postdocs or research professionals who are more senior researchers having their own PhDs. Within the HQP pool that we have at the Cybersecurity Research Lab, we have students and postdocs with mathematics background, in mathematical degrees, computer science, even some engineers, as well as business backgrounds, information system management discipline within the business school. So we're looking at in each of these projects or programs of research, we're looking at all of these aspects. So we have students and postdocs working on cryptography, whether it's on the adoption of the technology or perceptions of end users or even enterprises, or on the technical side of how we can have post-quantum resistant cryptography. Internet of Things is another one, blockchain technology, or decentralized technologies as well, and more broadly, enterprise cybersecurity challenges and opportunities. And we've been working with several of our industry partners in the finance and energy sector on helping them mitigate, come up with solutions that are going to prepare them better for the cybersecurity landscape that is emerging. We're also using, who's not using machine learning and AI tools at this point, but we've been using them for some time as a tool. Although we're not artificial intelligence scholars, we're using it and they're very, very, very effective. Current strategic projects that we have, so these are multi-year projects from Canada Research Chair Program, Quality of Security Framework for Internet of Things. This is where we're looking at the contextual side of these IoT scenarios, because some of the traditional approaches may not work for them because these devices are small, the networks have constraints, small bandwidth, this and that. A hardware aspect of it where we are simulating that framework in smart home and smart enterprises. To begin with, we have hopes to continue this line of research and do it in the medical settings soon. We're also part of the Canada First Research Excellence Fund through Concordia's SECREV fund, as well as TMU's SECREV funds. One is looking at enabling trustworthy systems for consumer-facing zero trust. So zero trust is an enterprise, topic, an enterprise solution for best practices in cybersecurity. We're trying to redefine or find the requirements for how it should look like in consumer settings. As well as we're working with the University of Calgary under the umbrella of Concordia SECREV for securing smart environments. This is something that just started, and we're very excited to collaborate with our colleagues at the University of Calgary. At TMU, the SECREV program is about migration integration, and we're hoping to bridge the technological divide or gap. And we have two projects or programs of research under that: blockchain-based personal health records, as well as equity, diversity, and inclusion in cybersecurity. One is on the technical side of our research, one is on the social sciences side of our research. I have quite a few more, but I think that gives a general idea of how we're doing. And I hope to continue this conversation with our colleagues. I just want to show you one more picture quickly to acknowledge all the great people at the lab who have been involved in these projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Addie. We'll pass it over to Randy.
Sure, and I'll share my slide deck. Okay, let's make sure I'm sharing the right thing. Oh, you're still not seeing. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Good day, everyone. My name's Randy Purse. I'm the senior advisor for cybersecurity training and education at the Rogers Cybersecure Catalyst, which is a nonprofit situated within the Toronto Metropolitan University. So our mission, well, I'll give you a bit more background on me. I'm been in cybersecurity for quite some time. I'm a cybersecurity practitioner with a specialization in management, strategy, and training and education. My roots go back into the military, where I was working within. I was a naval officer, and I was doing a lot of different functions as naval officers do. I'd had already activities and roles in physical security, personnel security, communication security, intelligence, a broad range of activities, as you can imagine. And then I got assigned as the information systems security officer within a headquarters, and I was also tasked to be the information operations officer plans. So what was interesting there was it was sort of an indoctrination by fire. There was no training. I ended up doing okay, but like a lot of people in cyber, I survive. And so when I left the military, I joined the Communications Security Establishment, Canadian Center for Cybersecurity, and I was there as a senior learning advisor and subsequently as the strategic advisor for cybersecurity training and education. During that time, that's when I completed my PhD, and my specific PhD was pertaining to team and transformative learning in the IT security incident response team environment. So that was the thesis. And I've also done a lot of work in social learning, identity, and transformative learning as well, all aligned within the technical space, right? So this is my upbringing within education, within the IT space, and in the cyber domain, sort of all meshed together quite well. after that, I went to TechNation as a director of cybersecurity standards and VP future workforce development. And then I said, you know what, I need to get back into focus my attention on cybersecurity. And that's when I joined the Catalyst in 2021. And I've been there ever since, designing, developing, and delivering training and education programs across a broad range of people, of communities within the public and private sector and academia. So I would suggest that we're on a bit of the other side of the scale at the Rogers Cybersecure Catalyst. I would say we have, and I'm going to talk about the research we conduct, but I'm also going to say that we are a high-end user of the research that's created within Canada and around the world on cybersecurity, because we're primarily involved in the talent development and creating the human capability to address the cybersecurity requirements. So as I said, Rogers Cybersecure Catalyst is a nonprofit operating at TMU. And we're basically a cybersecurity hub in Canada, and that's our mission right there. We're empowering individuals and organizations to seize opportunities and tackle challenges of cybersecurity with a vision of healthy democracies, thriving societies, and powered by secure digital technologies. And that's a significant challenge, right? And we all can appreciate that. Here's some of the partners we've had, our founding partners, and we have strategic partners in a variety of ways that we to create and deliver programs. And overall, we have four main thrusts within the Catalyst. The first is individual cybersecurity training, and we do a lot of work in this space. We provide initial and enhanced skill development for cybersecurity professionals. We provide training and education for technical and non-technical people through various means, workshops, tabletop exercises, etc. We conduct law enforcement training, working with law enforcement agencies and other institutions on program refinement and enhancement to help with the challenge of cybercrime. And our friend and colleague Ken on the line, we work with him in the National Cybersecurity Consortium as well in that space. We provide training for small, medium businesses, particularly focused on the integration of cybersecurity technologies into their practices. And most small, medium enterprises don't really have the attention necessary, the focused attention on cybersecurity, because they don't measure it as a significant risk. And we're trying to change that a little bit. And then we do also a lot of other educational program development. We also provide corporate security solutions. We provide learning and training for technical teams in the cyber range. We have corporate management and tabletop exercises. We have combined cyber range and tabletop exercises, and we also have we just stood up this year a cyber clinic, which is focusing on providing free consultative services to nonprofits. This is a practice that was initially, there are some cyber clinics in both Europe and the United States, and we sort of modeled ourselves after those. And it's really to give a handout to those who are really struggling in order to achieve some cybersecurity, their cybersecurity requirements. We also have entrepreneurial and startup innovation thrust, where we're really working on trying to get the cybersecurity industry startups on the go and get them to scale up and into the market. And as you may be aware, Canada has a wide range of expertise in cybersecurity, AI, quantum, and really looking forward to having the opportunities to pick up and sustain Canadian businesses. And we also have policy advocacy and awareness. For research, we have the fellowship program, and really this is a broad range of programs within industry where we pair up, we have industry and academic streams, and really a broad range of research coming in there, much of it technical, but much of it human focused. So that's about it for us. We can get into the details as we go through the discussion here, but I really appreciate the opportunity to chat and have a discussion on research in Canada in this session.
Thank you, Randy. That's wonderful. So next we'll pass it over to Pascal Fortin from CyberEco. I'll just get you to unmute yourself.
There you go. Sorry, apologies for coming in a little late. Can I share myself, the slides? Or?
Yes, you can. Yep.
Okay. All right. Give me just a second. So CyberEco is a slightly similar, but also very different organization to the Catalyst. So we were born out in Quebec. Similarly, we're an ecosystem organization founded by members, for members, nonprofit. Hold on, I'm having trouble sharing, so just bear with me a little bit. Right. And I'm going to skip to this. So as you can see, there's quite a lot of people involved since 2018, and so it took a lot of time to ramp up. But initially, the idea was, and now is, to truly enable our members to co-develop, share, and ultimately do mutualization of services and capabilities throughout each other. So it's pretty unique intent there. So how do we do that? Well, first, people have to come in with a pretty specific mindset that they are coming to be givers and not just takers. And then they join the membership. We have a series of pre-arranged and negotiated MOUs so that their legal teams can go through it and already agree to how IP is going to be managed, or IP assignment, IP conflict, all these things. So essentially, when you come in as a member and you say, hey, I have this opportunity to build a tool, or I have this opportunity to fix a problem, or I have this issue and I need help, if at least one other member raises their hand, we can then start a project. And a project is something, like any project that is well-defined, has an end date and an outcome, and is going to be managed. And so we provide the rails and the glue, if you will, to make that possible. And because all these MOUs are already clear with legal, we're able to accomplish things that very few people have accomplished, such as taking two competing financial institutions and two competing insurers in Canada and getting them to co-develop consensus, processes, and technology around insider threat management, for example. That's something that took over 2 years to materialize, but and even was so prolific that it even then spawned a few research chairs at some of our academic members, and is still going on today in the form of continued development and communities of practice that were formed around this initiative. So very, very, very high impact. And some projects maybe also to share with the greater business community or the Canadian community. So if a member says, well, hey, I'd like to publish a guide on a certain topic, then other members can get together and say, yep, we're going to do that. And CyberEco is going to provide some services and support to do that. And those get published and come out. We also assist with a pretty large number of academic projects where we help bring that industry and government angle and validation that is often missing from academic projects, especially, and I know I'm talking to academics mostly, but so there's a reality confrontation that can happen within CyberEco, which has been traumatizing for some and very enlightening for others. That's some of the core of what we do. So, again, going back to the vision, it's to bring the entire Canadian ecosystem. We have members that are national. We have some that are more regional. I have an executive director in Ontario, although, our main facilities are in Quebec for now, but we're leasing space in 4 other provinces right now to make sure that we can have regional teams. What we realize is even when we're working with national members, we end up with representatives that from Quebec, even though they have an Ontario team that would be interested as well, especially in the large corporations. That tends to happen. There's this kind of fragmentation by province, so we're trying to break those silos. Again, truly, to the intent is to co-develop and mutualize. And what do I mean by mutualize? There are things that are done in organizations like cyber threat intelligence. For a bank and for a utilities company, it's not their core business to do cyber threat intelligence. It doesn't matter if they decide to share the output of what they do, or even actively work together as a task force to produce more indicators, to produce more actionable intelligence, and to do deeper, wider threat assessments of what is going on. So that's an initiative we have right now, where we have several institutions that are trying to work out, how can we do this? How can we create this joint task force to do cyber threat intelligence as a group? And some members will do it together. Some might say, no, I'm good, I'm going to do my own thing. Or some might say, hey, I have this third party that's doing it, it's great. It's fine. There's no obligation to opt in. One of the desired outputs is obviously, what can this greater force then do for smaller corporations that can't afford these services? Can we use this initiative also as a force for good and for sharing within the ecosystem? And obviously, with all the intention to make this free and available to as many people as possible. So everything we do is for that greater good. There are some angles that were there in the beginning, about talent development, and I feel that with all the work that we've done with our academic members, we helped validate programs, tooling and labs, a lot of things that industry came in and supported our academia in building their programs, not just the regular ones, but like the post university training, maybe what they call the executive education and non-credited programs. And I feel that our universities and colleges are there. So we don't feel that this is a role that we need to really push. We're there to understand government and academia, know what is needed and what quantity, and provide feedback as necessary. But this is not something we want to take on really ourselves. And we advise our members as well. So whether it's government, federal, provincial, or others, when they have specific issues, so we're able to go back to the members, get consensus on the topic or an answer. So that's a pretty useful capability as well. And I try to help save as much public funds as possible through being involved in government program reviews, all those nice funding programs where oftentimes there's not a lot of validation of the actual value or ROI. So we help those organizations understand what has merit and not. So that's pretty useful. I hope in the big picture to save money for all our taxpayers, including myself. Lots of projects going on now. I'm not going to go over all of this, but I think by now you guys understand what kind of organization we are and what we do. So we have projects and communities of practice. Communities of practice continue the effort that goes beyond a project, or can be beforehand of a project. this isn't the up-to-date slide, but essentially we have several events, like several times a week, there's something happening within Cyber Eco. We also have become the home of all the other nonprofits. If you're a nonprofit, like an OWASP chapter, we will support you. We give space, we give food, we help them. We help the professionals that want to be involved in our industry, not look for money to get it done, because it's such a waste of time for those professionals. So we take away a lot of that pain. We have the Cyber Hub as well. So since 2024, really, we've been invested in supporting startups and scale-ups in cyber. This is very, very high level, high quality stuff. So a lot of exited founders, so some things in common with Catalyst on that front. The different as well. Like, I won't go into all the details, but that's something where we have 42 startups and scale-ups everywhere from ideation to Series B, funded 80 to $100 million value startups that we're helping grow, export, and better develop their technologies. And that was it for me. So I am Pascal Fortin, CEO of Cyber Eco, entrepreneur in cybersecurity. I used to own Go Secure. I co-founded a bunch of others, sold Delve Labs also in 2020. And I'm in a lot of things, so a lot of you may already have heard about me. So that's it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Pascal. And with that, we'll turn it over to David Murakami-Wood from the University of Ottawa.
Hi, good morning, good evening, and good night, everybody, wherever you are in the world, probably mostly in Canada. I'm coming from a slightly different background than most of the other panelists here. I'm very much almost a pure academic in the sense I'm not doing applied cybersecurity research for any external partners or trying to improve government cybersecurity or private sector cybersecurity. In fact, in many ways, I'm not a cybersecurity researcher at all. But as the saying goes, I don't know much about cybersecurity, but I know what I like. What I'm actually doing and what I actually am is the Canada Research Chair in Critical Surveillance and Security Studies at the University of Ottawa. And I'm going to share my screen a bit so I can just show you some of this as I go through. I'll show mine here. And this is just going to share a Safari link. You can see that. And this is the link to my lab, which is the Critical Surveillance and Security Lab at the University of Ottawa. What we're really interested in primarily, as it says at the beginning, is questioning, critiquing, examining the ubiquity of surveillance technologies, but also practices and processes at all scales. So we work from everything from things like neuroscience right up to planetary level things. So our primary project is on urban surveillance, platform cities in an age of planetary surveillance. We're looking at post-smart cities, i.e. what's happening after smart cities and the proliferation of different kinds of AI cities, platform cities, smart cities, whatever you want to call them. I'm also very interested in the whole question of planetary security in an age of multiple crises, or the poly crisis, as some people call this. And so obviously cybersecurity is a very essential component of this. And people have talked about the idea of planetary computing and this sort of thing. And that's where we're thinking about things there. Interested in particularly in artificial intelligence, data and dataveillance. And the project, which is currently funded through the Human-Centric Cybersecurity Partnership, which is called Hired Hackers and Private Spies, and is basically looking at a global assessment of the landscape of private surveillance companies in the world. And I'll talk maybe a little bit about this in some of the other sessions we have, but I'll briefly introduce that here now. Many of you may know there is a process going on right now, the Pall-Mall process, started by Britain and France, which is trying to establish a code of practice for cyber capabilities, which essentially is focused a lot on the private spyware industry. We're looking a bit wider than that, but what we're trying to do is research that feeds into this process, and we're working with a number of external NGO partners here. As we'll talk about maybe in some of the other sessions, this has been this NGO landscape has been significantly hit by the recent change in government in the USA, and particularly the cessation of funding to many organizations that previously funded this kind of cybersecurity for democracy type of work. And we'll talk a bit about that later on, because this is a vitally important thing to discuss. when we're talking about the future of cybersecurity research, I think. In fact, Canada may have an extremely important role to play in filling some of that gap that is currently being left by the USA. So we can talk about that later. So what do I do other than this? I have a team in the lab, and this is basically various people, visiting researchers, internal postdocs and PhD candidates. We have a number of different people. We have Trudeau Foundation fellows. We have people working on, particularly at the moment, on the understanding of smart technologies and security in China, Chinese language specialists, which is a big project we have right now. And we also have some major workshops coming up looking at private smart city initiatives and that kind of thing. I'm also the founder and still a co-editor-in-chief of the Open Access Journal, one of the first ever open access journals. We've been going since 2002, called Surveillance and Society, and I encourage you to take a look. It's free. You can read any of the articles with no cost. You can submit with no cost. You publish with no cost. We are what they call a diamond standard open access journal, and I really encourage people thinking about doing this kind of stuff now to contact me if you're interested in publishing this way or starting your own journal. The current issue revisits issues of authoritarian surveillance, and particularly has an editorial on surveillance in Trump's America and a whole special section on authoritarianism, surveillance, and the digital. I'm also a trustee and director of the Surveillance Studies Network, which again is an association of scholars which looks critically at surveillance throughout the world. And again, you can join that for a relatively low price and be involved in all of our stuff. We have a biennial conference next year, which will be in Lille in France over 4 days in the second week of June. And we have many other workshops and events. In a few weeks' time, a few of us are meeting in Ottawa to talk about AI and surveillance. And just recently, there's been our first event in Africa associated with the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum, where we've been bringing African surveillance scholars together. This is through our initiative Surveillance in the Majority World, run by Professor Azadeh Akbari. So we have a number of different initiatives going on, and this is mainly what I do. How much time do I have, Michael? Just maybe a minute?
Yeah, maybe a minute.
Yeah, I don't need much more. Just to say that's what I do. That's who I am. Particularly of interest of this group is the Hired Hackers and Private Spies project, and that's probably what I intend to address in some of the future sessions. So I'll leave it there. I'm not going to give any lists of funders or connections, although we do have some.
Wonderful. So thank you very much, David. And with that, we'll pass it over to Mark Elliott from the University of Manchester and Sprite Plus, who's here to make sure that we don't have a case of Canadian groupthink and provide an outside perspective.
Yes, I don't know. I don't know that I'm necessarily going to add that much diversity into the equation, but I will do my best. Okay, so just sharing my own slides. Okay. Share. No, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, I don't know. Have I come on screen? Slides. Hello, my slides on screen. Okay, thank you. Yes, Sprite. So I'm really representing Sprite here. Security, Privacy, Identity, and Trust Network Plus. So we are a engagement network, cross-sector, cross-disciplines, and across segments of this broader area. So somewhat broader, perhaps, than the cybersecurity specific focus up to now, although I recognise that in many cases it includes some of these other concepts as well. We're a network, and the plus bit is we're also a research incubator. So we have a structure of membership, which is free and open. We have 1,000 members. Members can apply to be expert fellows. We have 230 of those, and then numerous project partners. These are the 5 universities that run Sprite. So Manchester, Lancaster, Imperial College London, University of Southampton, Queen's University Belfast, all the UK, obviously. And then we have numerous, this is not a full list, but some of the partners that we currently have, so people that we work with in various ways and forms. So taking the brief, what are we focusing on at the moment? So these are our current strategic foci. There we did a big strategic review at the beginning of 24, and this is what we came up with as being the things we're focusing on. So the topics that have come out of numerous consultations and discussions, deliberation fora, etc., that we've run in 23 and 24, including a future summer camp in the middle of 23. So living in an authentic world, thinking about inauthenticity in all its shapes and forms, both positive and negative, what that means in terms of how we think about various important topics, specifically around identity. Tips in digital cities, also called smart cities, various other terminology. What does that mean in terms of our key topics: trust, identity, privacy, security? Concept of trustworthy digital identity. How's it developing? What are its meanings? What are its cultural contexts? How does it relate to non-digital identity? Just emerged resilience. So we've got a theme developing out of cyber resilience. We're running a sandpit on that next month. Extended reality and its intersections with other technologies, and then neurotechnology. So those are the strategic themes that we're focusing on within our broader remit. So here's some of the things we're currently doing. So this is the current year. So we've got 4 deep dive projects all starting this year. So these are 1 year intensive projects with a researcher working full time, and they're always combined with other people. So trustworthy digital identity with the Alan Turing Institute. We've got 2 new ones here down the bottom: the extended reality one, neurotech one. They have yet to kick off. That will be happening in the next few months. We're running a sandpit. So this is our incubator function. So we actually have funding to give out. So we do fund projects run by our expert fellows, and we're doing this in combination with another investment within the UKRI ecosystem called Salient, which focuses on resilience. So this is an intersection of trust, identity, privacy, security, and cyber resilience. And then we have this mechanism called Innovation Fora, which is really designed as an engagement mechanism to bring together cross sectors. In this case, the policing services within the UK and academics working on policing, looking at the use of AI in preventive policing. So that's with a big consortia of northern police forces in the UK. We're going to have various other innovation fora. Quite a lot of AI sprinkling through here. We haven't got AI as a particular theme because obviously it connects with just about everything, as I'm sure everyone else has recognised in their own workings too. And then we have this is the 5th deep dive. We've actually got this under impacts and advancing policy because it's very much hooked in with government, in this case local government, Greater Manchester Combined Authority. So tips in digital cities, connected places, thinking about all of those elements of providing and ensuring trust, identity, privacy, security within the context of that sort of smart city ecosystem. We have a mechanism called challenge projects. So this comes the other way. So project partners will produce a challenge. This is some sort of problem statement. This gets converted in a call to our expert fellows, who then are one of whom is then commissioned to deliver that project. And we have numerous collaborative policy workshops and deliberative fora, more aimed at our government partners than our industry ones. Yeah, there's just some large meetings we had. I'll put the expert fellows meeting on. This was just this week. We have an annual meeting of our expert fellows, and we have a topic that we kind of go, right, let's talk about this for 2 days. It was AI this year, which must be about as predictable as anything. We did have a moratorium on talking about AI for the last 18 months, simply because it was impossible to make yourself heard above the din. And we thought, well, it's got quiet enough now, it might actually be worth talking about this, and I can see how things have settled down a bit. And so that was quite fun. And then we have an annual showcase, which is aimed at business engagement. Then we have international engagement schemes as well. So we're arranging international collaborative visits with IF Cyber, which is University of New South Wales. I've mooted this as a possible interaction with H2CP as well, as another mechanism for us to engage. We do also have an engagement with some of our junior expert fellows with the H2CP summer camp, and Global Voices, which is an engagement with partners in the Global South, Africa in particular. And then we've got various mechanisms for explicitly engaging with partners. We fund placements within project partners by academics, and also PhD student placements as well. Then we do that by an AIM day mechanism, so academic industry meeting days. And that one again happened last month, and those placements will be starting out for this year. We're starting in the next few months. And we have an expert clinic service we're about to start, and that is essentially a mechanism for people to engage and identify expertise that they need to consult within their organisations as a triaging service, and we fund an initial meeting between an expert and an external partner who needs some input. So that is very quickly a whistle-stop tour of what Sprite is about.
Very good. Thank you, Mark. And with that, we will pass it over to Ken Barker from the National Cybersecurity Consortium.
Give me a second here. I'm just trying to get the share screen working properly. Share.
Thank you, Ken. I feel better now.
So, I'm just trying to see what's being shared. Is
your entire screen?
Yeah, okay, that's not what I want. For some strange reason, I'm picking the single screen and it's grabbing everything. That might work. Let's try that. That looks better.
That is perfect.
Okay, good. So let me start by a very brief introduction of myself. So I started working in cybersecurity before it was a thing. In the very early 80s, and I did a master's degree in 82 on something called local area network security. And the first two questions I was asked during my master's thesis defense was, what's a local area network and why in the world would anybody want to secure it? So I've got to say that I've kind of been at this almost from the beginning, for lack of a better way of putting it. And I am now 40 years further out. I went through 25 years of working largely in data systems and got interested in privacy type related questions in the early 2000s. And I've kind of been working on that kind of an area ever since. So I've sort of got a solid, depending upon how you look at it, 40 or at least a good 20 years of working in cybersecurity related issues with now primarily a focus on privacy. So that's my academic background. Just to give you a bit of context about some of the other things that I've done. I've been a department head at 2 different universities. I've been a dean at my current university. And so I was kind of at the end of my deanship and thinking about what I wanted to do for a next step. And one of the things that came to mind was what eventually became the National Cybersecurity Consortium. I'm going to describe to you a little bit about what this thing is and provide a little bit of a history, because I think it's informative about how difficult, challenging, and potentially beneficial putting together national level initiatives are to actually catalyzing work and effort within a targeted or focused area. So I understand there's some international people on. They may not be familiar with the concepts that we have around here of doing what's called curiosity-driven research. Not so much in the SHRC area, but certainly in the CIHR or the medical area and in the science and engineering areas. These are basically, you apply for grants, you get a small amount of money, and out of that small amount of money, you actually do very early stage research, fundamental kinds of research that have actually been catalytic to Canada's punching way above its weight in the country, because it truly is curiosity driven by experts. So even though you might apply for X, you can actually work in Y. And when you come back and want something to work in Z, some other kind of topic, you report on what you did, not on what you promised you would do. That's an inherently different thing than what the National Cybersecurity Consortium is doing, because although that addressed and provides a fundamental way that we work in this country, it doesn't actually facilitate very well moving things out of the lab and into the marketplace. We do actually have, through angel investment and a number of other kinds of things in the country, a number of potential receptors for ideas. And you'll see I'm going to talk about the real challenge is, how do you get from the early ideas all the way out to the ideas that are actually coming out as innovations in the marketplace. So the tagline I've put on this little talk is bridging post-secondaries, government and the private sector together. And I've got to say this up front, all three of these groups have their own unique vocabulary. And so we often talk past each other. The problem is that they're actually using the same words, but they have a very different semantic. Here's my favorite example, innovation. If I say innovation to somebody who is a cutting edge researcher in a university lab, they think it's something that's in a grad student's head that's innovating on sort of the backs of giants. If I say innovation to somebody in the private sector, they're talking about moving a new product out into the market. If those two people are having a conversation and they agree that there should be more innovation support in the country, they're talking about two totally different things. And so part of the role that the National Cybersecurity Consortium has taken on is actually trying to get those conversations to actually be a meeting of the minds. So I'm going to quickly walk through kind of our history and where we're at right now, and give you a sense for what we're doing in the country at the national level. And all of our work, you'll see, is around cybersecurity and privacy. This is a little bit different than what we often do in this country, which is kind of try to be all things to all people. And so as a result, you kind of don't really support anybody particularly well. This is specifically targeted at cybersecurity and privacy, and I will tell you that it's fairly inclusive within that fairly narrow umbrella, and you'll see what I mean here in just a sec. So everybody has to have a vision and a mission statement. It's the only way you can set up an organization. We're technically a federally incorporated not-for-profit, which means we have to have a board, we have to have a membership structure, we have to have oversight. There's a ton of different things that go around. Part of it is these kinds of things. Advancing cybersecurity, innovation, and talent development in Canada is kind of our vision, and the mission is to grow a pan-Canadian network that works with private and public sectors to lead world-class cybersecurity innovation and talent development, and to increase cybersecurity-related economic development in Canada. We're actually funded by ICED, which is Innovation, Science, and Economic Development. And by the way, ICED views innovation with that second definition, not with the first definition, unless you're talking to Tri-Council, in which they use innovation to mean that first definition. So there's definitely a bifurcation of even the definition of the ministry that actually operates or has oversight on a big piece of our activities. So the NCC itself is a pan-Canadian network. It supports advancement of the Canadian cybersecurity ecosystem through research and development, commercialization, and training. And the idea here is we're going to drive collaboration among academia, private sector, not-for-profit organizations, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments, and other key cybersecurity stakeholders. You'll notice the absent one from that governmental bullet point is federal government, because the federal government is in it through what's called the CSIN program, and so they're already fundamental in it. And you'll see that this has implications potentially for how things can be funded and how matching money can be counted. So here's really you've probably seen this before. In Canada, we have a number of tech readiness levels that we've identified. There's actually 9 of them. The first 3 are essentially in academia. They're very fundamental ideas, starting with something that might be in a grad student's head. And then at the other end, 7, 8, and 9, we're actually moving product out to market. When you're moving product out to market, you're kind of in this commercialization phase and the vocabulary changes significantly. There is some support out there because, quite bluntly, private sector companies start to see the potential value of near-term value of making investments in ideas that are reasonably mature. We refer to them as alpha or beta products already kind of exist. The problem in our country is that we've identified is this gap called the Valley of Death. It's a well-known problem. It's this 4, 5, and 6. It's moving it from the academic community, where there is some funding, reasonable kinds of levels of funding, through the place where there's no funding available, essentially the Valley of Death, into the point at which industry starts to pick up the funding, and then the funding just scales kind of almost exponentially as the idea becomes stronger and more viable. So that's kind of the whole ecosystem, and the NCC was charged with actually supporting the entire ecosystem. So to give you a bit of a sense for how this thing got started, 4 scholars who actually saw a need for this had a discussion in 2016. Keep that in mind. This is 2016. So it became 5 by the time the funding was available. And so there was 5 scholars that started it and then got their universities on side. Notice private sector were not involved at this particular point, though there were conversations going on lightly with some private sector companies. A shared vision gets created to have an impact on scholarship and innovation in Canada to better protect Canada and Canadians. There was a substantial lobbying effort, and I'm using that term very guardedly. You're not allowed to lobby the government unless you're a registered lobbyist. And we were academics, so we weren't lobbying. The technical word was we were educating, but it's kind of a distinction without a difference. But it was a substantial lobbying effort that was put into getting commitments from the federal government to provide direct support to cyber issues, both security and privacy. In 2019, so 3 years it took to get a budget announcement of a commitment of $80 million from the federal government. So they put $80 million into the budget as a line item, and they said that in 2021, they would launch the what eventually became known as the CSIN program. So from conception to funding, to potentially funding being available, was a 5-year gap. There's a long story. Offer me a beer later and I'll go give you all the details you would ever want. It actually took 2 years for that competition call to come out. Just like in the Army, this was hurry up and wait. We had 5 weeks to submit an application. This application was hundreds of pages long, and it required at least a 1-to-1 matching dollars from industry. So we had 5 weeks to raise $80 million of commitments in order to get this thing to move forward. We managed to get it done, okay? We submitted it, 5 weeks to write the application, okay? And then waited 8 months to find out if we were actually successful with the application. And yay, we won. The federal government gave us $80 million, and as part of that application, we didn't raise just $80 million of commitment, we raised $163 million in commitment. So the total package of funding going into just cybersecurity and privacy research in the country is a total of about $243 million worth of commitments. Now we're tracking slightly under that right now because the leverage is not quite at the 2-to-1 ratio, but it's very close to that. So the problem is we now had 5 academics who had to set this thing up. And by the way, we were doing this off the side of our desk. We had several false starts as we tried to get it going. So where are we now? We did get it going, by the way. Obviously, you invited me to talk about this. There's 132 post-secondaries in the country who have raised their hands and are participating in some aspect of the NCC's activities. We also have 84 private sector participants that are participating in some aspect of those activities. The private sector includes large organizations, small organizations, and not-for-profits. So we were able to hit our goal of getting the whole country at all the different levels and sectors involved. Most projects involved at least one post-secondary educational institution and one private sector. And we really look for meaningful collaboration. So we don't want somebody to say, yeah, okay, I'm interested in the project, and when it gets to TRL 8, we'll start to invest. We want the private sector to participate at the early stage ones, and then we want the post-secondary researchers to continue to be involved as it moves into the later TRL levels. So we're really after meaningful collaborations. So the problem is that we've been raised as academics, for all intents and purposes, to kind of be competitive with one another, and we're trying to break that model. So we're trying to encourage things to not just come from a single lab. And one of the key evaluation metrics, though it's not a requirement, it is strongly encouraged that the labs across the country find collaborations and work together to ask for larger chunks of money. And you'll see in a later slide that we're actually getting people to put proposals in for chunks of money that are atypical of what they usually are capable of applying for. We actually do this across a number of different streams. This was last year's award, but I'm just using it as an example. We do work in critical infrastructure. We've got 5 focus areas. One is critical infrastructure. Another is human-centric cybersecurity, which is where much of what this conversation today is going to fall within. Privacy protection, network security, and software security. So although 4 of those look very technical, I can tell you that every one of those 4 have got some aspect of HCC, human-centric cybersecurity, as a part of them, or we've got projects that are supporting how do you better build human factors into the development of cybersecurity systems. The breakout of the project by stream, which is the training, commercialization, and R&D streams, are there on the right side of the slide. Last year, we shipped $22.8 million to 37 projects. The year before, we shipped just shy of $12 million to 19 projects. This year, I'm not sure what we're going to get because the deadline for the applications this year is actually today. There's 3 categories of funding that people can apply to the NCC for. Something called accelerated projects, and there's a whole bunch of detail here. I've left this. I've just left all of this on this fairly busy slide because I'm going to make the slide deck available to anybody who wants it. So there's accelerated projects. These are really intense, high cost, high intense, short-term kinds of projects. Have to be completed in 2 years. New projects, the onboarding of the projects that you just saw from the 5 different focus areas that we're encouraging. And we opened up a second new category this year because what we were getting was comments coming back from some of our existing projects that were saying, oh, we've had a way that we want to innovate what we've been doing, so can you give us a little bit more money? We can't do that without going through some kind of a competition, so we got agreement from the government to open up this category called top-ups, and they're available to the 23 and 24 call projects. Once again, research and development projects, generally TRL 1 through 6. Commercialization projects are 7 through 9. Very hard to get good commercialization projects because they're generally written by private sector companies that are trying to get themselves going. And they're not like academics, which are very good at writing grant applications. So we have to do quite a bit of mentoring with the commercialization projects in order to get high enough quality ones that we actually feel comfortable funding them. And then the training projects are actually come in a number of different things, and it's across the entire ecosystem from traditional undergraduate, graduate, PhD degrees through to upskilling, reskilling, and looking at things like taking it out to First Nations and EDI and other kinds of activities like that to diversify the cybersecurity ecosystem.
Ken, I'll just get you to bring it to a close?
One slide. The standard projects that we've got are basically large scale ones, and spearhead ones are directly aimed at TRL1 and don't require matching money. And with that, you can see here the amount of funds that are available, up to $2.5 million. And with that, I am going to pause.
Wonderful. Well done. Well done. You brought it in right at the end there. It's very difficult to explain so much in such a short amount of time. Really, really difficult challenge. So let's get into the questions. And the first question that I wanted to bring to the panel is, what areas of cybersecurity research are we overlooking right now? And I might ask, just to kick us off while we're organizing who would like to respond to this question, I might direct it to Ati, because we haven't heard from you for a while, and I assume everybody's going to have a very different opinion on this one. But what are the areas of cybersecurity research that we are overlooking right now?
Thank you for the question. Cybersecurity, generally speaking, is always underfunded if you ask the Chief Information Security Officers. And I think that translates to the feeling of cybersecurity researchers. There's not enough money to go around for cybersecurity research in general. But I'd like to focus on human-centered cybersecurity, more specifically two areas that I think are close to what I do. There has been some research around governance and security of decentralized ecosystems, but definitely not enough with a human-centered approach. I'll say a little bit more about it, but the second one is human-centric cybersecurity for marginalized populations. I'll say a little bit more about that as well in a moment. So right now, going back to the first one, so security and governance of decentralized ecosystems. Right now, most research in this area is focused on smart contracts, bugs in cryptographic flaws that is inherited, really the technical side of it, which is important. But that's only part of the picture. The real challenge is often how in these decentralized ecosystems, people who are sitting behind these nodes in a decentralized way are going to react. And human nature gets involved, and we don't have enough multidisciplinary teams who are working to understand how these two can work together, in my opinion. So the people who are making the decisions and how the power is distributed and how those processes can be manipulated. So I think there's a lot that can be done. There's a lot that still needs to be discovered there, and there's a big opportunity that not enough people are looking at. And what's tricky here is that the vulnerabilities are not purely technical, they're social and behavioral too, and we don't have many frameworks, effective frameworks to study the intersection. Okay, I think we need political theory, behavioral economics, sociology to work hand in hand and in equal, eye-to-eye terms with people who know that, scholars who know the technology side of this, to move that forward. The second topic that I mentioned, human-centric cybersecurity in general, I think there's a lot to be done, because humans are unfortunately often called the weakest link in the chain, or if not that, the soft part of cybersecurity, quotation, as if that's a bad thing. But more specifically, human-centered cybersecurity for marginalized population. I think it's definitely underexplored, and there's a big gap that we have there. And what do I mean by that? Most tool solutions are designed with a kind of an average user in mind. Sometimes, marginalized populations are referred to as edge cases. Again, that negative connotation there. So they don't reflect the reality for many people who are really, really at risk. For example, people like journalists and activists. There's the cybersecurity implications for the type of activity that they do in their professional work and real life day-to-day is very different. Okay, refugees, other minorities who are living in hostile environments, they face very different threats. They're dealing with targeted surveillance, harassment, phishing, targeted phishing, sometimes even from their own people who they trust, whether in their communities or the government through proxies. And these users often don't have access to the latest, greatest tools. So we need to make sure that tools that we are developing, suggesting, are usable, accessible, and relevant to their unique context. Okay, and that's very important. So I think the academic world has this ethical responsibility to play this role to make sure not just the research in terms of publication, but also push it out so there's actually products going out, making it available, accessible to these users as well. With that, I stop, and I'd like to hear others as well.
So I might hand that question over to Randy next to see if he has a comment.
Sure. I want to bounce off what Addie was just talking about with respect to, in particular, immigrants and those types of people. And we're just working on a project related to that right now. And I think some of the issues around their perceptions of cybersecurity in the transition from the places they're coming from into Canada, I don't think we understand that well. I think that there's some challenges there, and particularly when you're going from a place where they have a significant amount of insecurity and moving into a place where there's moderately more security in general, like around their person, around their personhood, their ability to express identity, those types of things mean something to them. And how does that context matter to them? And what are the things that they're going to need in order to be particularly effective when they're coming into the country in order to avoid something else or to become part of the Canadian society or any other nation's society? And how are we supporting them in order to be able to make sure that they could adopt technologies that are frequently used within Canada? So that's one thing. I really like that thing. The other thing we don't really do a lot of, and we impose a lot of understandings, and I know this is a sensitive subject, but we impose a lot of understandings, our adult understandings, onto children. And I don't think we do enough research, and it's hard. I know it's a hard research area, but enough research about child adoption of technologies and their understanding and perceptions of risk, right? We make a bunch of assumptions around child use of technologies, and we have a discussion across Canada right now about the banning of cell phones in schools. Okay, well, what is that? That's symptomatic to me of a broader, and this is Randy's opinion here, okay, a broader education system that actually hasn't really figured out how to adopt technologies in an effective way and allow for internal use of cell phones within the classroom. And there's a broader societal thing in there which matters, right? And I understand that, but just thinking about cybersecurity for youth is a really important topic. A couple other pet peeves: policing in the digital world. What does that mean? We still have a very old model of law enforcement and how they are both recruited, integrated into the police forces, and then they'll spend 5 years in a car doing normal policing activities. They may get assigned to a cybercrime unit. Then they're in the cybercrime unit for a little while, and then they're off somewhere else, right? So what kind of models can we adopt that actually sort of leave behind some of the traditional models of policing in the digital world, and really emphasize, what are the things that they need to be doing in order to be able to stop cybercrime? Because otherwise the expertise just gets transferred on to other domains of work, which is fine. But I don't think there's enough research in that space, to be honest with you, to understand what that means, what the transition between work is, and et cetera. And then finally, the utility of compliance mechanisms in addressing cyber risk. We talk about compliance, we talk about cyber risk, and we know they're interlaced, but I don't think we've actually done any real at the organizational level. We don't really understand the utility of compliance in addressing cyber risk. Those are the ones that come to mind right off the top of my head.
Okay, great. I will call on Mark to see if Mark, do you have any comments on the question as to which areas of cybersecurity research we're overlooking right now?
I'm curious as to who we is in this context, so who we are, because of course it's kind of just like interesting questions about different perspectives, which I think is really important in understanding how cybersecurity is perceived, or even if it is perceived in different cultural contexts. I mentioned our expert fellows meeting. We had a really good keynote talk by a young scholar called Kanta Dehal, who works on how AI is perceived in different cultures, and it's very illuminating, that discussion. Interestingly, the sort of historical perspective she gave on that also kind of chimes with work that we've done here on public perception of AI, and how that's being pulled out in various cultural contexts. So AI and cyber are kind of going down, feel like they're going down similar paths in respect of this, in terms of, you know, how the research is done and how it's focused. So I'm just kind of emphasizing that element of thinking about cybersecurity and how it's mediated through cultural lenses. The other thing I think, which is a much more kind of in my wheelhouse, is thinking about it from a more of a futures orientation. So a lot of research in socio-technical areas tends to focus on what's happening in front of our noses. So of course there's been an enormous amount done in the last couple of years on AI and cybersecurity, just because that was kicking off left, right, and centre in the public domain. And actually, I think we should spend more of our time looking ahead, because what happens with the kind of reactive approach, which often encapsulates a lot of the research in this area, is that we're trying to fix something that has appeared and is already kind of causing issues in the world. So I would kind of be looking like, well, what's going to be happening in 10 years' time, given all the current social and technological changes that we're seeing, and then focusing more on that. That's one of the reasons why we picked out neurotech. Obviously, that's not a completely absent technology, but it's not kind of in the mainstream at the moment. But current trajectory strongly suggests neurological augmentation is a likely thing to be happening in 10 years' time. Cybersecurity issues around that are going to be massive, and very different. And so actually, people doing thinking about that, and possibly this is where human-orientated cybersecurity really comes home, because it's about physical cyber stuff being physically connected to actual soft, to use Atti's words, human beings. And so we think that this is a kind of really kind of critical area. That's just one technology. I'm not necessarily touting for that, but I think actually just orientating ourselves broader in terms of the perspectives that we're drawing in, and further forward in terms of what we're focusing on as the key areas that I think will be really important.
Very interesting. And I think we'll go to David just to round us out on this question.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, I'd really like to echo some of what's been said before. Mark's comments are very pertinent. I mean, there's a handful of people working on neurosurveillance and neuroprivacy. One of the most prominent being Marcelo Ianca, who's doing an amazing job, but there are not that many people. I recently did a small project looking at the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency's projects in this area, and there's a whole load. There's a massive emphasis on neuro technologies and neurosurveillance. And those are just the things we know about. As you know, if you've looked at DARPA's archives, things are there publicly for a while, then they go dark, and you don't know whether they've been implemented or whether they've failed. And so we have to have I think it needs to be a real focus on that sort of thing, that interface between the cyber and the biological, essentially. It's not just neurological, but broader things. Yeah. I'd also like to echo what Atti said earlier on about, sort of global justice and people, people from different countries. I think justice is a key component here. Cybersecurity has a tendency, like other topics, broadly speaking, connected with policing, to be considered to be like the same everywhere, as if cybersecurity is cybersecurity wherever you're talking about it. And it's really not the case. And it's not just, for example, as Randy said, with new immigrants to Canada being an issue for us, but the way in which people are now followed throughout their life course, wherever they go, by the the intelligence agencies, the people who track them in the beginning in their home country. And anybody from Iran or Russia will know this personal attention, for example, continues to be focused on you, regardless of how long ago it is that you left the country, especially if you left the country, for security reasons, like for your own personal security. That kind of long hand of digital interference and cyber sort of intrusion is really, really key. And the final thing I just wanted to say is, leading on to this, is the question of geopolitics. I think one of the things we have to address in cybersecurity research is the fox and the hen house problem. Many of us assume that the countries we're working for are good people, basically. We're good people doing good things for good reasons. But you only have to look at who the people are involved in private surveillance companies in the world. And you start to see names, countries like Italy, like Switzerland, like Israel, like others, who are nominally allies of Canada, but they're all major sponsors of these kinds of private surveillance companies. And some of the times, of course, we think it's okay for us if we use these mercenary companies for good reasons, but it's not okay for someone else. But these are very much part of the same phenomenon. I think the Pall Mall process is really important because it's for the first time kind of addressing this as a, if you like, geopolitically neutral conception. We're actually going to try to address the damage that our private surveillance companies do, not just the damage that their private surveillance companies do. And I think that's a really key thing. We've got to be a lot more honest about our own governments and corporations' involvement in these kind of things and funding of these kinds of things. So that's an area I'd like to see a lot more work done on. Obviously, it's part of what I'm doing. So of course, I want to see more research in that area. But thank you very much.
Wonderful. And this is such an interesting question, I guess, and a fundamental question that we might take a little bit more time on it. So I'm going to pass it over to Pascal.
You're muted, Pascal.
Sorry. Very interesting to hear everyone's comments and interests. Some very, very sophisticated stuff. I'll bring it back a couple levels in terms of complexity, but in the human aspect of it, obviously from CyberEco's perspective, we don't feel there's a lot of research out there on mutualization of cybersecurity capabilities, of how to be, how organizations can share tools, knowledge, expertise across sectors, how they can operate under different mandates and still collaborate, the sharing of IP and capabilities. It's not like we have any actual statistics or measures of performance or anything to support any of what we're trying to do in this space. So clearly there's a lack of research there. And in fact, there are a lot of cautionary tales that I've personally observed, but that could lead to some interesting assumptions. So if you're a professor wanting to study this, I'm happy to potentially work with you on that. I think another very interesting portion, and I started bringing economists into cyber around the mid 2000s, 2005, 2006. And that yielded some pretty interesting results. And we focused on, the behavior of malware groups and actors at the time, and came up with some of the original publications in that space. And now I would like to take those people from the economics and finance side and bring them more into the cost optimization and rationalization of cybersecurity capabilities. And there are hundreds of millions, if not billions, something to test and verify that is being wasted because we are overspending on capabilities that do not provide the return on risk reduction that is necessary or expected. And that is a huge problem. The way that we attribute funds to capabilities, attribute staffing, humans and technical capabilities, that's something that hasn't really been studied. And that's also a complex one because if you're an academic, you will need to work with industry in depth to be able to get to that. And you will need a multidisciplinary, cross-section of people to be able to do that. Now, I've come up with a full series of services and capabilities during my tenure at KPMG around this, but it wasn't based on any actual academic work. It was based on my personal experience and what I could observe and what I could bring in terms of tools and solutions. But I couldn't go and look at any academic papers or studies or tools to build up a practice and a professional capability. This all had to be done industry level. So that I see a huge weakness there that materializes in the form of we're not covering enough of the risk because we're covering the wrong risk because we're putting the money in the wrong places ultimately. So that's my 2 cents on this. Sorry, that took a little more time than I thought.
Well, I mean, it's such an interesting area, and my apologies to Ken, but what I might do is move on to the next question for two reasons. One, we're trying to get through quite a lot of very interesting areas, and the second reason is you're taking applications today, and I wouldn't want the answer to that question to induce unnecessary stress in the people who are completing their applications at the moment if you suddenly say some area that they hadn't thought of and they want to rewrite things. So if you don't mind, Ken, what I might put to you first is, how do we make sure that the human element doesn't get sidelined in cybersecurity research? It's often one of those things that's hard to quantify in terms of return on investment, and it's not necessarily one of the things that screams profitable product when you start talking about humans and societies and larger, broader sort of public factors. So how do you think we can probably work towards making sure the human element doesn't get sidelined when it comes to cybersecurity research?
So I actually, it's interesting the way the question's kind of articulated, because the return on investment potentially from understanding human factors and the human element in cybersecurity and privacy related questions is probably the largest return on investment that we can make. And I say that because I can make an investment in somebody who creates the next great cryptographic algorithm, okay? And the return on that investment may occur over 50 years, and it would be incremental at best, to be honest with you, possibly essential. And we would actually never be able to quantify that as a return on investment. But if you make an investment in your people to get them up to speed on how to better protect themselves, their organization, and actually, as far as that goes, their personal life writ large, that ROI is significant and immediate. So I think what we have to do is start asking the question differently. And the question isn't, well, what's the direct ROI? In other words, I put $1 in, I get $5 out. Instead, we have to say, well, what are the costs of not putting $1 in? Okay, and think about a privacy breach as an example of that. Failing to get people to, for example, have as a default an encryption of their laptop when they're traveling, an encrypted disk as their laptop, so they end up revealing private and personal information from their client base. The cost to the organization could be huge. I mean, absolutely huge because of the privacy breach. GDPR has, up to 4% of your annual revenue as a potential penalty that you might have to pay for something like that. And that catalyzed a different kind of behavior. And those breaches usually don't occur because some really clever 16-year-old manages to hack into your laptop. They occur because you leave the laptop at the bar and go for a walk to get to your airplane at the last minute. And how do you train people to get to the point at which those are the kinds of factors that are that you're going to consider? So what I would encourage researchers to do is start thinking about return on investment if you're in the social sciences, if you're in economics, if you're in other things, in a different way than engineers and scientists think about how to make an argument to a corporation to get investment into their ideas. And that's about protection, and it's about getting your people trained, and it's a whole bunch of other things. How do we build better systems that have, for example, privacy by design as a core part of their design process? Believe me, your typical programmer is not thinking about privacy by design because they haven't been trained in it, because they haven't considered human factors and all those other kinds of aspects. So I'll pause there. I could probably go on for hours, but I'll pause there.
So I'll put it over to Ati to get her insights on this.
Thank you. I totally agree with everything that Ken said, particularly that the ROI is really huge when you invest in the people. I'd like to qualify, though, while the ROI is definitely huge, it's hard to make a business case to a CISO to, for example, give mindfulness breaks to all of your employees at this big organization, because if you do, they're going to be less of a target or less of a victim of a phishing attack. And they would laugh at you if you say, oh, just make sure you bring yoga instructors or mindfulness practitioners to do this for all of your people. But we're showing it in research. I've actually published papers that if people are generally practicing mindfulness, not cybersecurity mindfulness, because that is a thing, but generally mindfulness, they do better in detecting phishing emails. There is publication there. So putting the ROI the way the industry is expecting it in a business case is, we find it to be challenging. So the human element in cybersecurity is often difficult to quantify, and that's why it's hard to make that business case the way they expect it. And it's hard to commercialize and frequently overlooked in a capital-driven environment, as you mentioned. So what can we do? Well, it's really about human behavior, not just bad passwords, right? Not just encryption it's really their behavior. So their trust, their fear, their anxiety, their confusion, their fatigue, their exhaustion, that may be as a result of the life that they're living outside the work, or the fatigue and exhaustion as part of the actual work. They're taking all of that. So it's the person as a whole that is making those cybersecurity decisions, showing that human behavior. So ignoring that very human element of it is what's missing. And it's not just a missed opportunity, it's a critical flaw, in my opinion. So how do we change that? So I have some ideas. And it's not like these are very novel ideas, but I'd like to see more of them. So funders and institutions need to explicitly value interdisciplinary work. So we see that, at least in Canada, we have interdisciplinary panels for funding applications. So that's great. However, they need to be more generous towards an interdisciplinary application proposal. Not generous in terms of how much money, but generous in terms of the deliverables and how long it takes to actually have an organic interdisciplinary work. What doesn't work is to have a forced marriage between a social scientist and an engineer or a computer scientist. That does not work. It really needs to be organic. It takes time to understand each other, and and it's very hard to publish interdisciplinary work as well. So it's publish or perish still, right? So I think they need to be more generous for these things to have an easier way to come to fruition. Another thing is we need to go back to the board and see what success look like in tech driven areas, and cybersecurity, for the most part, it's still being looked at that way. It's scale, speed, automation, but in human-centered cybersecurity, that can't work. And at least it's a missed opportunity. Another thing I want to say is that we need to build stronger bridges between researchers and people who are most affected through advocacy and through co-creation of some of these research statements, problems. So I think that would go a very long way because the advocacy groups are much closer to the actual problem that us researchers are, to imagine what the problems are. And finally, I think we need to be honest. Some of this work won't be profitable in a traditional sense, and that's okay. And we should be okay with that. That's okay. And public institutions, governments are there. They exist. So universities, governments, philanthropy groups, they exist to work on what the market won't work on, right? That's why they exist. So if the market, the industry doesn't pick up on some of these, that's exactly why the public institutions exist, to pick it up. So it's important for for instance, ICIT to realize they should not necessarily just focus on commercialization, or if they do, another arm of the government should cover up the gap there. Thank you.
Very interesting, Addie. I think that perhaps forced marriage between technical and social researchers might not work for research, but it'd make a great television show. So I might put that same question over to you, Randy.
Right. I just want to, so Ken and Addie provided some really relevant context here, but when we look at the legacy of cybersecurity and the sort of the really techno-centric perspectives and approaches to cybersecurity research, we get, and even the more business-centric approaches to cybersecurity research now, we're really sort of missing the whole point that security as a human conception is highly subjective, right? And the problem is what going back to Addie's comment about behavior, and Ken was nodding his head. There's some issues there that we have yet to even explore that go back into social psychology, a bunch of other fields, economics, even, those types of things. And when I think of what I look at within organizational security as well, we keep on, we trumpet on users, executive decision makers, and the technical specialists, but we don't actually study, the cybersecurity thinking that's going on within an organization, or what people are thinking about with respect to cybersecurity, and not just from a user perspective, but from their jobs, the relevance of their jobs, right? And it's, again, when I was in the military, one of the things that was pounded into me was this was a matter of your own personal survival, right? And that changes your thinking about security. So that was the one thing. And the other thing I just want to sort of emphasize is Addie's comment on the co-creation. We're struggling with interdisciplinarity, I think, because often what ends up happening is somebody within one discipline gets a question, and then they invite other people into the question. And the question may not change much, but what if we had, understanding interdisciplinary meeting of the minds to come up with the question, so that we have this the perception, a common perception around the question in the first place, and we don't do a lot of that. Okay, so this idea of co-creation of research within the interdisciplinary world, I think, is really important, because that's when you're going to actually start to see, I think, the meeting of not only the minds but the practices as we move forward in research.
So, Michael, can I jump in quickly? Just a quick comment about what Randy and Deepa said. If you're talking to the CSO, you're talking to the wrong person here. If you want to catalyze change within an organization and deeper engagement, you need to be talking to the board chair, not even the CEO, because the CEO is operational. They have a mandate to deliver widgets or whatever it is that organization does, and that's how they're measured. That's how they get their bonus checks. The board chair has a responsibility to the governance of the organization to ensure that these kinds of threats that are potentially coming from all sorts of unknown spaces are actually being addressed by the CEO. So if the board directs an organization to actually start to invest in these kinds of things, that will catalyze change across the organization, and it'll go through the CEO to the CSO, and the CSO won't implement this anyway. It'll end up at the CIO's desk, who will then start to actually build these things, because the CSO has a very, very specific mandate, and it has very little to do with these things unless directed otherwise. So I just wanted to put that out there. You have to consider the governance of the organization in terms of how you're going to approach them.
I might sort of to switch this based on something that Ati said. You raised benefits or goods that aren't necessarily monetary, that are potentially for the benefit of a wider society. And I think that might be a good introduction to bring David in, because a lot of his work could be well classified as being something that's not going to make anybody any money, but probably something that's good for a lot of us anyway, and the kind of things that are outside the remit of what we might expect private industry to do. So, David, do you have any comments on how we make sure the human element doesn't get sidelined in cybersecurity research?
Well, yeah, quite a few, I guess. I mean, I'm always the person who's like slightly skeptical about some of these things which say you can have win-win things when it comes to making money and meeting human rights and justice needs. I think some of these things cost money, and we've got to acknowledge that it's not always going to be a case that you'll actually do better financially. We try and persuade organizations this way that they should do this and take this up, but it's not necessarily going to be the case, and certainly not immediately. So the idea that everybody's going to make money from things that are right is not actually true. Sometimes you have to suck it up, and you have to pay some money, and you have to make some investments, whether you're a government or a private corporation, to do things that are right. And also, of course, to comply with the law. It's not, let's face it. I mean, there are a lot of these things are not just things that are morally right. They're many times they're actually legally mandated, or they're in constitutions and statutes and codes of practice, and are widely ignored. We're seeing at the moment, of course, in the USA, how much ignoring these kinds of things, what it does to a society and to trust and everything else. We're seeing the widespread, complete destruction of constitutional norms, not just codes of practice, but everything right up to the Constitution of the USA itself. And so this is only a useful lesson for us thinking about cybersecurity, right? We have all these standards, we have all these things that we agree are right and we should do, and yet it is so easy in practice to go back to brute force and essentially say, make me. And this is one of the things, the bigger an organization you are, the more you can just say that essentially, well, make me. And the question then is, who is going to make you? And that's when we have, I think a widespread lack in cybersecurity of institutions at the top level that essentially can adjudicate on these kinds of questions. Some of these things can go to the International Court of Justice, the ICC, if they're serious enough. But those things are, tend to be things like crimes against humanity, war crimes. It's very difficult, with human rights concerns to know where to go when it's at a lower level. There are European level courts, for example, but many parts of the world don't have that level of adjudication. So it's a very complex issue of what relates to what's right, what's legal, and how we do that. But it's certainly not going to make you money, unless you're a lawyer, perhaps.
I think that might be a good spot to bring Pascal back in. Pascal, you're very much working with groups, and your organization is where the rubber meets the road in a lot of cases. So, what have you seen, or what are your concepts to make sure that the human-centric cybersecurity stuff isn't left out?
Yeah, it's a broad topic, as we can tell from all the answers. And bringing it back maybe to the original sense of the question, I think part of the problem is that there is a bias that the human side of cybersecurity is not as valuable as, let's call it, the STEM side. And for people who have that STEM side, like it's not only a real bias, but it's also partly true. I mean, it's a perspective that has to change, and a lot of stuff on the human side has been focused on very, very high level, just security awareness, like very basic stuff, and we haven't really gotten to the meat that much, especially not in industry, right? In academia, just looking at what you guys have done with the human-centric partnership, there's a lot that's been produced and published, and it's very interesting, and we can see a lot of avenues for materializing that in industry. But really, if you talk to people in industry and they have that STEM-based background in cyber, and they understand, look, within 30 minutes, any offensive team will break into pretty much any company in Canada, any good offensive team, and I have the stats to back it up. So that's the biggest problem, right? There are technology level failures everywhere. But then you have to expand and extend and say, wait a minute, why is it broken? It's broken because people don't proactively identify assets. They don't manage vulnerabilities. They don't patch. They don't do secure configuration management. And why don't they do it? Well, is it people are lazy? People are not conscious of the problem? No, they're very conscious of the problem. But why aren't these things getting prioritized? And then you start getting into the human aspect of things, understanding motivations, understanding what gets done, why it gets done, what doesn't get done, why. Why do we have technical debt that creates all these cybersecurity issues? There are reasons for that, and they're rooted in human behavior and decisions that can be studied, anthropologically, from a sociology, psychology standpoint, economic standpoint. Like, all of these things are extremely important and interesting and should be applied to practice. And how do you apply it to practice? Well, it can be, straight at the policy level to enforce activities and create capabilities that will monitor those human behaviors that lead to cybersecurity problems. And they're not, I clicked on the wrong thing, because I think that's not really where we need to go with this human-centric part. The reality is, we have the technology and the means to stop those links from getting clicked, right? We have the technology right now to stop a lot of, if not all, phishing attacks, and even the very targeted ones. So we have a responsibility as technologists to build secure products and make sure that they work well as intended. I don't like using humans as an excuse and putting the onus back on the user. That is a practice that is inherently wrong. Anyway, I don't want to take all the time, but it's very, very interesting stuff there. But that bias of STEM versus not STEM is very strong. And even, I think, in the funding, prior to the wonderful work that NCC is doing, and the way that Ken is bringing that forward, I think it was really much, are you on I said CSRNG, sorry for using the French acronym, versus SHIRK, and those things were separate and you couldn't really work together. I know, because I co-founded Serene Risk, right? So I've been in that circuit for a long time. So I think we're moving forward, but there's still a strong bias academically, in industry, and in government as well.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting irony, that there are a set of biases that are preventing people from integrating an understanding of biases into cybersecurity. I might turn it to Mark now. You've been sitting here listening to all of the Canadians talk about this particular issue. I'll bring it to you to round out this question.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting as kind of like there is a kind of prevailing piece of humor, I suppose, about sorry, am I? Yes, I am. So I am not muted. It's a prevailing piece of humor. Cybersecurity would be great if it wasn't for the people. And that's kind of odd, isn't it? Because you wouldn't need cybersecurity if you didn't have people. So there is a kind of, the fact that there's even a question that human factors should be left out is kind of almost feels like that question is framed in the wrong way. And I liked Randy's kind of thing about thinking about co-designing the questions. I do feel that is really important. That there isn't that kind of real grassroots beginning of a problem discussion about what it is you're trying to solve. And it feels like cybersecurity should fundamentally be human. And it's not atechnical, but it is definitely something which at the root should be human, rather than thinking about something that's kind of added on at the end. So there's almost like a back to front way of thinking about the fundamental problems. I think the other thing I would say that gets left out of this conversation sometimes is values. So there's, what are the why questions here? So why are we doing that? You mentioned trust and ethics in here. And I think that's kind of really important. So what is important in terms of what do human beings actually want out of this technology? Whether it's the cybersecurity or something of which cybersecurity is being applied to. And how does that going to undermine some other fundamental things like trust? So I think actually getting back to starting from sometimes at least, that where the human beings are starting from rather than where the technology is starting from is really important. So I think those are the two things I would kind of draw out. So values being kind of pulled more into the conversation, starting with the human sometimes rather than starting with the technology.
Thanks very much for that. So we have one question left and very little time left to answer it. So we might run this somewhat like a lightning round, where I'll give each of you a minute to answer the question. And what we're looking at here is the question of interdisciplinary research. It has been raised. It's already come up in the conversation that we've had so far. But we've got an incredibly experienced panel. So what I want to ask you is, from your experience, you've been involved in these kinds of research, and you've seen things that work and you've seen things that don't work. So what I want to ask is, what does successful interdisciplinary collaboration look like? What is it like when it works? And keep in mind, this is going to be a very hard question to answer in the amount of time that I'm going to give you, because I'm going to give you about a minute each to share what's probably a lifetime of experience. So I'm going to run through each of you nice and quickly, and hopefully we'll get an idea of what interdisciplinary collaboration looks like in practice. And I'm going to start with you, Ati.
Thank you. I think I already mentioned that it has to be organic, and I'll take the minute to tell you more about what I mean by organic. So successful collaboration usually starts with mutual respect. I've seen cases where, a social scientist was brought just to check a box to say, we are interdisciplinary, a bunch of technical scholars. That's not good. And then technical folks are only invited to code the tool, a bunch of social scientists. So that's not good. Everyone needs to be on equal a seat at the table, and it takes time. And it's critical to build that level of trust and respect and lexicon and common language and evidence and this and that over time. So it may not be something that can be achieved very quickly. We need to be patient. And in order to make that in the future, I think we need people with dual degrees in cybersecurity. And let's make dual degrees in cybersecurity so the future scholars actually come equipped with all of this. I'll leave it at that.
Perfect. So I'll move from Ati to Randy.
Right. So I agree with Adi regarding the interdisciplinary programs. That's where interdisciplinarity will start. But the other thing I want to do is I want to bring up Pascal's previous discussion about reality confrontation. And I think what we see here is when we start talking about this in an interdisciplinary way, we don't necessarily have enough appreciation and understanding of the different realities that are in play. And they are very different realities, as everybody's sort of alluded to, and when these realities may clash. And understanding those realities before we actually launch into the research is really kind of an important thing to do. That's it for me. Less than a minute.
Perfect. To you, Pascal.
Yes, very quickly. So, one of my best experiences in living this successful multidisciplinary collaboration was, not random. It was coerced, because I was a CEO and I was able to, hire the people that I wanted in my research team, and I took engineers that were studying command and control systems and malware, and that were tracking malware actors, but from a very technical side. And I brought this brilliant lady, Sarah Cynthia Clouston-Paquette, who's now a professor at Université Montréal, to look at the cybercrime and economic angle of it. And then that led to very prolific work. And so it can be directed. It doesn't have to be, this super organic thing. So I think industry has a role to play in making those things happen, right? Identifying outcomes that matter to industry, and bringing the different types of scientists and academics that are required to get it done. And we also had great success later on by bringing in an anthropologist into the team, just to say how diverse we were able to grow that team. So that's it. That's my 2 cents. But there's more within the cyber info stuff.
I'll move it over to you, David.
Yeah, thank you. I agree actually with both the organic and the coerced approach. I think that they both have their places. I took part in a very interesting workshop last year, which was an unconference format, i.e., a no agenda 5-day event that was called Fundamental Issues Between Computer Science and Social Sciences and the Humanities in the Netherlands. And basically, we had to construct from the beginning. It was people across multiple disciplines. We had to construct our own agenda, decide what the fundamental questions were, start to arrange ways of talking about them. We did all kinds of different things. And it was a really interesting experience because all of us had to sort of abandon our preconceptions and listen to people from the beginning, however uncomfortable that might have been. And I think by the end, we just about worked out what some of the fundamental questions were after 5 days. But I'm actually thinking of following this up and doing an event like this next year in Canada. So look out for that. The other thing I just wanted to mention is that the training is absolutely vital. We're going to be starting a new MA program, a 12-month intensive taught MA at the University of Ottawa, called Critical Surveillance and Security Studies, which will do exactly this kind of interdisciplinary education for people who are already professionals, already working in government, but who want to get this more rounded approach to how to understand these things. And that should be starting in late 2026, but so look out for that as well.
Perfect. And to you, Mark?
Yeah, I think really just to echo what everybody else has said in a slightly different way, I think it's relational. So it is a relationship. There is a kind of overhead necessary to get that relationship started. You have to do a lot of talking before you can do any research, but then you have to carry on talking in order to maintain the relationship because your field will be moving on, their field will be moving on. So you keep having to have these conversations to make sure you're still on the same page. So that's a necessary overhead. I think the benefits almost always in my case outweigh the costs. The benefits you get from absorbing somebody else's perspective on a problem almost always adds to your own understanding of the problem. So that is definitely my preferred way of operating, but it is, you do have to acknowledge you have to work at it like any relationship.
Wonderful. And Ken, you have the last minute.
Okay, perfect. So this means that I can say something totally controversial and it will not be contradicted. I actually don't think interdisciplinary and these kinds of multidisciplinary initiatives work because I think we all live in our own tribes and we end up going back to the thinking the way our own tribes do. If you really want to do this, create a discipline called cybersecurity, okay? And then bring all of the people who can make a contribution under that umbrella. And that's that will cause true catalytic change. So cybersecurity is computer science, it is engineering, it is mathematics, it is sociology, it is law, it is public policy, it is a ton of different disciplines who think about things from a cybersecurity and privacy focused kind of way. And that way, the conversation is around cybersecurity. It's not around the application of public policy to cybersecurity. And I think if you get to that point, you truly will be transformative in actually moving the needle.
Wonderful. And if you have a disagreement with what Ken said, the comments are there. Go wild. So with that, thank you everyone for your time. It's been a very interesting panel and we've been blessed by such a range of experiences, perspectives, backgrounds, and insights. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to our audience. This has been the Human-Centric Cybersecurity Partnership's contribution to SECREV for 2025. And given that we won't be around next year, the last contribution that the Human-Centric Cybersecurity Partnership will make to this event. Thank you very much for your time to the panelists, and thank you very much for your time to the audience.
Are we live now?
Welcome, Summit.
Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome from the Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity. I'll be your host. My name is Sumit Kundu. I'll be your host for the next couple of hours. And today's session is titled Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity 2024 Dataset Creation at the University of New Brunswick. We have lined up some amazing group of speakers for you over the next couple of hours. But before we get into the presentation, just allow me a few minutes to give a very quick introduction of, what it is that we do. So, like I said, we are Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity, located here at the University of New Brunswick. A bit about our geographical location. We are located in the province of New Brunswick, which is one of the four provinces of what forms the Atlantic Canada here in the country. A bit about our flag. Our flag shows the importance of maritime activity here in the province, and also our history and connection with the continent of Europe. In terms of business, we are big in lumber. If you talk about numbers, lumbers constitute, somewhere close to, 10% of the province's GDP. We are big in potato farming as well, so as home to, companies like McCain and Cavendish Farms. While these industries have been the backbone of the province historically, we have been making some advancement in the field of information communication and technology, and in the space of cybersecurity as well. This is the beautiful University of New Brunswick campus here in the city of Fredericton. It's a beautiful campus, and by the way, it's a place for many firsts as well. It's one of the first public university here in the country, and it is the first English language university, in the country. And we are also the first university to launch a computer science faculty back in the year 1990s. While these are some very important historical facts, but the University of New Brunswick is big on innovation and entrepreneurship as well. If I can mention a couple of examples, one example that comes to my mind is Bosseron Security, a company that was started by researchers of UNB, and now has been working as a full-fledged company here in the province, and has customer across the continent. This is us. This is the team here at the Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity. The institute was founded in 2017 by our founder and our director, Professor Ali Gurbani, who's also Canada, who's also cybersecurity research chair here in Canada. Other than that, we have two more research chair, MasterCard research chair and an NB Power research chair. When it comes to number of people, we are a little over 100, which includes our postdocs, our students, our staff. We are big on industry partners. We have close to 5 active members in the industry, which includes members from both the private and the public sectors. Right since the time the institute was founded, like I said, we are big on partnerships. We have founded 15 MOUs. Rather, I should say we have co-signed 15 MOUs. And co-founded 2 consortium. One of that consortium is the National Cybersecurity Consortium, which was a consortium between 5 university, which came together, got a lot in the federal funding. And it's a good example of how, the private sector and public sector came together and did some really critical, research in the space of cybersecurity. A bit about our strategical priorities. Like I mentioned in the like I mentioned in the earlier slide, we are big in partnership. We partner with all sort of companies, small scale, medium scale, the private sector organization and the public sector organization, and we help them solve some of their cybersecurity problems and challenges from a research point of view. We are big in growth as well. And when I say growth, I just don't mean in terms of growth of the institute. We also contribute to the growth of the country in terms of the cybersecurity. So how we do that is we provide our research, we provide our talent, which enables the cybersecurity system here in the country. We are big in research. Rather, I should say our bread and butter is research. Most of the comprehensive research is done with our industry partner. One of our main focus is also to develop and offer training programs to meet the true cybersecurity needs of both the public and the private sector. So we have long-term training and short-term trainings. Our short-term trainings would be a typical cybersecurity 101. Our long-term trainings would be, let's say, somebody is planning to do their PhDs in cybersecurity. Institute is the place for them. We also have what you call is a Masters of Applied Cybersecurity program. It's a very fast-paced program. In that program, we look for a really mature student, somebody who has done a bachelor's in technology, a few years of experience in the industry. We put them in this very, very fast and rigorous course, and once the course is over, they join the workforce here in Canada. We do a lot with respect to our knowledge sharing and community. If you're somebody who's a student, who's a researcher, or who's somebody who wants to, keep up their knowledge base with respect to cybersecurity, I would urge you to visit our website. We upload all sort of content there. When it comes to knowledge sharing, we also have a monthly webinar. So we organize 2 webinars every month in which we, invite leaders from academia and from industry to come on our webinars and, share their knowledge and share their wisdom for us. So if you never want to miss an opportunity to attend one of those webinars, please follow our LinkedIn page because those announcements are made there. In terms of the community, we also share, we also organize, hackathon, here in the city. Just a few days back, we organized a hackathon, for the high school student, and it gives me immense happiness to say that the Fredericton School was actually the winner. So this is just a bit about our strategic priorities as an institute. Now that our today's topic is with respect to data sets, I thought it would be nice to sort of give an introduction of what are different data sets available on our website. If you look at the screen, we cover the data sets from different areas and different topics within the cybersecurity domain, large language model, the dark web, the DNS datasets. If you look at the list of our speakers today, our first 2 speakers would cover datasets on IoT. Our third speaker would cover graph learning, and our last speaker would cover IIoT. So we have datasets on different topic on our website. So again, if you're inquisitive and if you're somebody who wants to keep up their knowledge base with respect to cybersecurity, I would urge you to visit our website. And with this, I think we move on to the much interesting part of today's session. These are our 4 speakers. Our first speaker would be Dr. Mehdi Rabbani. Our second speaker, Dr. Mehdi Rabbani, would be talking on a topic with respect to IoT device. Arun would also, speak with respect to a topic on IoT devices. Our third speaker would be Mr. Griffin. So Griffin is going to cover, malware analysis, and that will be followed by Irfan. Irfan is going to, cover a topic around IIoT, Industrial Internet of Things. With this, I will introduce our first speaker for the day. Our first speaker for the day is Dr. Mehdi Rabbani. Dr. Mehdi is a postdoctoral fellow at the Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity here at the University of New Brunswick. He currently leads two projects, one on detecting the smishing attacks and another on mitigating the credential tweaks attacks, while also contribute to a separate malware analysis. Previous to this, Dr. Mahdi led a project focused on access management system for IoT devices, including IoT device identification and anomaly detection. Prior to this, Dr. Mahdi was a visiting researcher at the Dalhousie University, where he focused on machine learning and deep learning approaches for detecting DDoS attacking in IoT devices. He received a full scholarship for his PhD in computer science and technology at the Nanjing University of Science and Technology in China, where he graduated in the year 2022. His PhD dissertation was titled MLDL Approaches for the Malicious Behavior Detection and Recognition in Intrusion Detection Systems, demonstrates his commitment to advancing the field. Additionally, Dr. Mahdi completed his MTech in Artificial Intelligence at the University of Mysore in India before pursuing his doctoral study. Dr. Mahdi has contributed to the field of cybersecurity with numerous publications in various journals. His research interest includes AI for cybersecurity, malware analysis, graph learning, machine learning, and deep learning-based network anomaly detection and recognition, as well as the privacy enhancing techniques for IoT devices. This was a very, very short and a brief introduction to Dr. Mahdi. And at this point, I invite Dr. Mahdi onto the stage, or I should call it a virtual stage. Why don't Dr. Mahdi, why don't you please, share your video and your presentation?
Hello, everyone. And thank you very much, Somit, for introducing me. So today I will talk about CIC IoT DI AD 2024 dataset, which is a dual function dataset for IT device identification and anomaly detection. As Samit introduced me, my name is Mahdi, and I'm a postdoctoral fellow at Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity. Today, I will talk about the research objectives and dataset overview, and which contains two different phases. Phase one for device identification, and I will talk about the behavioral-based features for device identification, and I will also talk about identification of the devices based on features from HTTPS and user agent. And in phase two, which is related to anomaly detection, I will explain how we detected individual attack, and then how, as a kind of individual attack detection, and how we, considering all of the attacks in one class, how we can identify, let's say, anomalies among the benign traffic. And I will also talk about a scenario where we had for zero-day attack detection. And at the end, I will talk about the integrated model that we had for both device identification and anomaly detection, and conclusion. So the first objective was IT device identification, how we can identify and classify different type of IoT devices based on behavioral patterns. And also we extracted a behavioral feature from the payload and the header of the packets. And as I mentioned, we have separate features for identifying the IT devices from the HTTPS traffic. And in anomaly detection, we have detection of individual attacks, where we have 7 type of main attack categories, and also detecting anomalies, which we can call it abnormal behaviors against benign traffic. So, and just an illustration of the objectives. So if we are talking about the IoT devices and we want to have a kind of access management system. So initially, when we want to buy something from Amazon, we are log into our account in Amazon, and then we buy something from Amazon, and then there is a payment that conducted, and in that case, the user is actually doing the whole process. But if you want to replace it with the IoT devices, let's say if an Alexa wanna buy something from Amazon, initially it's received a comment from the user, and then the Alexa should browse Amazon website, and when everything is done and the IoT wanna pay the amount through a payment company, so the payment company should understand that what is the type of the device that is connected and wanna go for a payment. And in that case, let's say that the payment company should understand that it's Alexa and it's a smart speaker and from the Amazon, the vendor's Amazon. And then at the same time, they have to understand the behavior of the device, for whether the device is under an attack or the behavior of the device is normal. So in the first phase, we will, as I mentioned, I classify the devices based on the device behavior, and we have different type of IT devices in Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity devices, camera devices, audio devices, lighting, power outlet, and then home automation and hub devices. And so this is a workflow of the approach that I want to talk for IT device identification. So first we collected network traffic data from different IT devices, and then we have a process PCAP to CSV. We extracted the features specifically for identifying IT devices, and then we have some other process for preprocessing and feature extraction, feature conversion, normalization, reduction, and selection. And then when we have a kind of significant features for identifying devices, we used a machine learning model for identifying the type of the device. So as I mentioned, it's a behavioral-based feature for identifying different type of the IoT device categories. And then here we extracted behavioral-based features. I will explain and then put them in some main categories. And we have some specific features for HTTPS and user agent. So if we want to just put them all in some main categories, we have features from network protocol, we have features from handshake and TLS. We have timing feature, and then there are some like very important features from user agent string, user agent browser, operation system, and a device. And also there are some statistical features that we generated based on the previous features that I explained. And the second phase, anomaly detection for IT devices. So we had some features for device identification. Now we wanna come up with new features to classify the devices and also detect if the device is under an attack. So again, it's similar to the previous framework. We collected traffic from IT devices, and then in the previous framework, we had some features extracted for classifying IT devices. But here we need some other features that can help us to detect malicious behaviors from the benign traffic data. So for example, here we want to identify if like a camera is under an attack or a smart speaker is under attack, and how they behave when they have benign traffic, when they are their behavior is normal, or when they have some sort of malicious behavior. So and here we have 7 main attack categories distributed then of DDoS, and then web-based attack, recon attack, DOS attack, and then Mirai attack, and then spoofing and brute force. And for each main attack category, we have some subcategories of those attacks. And if you see in our website, we have main folders for the main attack categories, and inside every folder we have sub-attack categories for different subcategory of the attacks. So, and this is the total number of features that we extracted. The black color are mainly for device identification, and the other remaining features are for anomaly detection. So I just want to explain briefly for the feature that we extracted for anomaly detection. So we have a stream feature, and the definition is a sequence of packet exchange between a specific source and destination. And it actually represents a single communication session between 2 endpoints. And the role of these features in device identification and anomaly detection is identify specific communication session and their characteristics by analyzing stream. And if there is an unexpected spike in traffic or changes in session duration, that can actually signal a potential security incident. And here I just want to compare the actual number that we extracted from the data set. For example, here we have the average of total packet in the same stream in 30 seconds for benign traffic. And then you can see that there is a difference between when we measure it for benign traffic and then when we have it for DDoS attack and also for spoofing. So, and for channel features, the channel is the communication pathway between 2 devices, and is present the logical connection for which data is transmitted. And what is the role of this feature in identification and anomaly detection? It actually helps in mapping out the network tractions, showing which devices are communicating with each other and how frequently. And sudden increase in an unexpected communication path can indicate compromised device or unauthorized data transfer. And again, if we want to compare this feature between the benign traffic and different attack, so we can see that for benign traffic, average of total packet in the same channel for 30 seconds was 234. And we can see that for other attack categories, specifically for DDoS and then recon, it is specifically for DDoS, it's much higher, and also for recon attack. And jitter also is very important feature. It's the variability in packet arrival time. And it's measured the difference in the delay of packets as they travel through the network. And the role of this feature in identification and anomaly detection, it consists jitter pattern help to in identifying the type of traffic, and sudden increases in jitter can indicate network congestion, faulty devices, or deliberate attack aimed to disturbing the communication. And again, if we want to compare the jitter, the average sum of jitter of the same stream in 30 seconds, we can see that for for DOS attack, it is very less than benign traffic, and also for brute force, it's much higher than benign traffic. And if you want to compare three of them in terms of the numbers for benign traffic and different attack categories, of course, for one individual feature, we may not be able to have a kind of strong difference between the benign, but when we compare and when we have three of them together, then and the combination of these three features can help to identify anomalies against benign traffic. So we also extracted these features in different time period in 1 second, 5 second, 10 second, 30 second, and 60 second. So again, combining all the three features in one time may not help, but if we calculate in different time period and have all of them together and train a machine learning model for identifying anomalies or abnormal behaviors against benign traffic, it is very helpful. So the advantages of having different calculating that these features in different time periods is enhancing anomaly detection and comprehensive behavior, and also resilience to noise. And there is a disadvantages because we will have more features, and definitely the data set would be larger. If we want to train a model, the training time would be higher than when we don't have for the different time. But when we have all of the features, we can go for feature extraction, feature selection to come up with some specific features for the tasks that we want to do for either for anomaly detection or for device identification. So, and we can see that here for 1 second, 5 second, and 30 seconds, 60 seconds, the numbers are different for benign traffic and different attack categories. And we also have some new statistical features that we extracted from the data set. So count, mean, variance, and sum. And we have calculated for all the features that we extracted. Again, we can see that count, mean, and variance, there is difference between the benign traffic and different attack categories. For example, here we can see that the count is 97 for benign traffic, but for DDoS is much higher. And even for the DOS is just 2.4. And again, for the spoofing attack here is much higher than benign traffic. So this is what we have I just explained for the all the feature together, stream for different time, and then we extracted different additional statistical feature, count, mean, and var, and then for source IP, and then for channel, and for stream jitter. So totally we extracted 132 features for both device identification and anomaly detection. And now to see the quality of the features that we extracted, so we can see that for different individual attacks against benign, we have calculated accuracy, precision, recall, and F-score, and we can see that the performance is very good for each attack. And also we combined all of the attacks in one class, and as a binary classification, we used XGBoost and other machine learning models to detect that attack categories against benign traffic, and we can see that the XGBoost classifier performed better and then less training time compared to decision to random forest and some other machine learning models. So and we also to see the effectiveness of the feature that we extracted. It is a simple scenario for zero-day attack. So for training, we didn't consider the brute force. Train the model based on the other attacks and then benign, and then we used brute force in testing. So of course, the result is not as good as the individual attacks, but here, since the model didn't see the patterns of that specific attack, so the performance for example, for recon attack and web-based attack was less than the others, but still it's more than 90%. So, and this is the integrated model that we had for both device identification and anomaly detection. We have a extracted feature for both phases, and then we classified IT devices, and then we detected anomalies against the benign samples. So, and we have, of course, two labels, MAC address for device classification, and then another label for anomaly detection. So, and this is a result for both phases. So, classifying ID devices and then detecting anomalies against the benign samples. In conclusion, what we have done, we come up with a fast and accurate model that was developed using behavioral-based feature to classify the devices with minimal computational overhead. We extracted behavioral-based features, and we didn't consider the identity-based features. For example, MAC address, we didn't use MAC address for the identification. And these features were sufficiently effective in classifying the IT devices. And we also consider a scenario where we have traffic for HTTPS, and those features were useful for identifying the devices. And we extracted a specific feature to identify malicious behavior within the benign traffic. The extracted feature include key characteristics such as stream, channel, and jitter calculated over multiple time period, along with various additional features. And we come up with a unified model, which was built to first identify device type and then detect anomalies, enabling a robust IT security. And thank you very much. If you have any question, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Madhi, for this insightful presentation. Let me just see. It seems we have a lot of questions, but before we move on to the next speaker, I think we have time to ask you one question. So the question is, did you apply any feature selection techniques to reduce the dimensionality of the feature space?
Yeah, that's a nice question. Yes, because we have many features for anomaly detection and device identification, and of course we don't need all of them together for specific tasks. If we want to go for device identification, we can use feature selection techniques to reduce the number of features and then use those features. And of course we have to compare with the total feature, but we have done it. It's available in the paper that we published for this dataset.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Madhi. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for also taking the question. And with this, we move on to the next speaker for the day. Our next speaker is Mr. Arun Kanyamatam. Mr. Arun's presentations is beyond packets, unmasking IoT attacks through flow-based features. So before we move on to Arun's presentation, allow me to just give a very quick introduction. Arun is a cybersecurity software developer working here at the Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity. He holds a master's in computer science for the University of Louisiana and a BTech in biotechnology from Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. With over 5 years of professional experience, he's specializing in designing analytics frameworks and developing software solutions. His current research focuses on anomaly detection to combat stealthy attacks in heterogeneous IoT environments and on post-quantum cryptography for securing resource-constrained device against future quantum threats. Arun, welcome to this part of the session. So at this time, I would request you to please, share your screen, and like I said earlier, stage is all yours.
Thanks for the introduction, Sumit. So as Sumit mentioned, my presentation is on beyond packets, unmasking IoT attacks through flow-based features. So my colleague, Dr. Mahdi, had already presented, discussed his an approach our team used for packet-based feature extraction process. So this is an additional approach our team explored to using flow-based features. So the outline of the presentation is going to be as follows. So first I'll share the motivation on why flow-based metrics are a good approach for such problem. Next, I will move on to the corpus that we used as the network capture files in PCAP format for the feature extraction process. Then our flow feature extraction pipeline on how we turn these PCAPs into per flow statistics. Following this, we move on to the flow-based feature set. Then we move on to the experiments we performed with the data set and the results we got. And finally, we wrap up with the research applications that we believe it can be used for and the conclusion. So for the motivation, as we all know, in today's growing IoT environment, threats are increasingly becoming stealthy and diverse. So many adversaries exploit the fact that payloads are often encrypted and or proprietary. And then secondly, IoT deployments are currently in heterogeneous environments. So like a one-size-fits-all packet deep inspection won't scale. Then devices also face severe resource constraints. So, making large models infeasible on most live environments. And finally, there is a gap in existing datasets as few publicly available datasets capture both the benign and attack scenarios at flow granularity. So these challenges motivated us in going for this particular approach. So now moving on to the corpus that we use. So we made use of the CIC IoT 2023 dataset. This was constructed from real-world IoT devices deployed in a large-scale testbed. So the subset of these devices were compromised to execute different attacks, and these were captured in PCAP format. And then these attack categories were grouped into attacks were grouped into 7 categories based on the tactics like flooding, which contains DDoS attacks and DOS, and then probing attacks like reconnaissance, then web-based attacks, brute force, spoofing, Mirai malware, etc. And also in the same time, benign traffic was collected. In addition to the attacks collected, the dataset included extensive periods of normal traffic. So being able to capture the benign data gives the necessary contrast for anomaly detection. Now, moving on to the flow extraction process. So flow-based analysis essentially collects the essentially process the metadata that is available rather than the actual payloads, thereby delivering scalable and privacy preserving visibility into network behavior. So here you trade the forensic depth of full payload inspection for speed and scalability here. So one record per flow rather than multiple packets. So that means you can run anomaly detection in real time across environments with a huge number of devices. So in short, what you're getting through flow-based analysis is anomaly detection of attacks at a scale, fast and efficiently with minimal privacy impact. So now let us try to define what is a flow. So a flow is essentially a group of packets transmitted between two endpoints, client and server, over a protocol. So it is essentially like a 5-tuple that includes source IP, destination IP, source port, destination port, and protocol. So you can think of it as one conversation. For example, your phone talking to a web server over HTTPS. So here you can see a Wireshark screenshot of a HTTPS interaction. So in the first step, you can see the TCP handshake happening, where you have the SYN ACK and ACK. So these from these packets, we are able to harvest header level features like time to live, initial window size, sequence numbers, etc. Then moving on to the key exchange. So once the TCP handshake is established, then it moves on to the TLS part. So the client would issue a client hello, and the server returns a server hello. And in this, we can record the length of these packets, the list of the cipher suites, the length of extensions, and the list of extensions and signatures. Then moving on to the encrypted application data. So after these handshake, application data flows encrypted through these TLS records. So while we can't see the content, we can still capture rich statistics like the number of encrypted packets, inter-arrival times, packets per second, etc. Then when we move on to the four-way handshake, so this happens when essentially the session ends. So the four-way handshake, FIN ACK handshake closes the flow. So we can log many, like how many flags have occurred and the timing between them, etc. So in essence, we can aggregate a lot of features, which include all the type of service values, all the flags, window information, options, etc. So this is being done here using CIC Flow Meter, which is an open source tool created by CIC. So this systematically converts these raw packet capture files into bidirectional flow records. So this bidirectional flow analysis allows it to calculate statistical time-related features separately for both forward and backward direction, which provides a comprehensive understanding of the flow. So it accepts as input a directory of PK files, and through configurable parameters, it converts all these packets into flows that, like all the packets that share the 5-tuple, will be converted into discrete flow objects. Then, like here, you can see an HTTP session in Wireshark. So the upper panel here displays a typical Wireshark trace, which contain all the handshakes, the TLS exchanges, encrypted application data records, and the TCP four-way teardown. Now, each line here corresponds to a single packet event with the full header and payload details. Now, then here we are highlighting all the packet events that will belong to one flow. So CIC Flow Meter, it will collapse these dozens of lines into a single flow record, thereby reducing the data dimensionality. Then following this aggregation, each flow will be represented as a fixed feature length vector. So here you can see a flow ID column and subsequent columns from F1 to F76, which will contain quantitative metrics about the flow. Then finally, CIC Flow Meter will exploit these flow records into CSV files, which can be inspected in a spreadsheet or ingested into data science toolkits. So here you can see real flow entities with fields for forward and backward packets, then byte totals, flow duration, and other statistics. So now let us try to place the flow extraction within our comprehensive pre-processing flow. So first, PCAP files were processed by CIC Flow Meter to generate these flow records. Then our feature extraction scripts compute a total of more than 80 statistical features per flow. So these descriptors then undergo pre-processing and data cleansing, and etc., to produce a streamlined feature set. So these resulting CSV tables can constitute the input to machine learning models that can be used for the anomaly attack detection problem. So now let us just move on to the actual dataset features. So so every flow record will have over 80 statistical features. These would include basic flow identifiers like the phi tuple. Then another important set of features are the inter-arrival time features. So these are based on time intervals between sequential packets within a network flow. So these are the set of inter-arrival time features. So there are three types of inter-arrival time features here. One is the inter-arrival times between two packets sent in the flow. Then you have inter-arrival time features for two packets sent in the forward direction and two packets sent in the backward direction. So these features are important because this helps you understand various time delays that might be happening between packets in a network session, which can be indicative of certain abnormalities. Then moving on to the next set of features. So these include flag features. So they basically calculate, measure the existence and frequency of specific TCP flags in the packets. So there are two kinds. So you sort of calculate the number of PSH flags sent in the forward and backward direction, then the urgent flag that are being sent in the forward and backward direction, and then certain other flag counts here. So by monitoring the frequency of such flags, it is possible to distinguish between normal and abnormal terminations or some kind of SYN flood attacks, etc. Then moving on to the next set of features, those are active idle features. So here we collect features from both active and idle TCP flows. So these are the main features that are involved here. So in this, active means something which can be helped in identifying abnormally idle or active duration, where then even active max can be used to identify good insights about the upper limit of flow activities, and as a result, maybe detect anomalies based on longer connections. Then moving on to segment, bulk, and byte. So these features sort of provide insights about the size of the data flows. So these can be grouped into four, which are segment size averages for forward and backward direction, then bytes per bulk average in forward and backward direction, then packet per bulk in forward and backward direction, and finally for bulk rate average in forward and backward direction. And moving on to the final set of features, those are other statistical features which sort of give you information about the flow. And so to be final, these are the set of 84 features that we generated using this process. And and now let us move on to the experiments we performed with this feature dataset. So the dataset had about 2.3 million flows, which included both benign traffic and 7 kinds of attacks. So we framed two detection tasks here, both a binary anomaly detection of attacks. So the first kind was a benign, trying to classify a benign flow against any kind of attack. And the second kind was where only one kind of attack was used against benign to be detected. So we, to benchmark, we trained 5 off-the-shelf classifiers like XCG Boost, Decision Tree, Random Forest, Multi-layer Perceptron, and Logistic Regression. Then we also tried to apply RFE, recursive feature elimination, to retain the top 40 most informative features to see how it performs in a more streamlined approach. And also additionally to evaluate, we utilize standard metrics like accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score. Now, this is the results that we got against in the first set of experiments against all attacks. So you can see here that XCG Boost is the best performing classifier, with about 95.92% accuracy using all the features available, and 95.85% with just the 40 features, while cutting the test time from around 6 seconds to under 3 seconds. Random forest is also nearly identical, but the training time is a lot larger. So the key takeaway here is that our flow-based feature representation enables a high accuracy across millions of encrypted flows, and also that recursive feature elimination, the feature selection process we used halves the feature set with negligible loss, making real-time edge deployment practical. Then using XCG Boost, we also perform the per attack classification. So here, for each threat, we trained on both the full set of features and also the 40 features selected by RFE. So notice that across every attack, pruning to 40 features barely changes accuracy or F1. Like brute force stays at 99.6% accuracy, and dose and Mirai remain about 99.8. While at the same time, while using RFE, the test times are shrinking by roughly half. So this demonstrates that a carefully chosen subset of flow-based metrics will deliver the same detection power as the full set while cutting the computational cost, which can again be crucial for real-time or edge-level deployment. Now, moving on to the conclusion. So, we essentially leverage the existing flow data, like the data set available with CIC IoT. And by focusing on flow-based features, we were able to condense the IoT traffic into a compact set of actionable data. And then also trimming to the top 40 features by using RFE, we are able to maintain peak detection accuracy while slashing the computation costs. So this sort of validates that flow aggregation is a powerful privacy-preserving approach for IoT anomaly attack detection. Now on to the future direction. So as we look ahead, there are several promising avenues to extend this flow-based approach. First, we can explore more sophisticated modeling techniques that capture relationship across devices and flows, which can help in uncovering patterns that flat feature vectors may miss. Second, adding explainability layers would triggered and helps in speeding incident response. Third, we also aim to push our detection models down to edge so that we can score flows in real time on IoT with minimal overhead. And finally, constructing temporal flow graphs and applying graph embedding techniques may reveal more slow burn threats that evade these snapshot-based detectors. So together, these directions will make flow-based IoT security more accurate and practical for real-world deployment. So thank you for taking the time to hear the talk. And maybe Sumit, if there are any questions, I would be able to answer it now.
Thanks for that, Arun. That was a nice continuation to what Madhi started with the discussion on this particular data set. So thanks for your presentation. Let me just see if we have any question. We certainly do have some. So just a minute. The first question is, why emphasize the anomaly detection flow-based feature sublet for anomaly detection rather than the pocket level feature?
Thanks for the question. So yeah, it essentially comes down to efficiency and practicality. So sometimes, it might be difficult to inspect per packet payload across a lot of devices. So flow-based aggregation here would allow you to collapse a lot of packets into one metadata record per conversation. So this would essentially cut the data volume by orders of magnitude, which makes it feasible to run on resource-constrained or edge devices in real time. Plus, also flow features mostly rely only on headers, timings, and flags, etc. So there is no need for decryption. And packet level features, in contrast, may sometimes require deep inspection, which doesn't always work on streams, or sometimes might not scale on an IoT network.
Thanks, Arun, for this for this explanation. We do have a lot of questions, but we just don't have the time to take all those. So unfortunately, with this, we'll move on to the next speaker. And before we do, thanks, Arun, for your questions and for your insightful, presentation as well. Our next speaker would be Griffin Higgins. So Griffin is his topic is CIC, statically generated graphs for malware analysis. Griffin Higgins is a PhD student in computer science at the University of New Brunswick and the cybersecurity software developer at the Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity. He completed his Bachelor's of Science, Bachelor's of Arts in Sociology, and Master's of Applied Cybersecurity, plus research intensive cyber knowledge studies from UNB in the year 2020, 2021, and 2022, respectively. His research interests include the cyber threat intelligence and the privacy-preserving deep learning and adversarial machine learning. Although it's not a part of his introduction, but I must mention the hackathon that I mentioned. Griffin is the person responsible, behind the hackathon that we organize for high school students every year. With this, I welcome, Griffin to this segment. Griffin, like I said to the previous speakers, the stage is all yours.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the warm introduction, Sumit. And yeah, we always love putting on hackathons and different events for students. So I hope everyone can see my screen and hear me well. Just give me a little shout if not. But yeah, so today we're going to be talking about CIC, statically generated graphs for malware analysis. It's May 9th, so let's jump into it. As Sumit mentioned, I'm a PhD student in computer science here at UNB. I'm also a cybersecurity software developer here at CIC, and I have a background in computer science, sociology, and cybersecurity as well. So on the agenda, we just did the introduction, and after this, we're going to look at some background. There's a lot of different pieces to put together to understand what this data set is. It's quite a unique data set. So today, instead of focusing on like the nitty gritty features and stuff, I just want everybody to come away understanding what this is and how it can be applied almost at like an undergraduate level, if that's kind of the minimum bar. After that, we'll cover the data set and answer a lot of questions about it. And then finally, we'll take some Q&A at the end. And I'm also going to start my timer. Perfect. So I'm going to hit you with this right up front. I always like to start with a bit of a bang because this is actually what we're going to be moving towards understanding. And as you may have guessed, it is kind of scary looking, and it's because it's malware. And in this case, it's an explained piece of malware as a graph. We're going to talk a little bit about what that is, but just to give you like a precursor idea before we get there. So, but first, before we talk about this, we need to talk about a couple other things. And principally, what should you know before you start to dive into this data set? So we're going to cover a little bit about malware, a little bit about malware detection, static analysis, graphs, program graphs, and then graph learning, and how they all relate to our data set. We're just going to talk pretty plainly about them right now, just so that people can get an idea about what this data set is. So in terms of malware, what is malware? They're programs designed or misused with specific malicious intent to cause harm to other people or otherwise violate CIA. And there's various different kinds of malware families. We might know some of the more common ones like ransomware, worms, etc. So that's a little bit on malware. In terms of malware detection, very simply, I give you a binary program or a program, and you tell me if it's malicious or benign. So that's pretty simple, but there is a little bit of a bonus in terms of if you do make this kind of prediction, can you also tell me what parts of this program lead you to believe that prediction strongly? So that's kind of another part. After this, we're going to talk a little bit about static analysis. So again, just very quick fire things. I give you a binary program and I want you to tell me what it does, but the catch is that you can't actually execute it. You can only really look at the code and try and make guesses about it that way. In contrast to something we might say is dynamic analysis, where we actually run the program in order to talk about it. Another thing we're going to talk about a lot today are graphs. So this is kind of a strange word for some people if you're not in computer science, but it's the same thing as what most people would know otherwise as a network. And networks are just a data structure, and they have a set of nodes that are sometimes called vertices, as well as edges. And these edges between nodes, the things that connect them, they can be directed, i.e. like you can go from A to B, but you can't go from B to A, or they can be undirected in that like you can go from A to B or B to A if you have two nodes. There's many different kinds of graphs. Some of them are called multi-graphs, where you might have multiple edges between the same two nodes. And graphs can also have attributes. So we might talk about the graph as a whole. It might be malicious or benign. We might also talk about a node, and we might look inside of it and talk about its instructions, right? Or we might look at an edge and we might assign it a value in terms of how much it contributes to a final prediction of something being malicious or benign. So these are all just kind of things related to graphs that we might extend to programs later. And this is a good segue because the next part is on program graphs. And essentially here, I give you a binary program and I want you to transform it into some kind of graph. And typically there's two ways to do this. One is through control flow graphs, where essentially we take sequences of non-branching assembly instructions and we stick them into one node. And then whenever the code branches off, we create an edge to that other node and then have all of its assembly instructions. And we keep going until we've exhausted the whole program. Similarly, we can also consider function call graphs. Except in this case, we're not considering sequences of non-branching instructions. We're just considering the functions that you and I might classically know if we're doing some programming. So, okay, this is a little bit more on program graphs. We're kind of chugging along all these different pieces of our data set. What else are we going to talk about? One of these things is going to be graph learning. I know some of my colleagues have and are going to be talking about this a little bit more. But in our work, we apply deep learning techniques to graphs via graph neural networks. And the reason that we do this is so that we can start to talk about the behavior of malicious programs rather than just matching signatures. And if anyone wants to ask me a really good question at the end, ask me like what the benefit of doing this would be. So I wanted to also include this short little video just talking about graph learning. And here we start off with this network and all these nodes. We might recognize them as people. And essentially, we're going to give each node a message. And what we're going to do is we're going to share that message with all of our neighbors. And then after we're done, we're going to take that message and then we're going to start sharing it out with our message again. And we're going to do this over and over and over and over again. So we might ask, what is the purpose of doing this? The purpose of doing this is so that we can start to talk about each node and its little neighborhood around each node. And then hopefully after we do this kind of message passing enough times, maybe even millions of times, we can get a good representation for what the graph actually is at a structural level. And we will be able to represent that with a sequence of numbers that are typically called an embedding. And we're going to use this embedding to make predictions about whether or not our graphs are actually going to be malicious or benign. So that's just a very crash course thing in graph learning, just so that we can get a very rough idea. There's a lot more to it, but again, just getting a rough idea for what this data set could be used for and the different parts of it. So again, there are different kinds of tasks in graph learning. The one we're obviously most concerned with in our work is the graph level tasks. So if I give you a program, can you tell me if it's malicious or benign? But there are other kinds of tasks. We might talk about node level tasks that are kind of in orange here. So predicting what kind of class a given node might be. We can also talk about edge level tasks. So predicting if an edge exists or if there's a certain kind of value on an edge. It can extend far beyond just graphs and graph classification itself. So, okay, great. We've covered all of the very high level things related to our data set, and now we're ready to jump into some of the details about it. So first question you might have is why make this and how did this come about? So we previously were working on an industry project and we still are, and it focused on graph learning and using graph learning for malware detection, unsurprisingly. So in this work, explainable malware detection through integrated graph reduction and learning techniques together with my colleagues, we basically set out on this task. And we found something very interesting, and that was that the graphs that we made from these programs, these control flow graphs and these function call graphs, tended to be quite large. And so the majority of our work was spent trying to figure out how do we actually reduce or collapse the size of these graphs. So that's why it's talking a lot about graph reduction. But apart from this, we did all this work and we looked at the various stages of this pipeline. And we thought, okay, let's actually make this available for other researchers so they don't have to set up this big pipeline or get all these malware samples and convert them to graphs and do all this hard work. Let's just give it to them so that they can get to work. So that's the why, but this is the how. So I was always thinking earlier about the old Discovery Channel, how it's made. We're going to start from the very beginning and then go all the way down to how we actually get explanations from the graphs. So starting out, we obviously need some malicious binaries. If we remember earlier, this task of if something is malicious or not, we need a binary to start with. So in our work, we consider 3 different data sets. We consider the DIKE data set, the PE for machine learning malware detection data set, as well as the BODMAS data set. And some of these data sets are open, so you can just go download them yourself, and they contain both malicious and benign samples. And some of them are closed, so you basically have to request access, and then they might actually give you the binaries. Also in our work, we're just considering only PE files, and essentially we're focusing on the x86 architecture. So after this initial stage of getting all these data sets and kind of filtering them down a little bit to get exact samples that we want, we can begin to move forward with actually creating the graphs from these binary samples. So we do that in many ways. This is also a good question if someone wants to ask it later about the challenges that exist here. But again, I want to be in time, so I'm going to skip it. So we take these binary samples and we can pass them through various tools, one of which is called Anger. And this is the thing that will actually generate our control flow graphs and function call graphs for us. And it will give them back to us as a network X object. And one of the really interesting things I think about this data set is that this can be helpful for both malware analysts and graph learning specialists. So if you're really focusing on malware analysis, you can use these graphs because they are the things that are actually going to contain the raw features. So if you go and you open up one of the graphs and you go and you open up one of the nodes, there's like a small treasure trove of information in there. We couldn't even explore all of it, but it's there for researchers if they want to. Another important point is that these graphs here are not actually used for training or testing. They are just attribute graphs that we actually use to make the next segment, which are going to be called the embedding graphs. So after we have these attribute graphs, the thing I just talked about, we're going to make the embedding graphs, and we're going to take all of these nodes and the node features. So basically, when we think to the video earlier, how each person in this network had some information above them, like that little message, that's actually just a list of numbers. And what we're going to do is we're going to use this to actually pass the messages around. But before we begin, we actually have to make this message. So we look at all the feature nodes for each node to make that list of numbers. A little rambly, but I hope that got through. After this, we can take it and give it to another program called PyTorch Geometric. And these are actually the graphs that we will use for training and testing all of our various graph learning models. And importantly here, these are the graphs that you're going to really care about if you're into graph learning, or maybe if you're trying to merge these two fields of malware detection and graph learning. So they have all the embeddings for each node, as well as the positions of like where they occur, because maybe you want to prune off some of the nodes, but also have references back to where they were in the original graph. So that's a little bit more about the different stages of this pipeline. And as we keep going through, we can start to look at the graph pruning algorithms. So we don't include these samples in our data set, but they're free if anyone wants to apply the same algorithms, they're welcome to do so. And then at the very end, we might actually try and think about the explanations for these graphs. So after we pass them through our different models and predictions are made about them, what are the nodes, if we recall back to the malware detection part, it was that kind of that bonus. What are the nodes or the edges that actually contribute to a given prediction? And can those be used in the future? So again, after we have all of the data set, we're kind of working through how this is made. We can take a look at the different machine learning models or graph learning models, and we can do inference on them after they're trained, so we can answer those initial questions related to malware detection. We can also look at the explanation, the thing we just talked about. So that's where it all kind of fits into this little ecosystem that our data set is extracted from. So you might also ask, what's actually in CIC? Like if I go and I download it right now, what is actually there? So we give you the following things. We give you the attribute graphs that we talked about. We give you the embedding graphs that we talked about. And then we also give you the explained graphs. So if you take the same sample for each one of these, it will have the same structure. Like if you looked at a plot of it or you just visualized it, it would be the exact same. But the features, the information in each of these is going to be slightly different. So, okay, you might actually also ask, what do these look like? We've been talking about these at a very abstract level for a little while. So these are two images of the function call graphs where we use the function name embedding technique, where we just take the name of a given function and we pass it through a sentence transformer, which gives us basically a list of numbers that we place over the node, very simply put. But here we can see the malicious is going to be on the left in red here, and then the benign sample is going to be on the right in blue. So we can kind of see that these look like quite dense graphs, but actually it gets much worse. Because once we go to the control flow graphs where we use the assembly embedding technique, we can see that the size of these graphs just explodes. So in the malicious case, there were a few samples, I think, that reached almost to 300,000 nodes each. And once you start to do anything at that level, your life becomes difficult. Even to generate the images you see now here, it took, I would say, like 8 to 12 hours for it to actually arrange the plotting coordinates for each one and then actually to render it. So you can imagine now why the graph reduction techniques would be important if you're going to do something like graph learning. So yeah, that's just a couple images of the graphs themselves. Very cool. And one of the last things we're going to talk about is where actually is CIC statically generated graphs 2024. So if you go to the Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity website, and this is the same for all of my colleagues that are here talking today, if you go to the datasets tab and then you kind of scroll down, you'll be brought right to all of our datasets. Eventually, if you click on one of them, you'll be brought to like the dataset description page. And then finally, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll see a little place to actually go and download. When you click that download button, you're actually going to be brought to like the server where all the data is hosted. And for our data set, you're going to see the following, where we're going to have essentially those 3 directories we talked about, which contain the attribute graphs. They're in the CFGs, FCGs, a little bit of a tongue twister, as well as the embedding graphs, and then finally the explained graphs. We also include like a zipped version of the data set because some, especially the embedding graphs, are quite large. They can reach almost 230 gigs. So one of the things we do is we make each and every one of the individual samples also available to download if you so choose, because maybe people don't have a couple hundred gigs just sitting around on their disk and they'd rather just have a couple samples. So yeah, that's a couple of our references for obviously the BODMAS dataset, the Dike dataset, and the PE for machine learning dataset. Thank you to all those people for the hard work in collecting those samples that enabled us to make the graphs in the first place, as well as thank you to all my colleagues for their hard work on our papers. So yeah, with that, I think we've covered the following things. What should you know to understand the CIC dataset? Why make the dataset? How is it made? What's actually in it, and where can I get it? So with that, I think we're wrapping up a little bit early, but maybe we can take a couple more questions if that's the case. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Griffin. That was I mean, certainly insightful, and it's always nice to show our viewers how they can access some of those data sets.
Yeah.
Let me just see if there are questions that
Sure.
you have in the chat section. It certainly seems we do have a few, so I'll go about and read the first one. So, what is the largest challenge related to using the static CFGs and FCGs?
Yeah, no, that's a wonderful question. So I think just the sheer size of these graphs, it can sometimes take upwards of hours or even days to get through a whole data set if it's unpruned, right? And another challenge is whenever you're working with graphs, sometimes you should get a little scared because the one of the things that we're obviously concerned about in computer science is this notion of computational complexity, which just describes like how hard are the problems we face. And whenever we start talking about graphs, especially large graphs, you'll kind of see computer scientists start to sweat a little bit. So any way that we can to reduce the size of those graphs makes our life, in some cases, exponentially easier. So that's the main challenge is just figuring out not only those algorithms, but what are fast pruning algorithms, what are efficient pruning algorithms, what are fast pruning algorithms. So that's a big one. And I would also suggest something we didn't know at the start of the project. We worked a lot with NetworkX, but towards the end of the project, one of my colleagues suggested a really good library. It's called iGraph in Python. It's really, really fast. So that would be my advice to anyone that might be taking a long time to run your programs is try that library out.
Okay, okay. Thanks, thanks, Griffin. That was again very insightful for people who are looking to further their research in this area. With this, we move on to the next question. What else could researchers do with CIC SGG 2024?
Yeah, absolutely. So we kind of focused a lot on the graph classification, but again, there's so much more to it. You could take a look at each one of those sub data sets, if you will, separately, even though they reference the same graphs, because you can look at the explanations for given predictions and see like how what's going on with them in a little more depth. You could also take a look at the attributes. We didn't have time to look at all of them. There's tons and tons of features if people wanted to figure out how to make better graph embeddings for the nodes. That's obviously a really good direction. You can take a look more at trying out different models for graph learning, seeing if you can get better predictions, better accuracy. All those things are always great. And then the last thing would be maybe considering different kinds of tasks. So we were again focused on the graph level task, but maybe we can take a look at edge level tasks for predicting if there are going to be certain edges between nodes or not. Another interesting thing that we didn't get to was in the graphs, the positions of the graphs are given there. So you'll know which nodes might occur before other ones. So maybe you can also consider like the state transitions as a function of time, or the temporal nature, or temporal graph learning, I believe is what it's called, where you can see and make predictions about the graph as it evolves over time. So that might be like a fourth dimension to the graphs that people can maybe consider. Yeah, awesome questions.
Interesting. Thanks, Griffin, for this. And the next question is kind of interesting one. Like your data sets, what is the industrial application of that?
Yeah, so obviously for malware detection, one of the drawbacks is that sometimes it can be a little bit slow because you're having to compete with signature-based detections, which are usually quite fast. But the drawback is that when we're looking at signatures or indicators of compromise, one of the big drawbacks is that they can be easily changed, right? Like if you have a hash of some kind of binary sample, which is just like its fingerprint or its signature, you might be able to change like just one bit, and then you'll have an entirely different signature that might be able to evade some kind of detection, right? But even though that's fast, that's a big flaw that we address through graph learning, right? Because at that point, you can actually start to talk about the behavior of the program or what exactly it's doing that makes it malicious, as opposed to, okay, I just have some hash in a database, match, go about my life. Even though that's a very good approach, it doesn't get all the way there.
Interesting. Thanks for elaborating that, Griffin. Our next question is with respect to the function name embedding. So can you talk a bit more about the function name embedding and assembly embedding techniques?
Yeah, no, so that's a really good question. For the function call graphs, we can only apply the function name embedding, obviously, because they're the only ones with functions that have names. But again, we take those names and we can pass them through sentence transformers that, again, all we're looking for is just some representation for each node to have a list of numbers so that we can pass all those messages around with our neighbors and get representation for the graph. That's kind of the main purpose. But you asked another really good question, which is on the assembly embedding. So this one's a little more in-depth and intricate. So in this case, where we're considering a control flow graph, each node, again, represents a sequence of non-branching instructions. They're also known as a basic block. And what we do in this case for this particular graph is we take each and every instruction in that node, in that sequence, and we embed that instruction. And at the very end, we sum them all together. So we'll actually have a representation for the instructions within each basic block that we then use as that message that we kind of pass around. So yeah, there's a little more technical detail to it, but at a high level, that's kind of what's going on for both of those embedding techniques.
Oh, interesting. Griffins, I think, let me just quickly scan through our chat section if there are any further questions.
Yeah, sure.
I think with this we come to the end of the Q&A session with you, which means thank you for your presentation, Griffins, and thank you for answering some of those questions. I think certainly cleared a few doubts.
Yeah.
And with this, we move on to the next speaker of the day. Our next speaker is Irfan Ghyaswan, and Irfan's topic is CIC APT IIoT, a provenance-based APT attack datasets for IIoT environment. Irfan holds a master's degree in computer science from the University of New Brunswick, where his research focuses on detecting advanced persistent threat APTs in industrial IoT systems through the provenance data analysis. He's now working as a cybersecurity software developer at the Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity. As a research assistant at the institute, he collaborated with the National Research Council on advancing IoT security using artificial intelligence. His thesis introduced CIC APT IIoT datasets and developed a self-supervised learning framework for APT detection. Irfan's expertise lies in AI, cybersecurity, and industrial IoT security. Irfan, at this point, I would say the stage is all yours. Please share your presentation, and we're looking forward to see your slides.
Thank you very much, Samit. Thanks for your introduction. So hello, everyone. I'm Irfan Ghyaswan, and today I'm going to talk about CIC APT IIoT, that is a provenance-based APT attack dataset for IIoT environment. So this is the outline of my presentation. I first go through a short and brief introduction, and then we are going to go through a little bit of background on what is IIoT, what is advanced persistent threats or APTs, and what is provenance data. And then we are going to go through like the generation process of our dataset, CIC APT IIoT dataset, how we developed the testbed, what we use as the attack emulation plan, and how did we collect it and label the data. And finally, we're going to go through like a simple example of how you can actually use our dataset, CIC APT IIoT dataset. So first of all, let's begin with the very simple question, and that is why data matters. So until now, you heard from 3 of my colleagues that we're talking about their respective data sets. So we know that the data and having a good data set actually really matters, especially in the field of cybersecurity. So the need for that is that we're trying to develop effective intrusion detection system or IDSs that we can have them to efficiently face the threats and the challenges that is out there for the safety of our cyber systems. So to develop those efficient and good IDSs and solutions, we need to have a very good data set that have like a representation of our system and how they work. We need to have the benign samples and malicious samples in order to be able to train and evaluate our models, our machine learning or deep learning models, and with that we can develop very good solutions. So in that field, we do have lack of some realistic data set in the field of, especially for the industrial IoT or IIoT. And another thing is that those data sets that are available are usually fail to reflect the complexity of modern APTs. So the purpose of our dataset, CIC APT IIoT dataset, is to have a dataset in an industrial IoT environment in IIoT settings. We have a combination of simulated and physical IoT devices, networks, and scenarios. We do have like a simulation of an actual real-world APT threat is that we try to have as similar as possible a scenario to a real-world APT. And our data set comprised of network data and provenance logs. I will talk about these things later, but we need to have these resources in order to be able to develop a very good machine learning solution for our first challenge. And there are various challenges in creating the data set. One of them was how to capture data, how to simulate the real world condition, and finally, how to ensure that our data has a good quality. So, to go to a little bit of background, well, first of all, what is IoT or Industrial Internet of Things that I'm talking about? So basically, you can call interconnected network of sensors, instruments, and other devices that are networked together, and they have an industrial application. So we call this network an IoT or Industrial IoT. So these applications can be different things. For example, they can be used for manufacturing. They can be used for like energy management, and they can be used for transportation and logistics. The thing is, when you're using this kind of technology, industrial IoT, you can improve your efficiency. You can have automation in your work in industrial application. And basically, you're collecting a lot of data using the different sensors and different devices. So you can have data-driven decisions. And in that way, you can improve the efficiency of all of your operations. So, but the thing is, using and integrating industrial IoT comes with the various challenges. One of the challenges is that how to maintain the privacy of data that we are collecting. The other one is how to have the scalability for the industrial IoTs. And the most important challenge for us here is the security concerns. So why we do have security concerns for industrial IoT settings? The thing is, as I talked about this, as I provided some examples of industrial IoT, these things, industrial IoTs, IoTs are very attractive targets for cyber attackers. Why is that? It's because they are basically always integrated into very critical infrastructures, for example, for power plants or nuclear plants. So basically, as they are integrated into critical infrastructure, attacking them and damaging them actually has high impacts overall. So some of the examples of such attacks that are called APTs are, for example, the Stuxnet and also attacks on Ukrainian power grids. So I talked about APTs or advanced persistent threats. So let's go a little bit of background on what is APT. So basically, we call it a kind of attack or kind of threat that is stealthy. And the important feature of APTs is that they try to remain undetected for an extended period of time and try to gain access, unauthorized access to the victim computer or the victim network. So we call them advanced because they usually have a full spectrum of intelligence gathering and the different type of tagging techniques under their hand. And also they are usually state sponsored. We call them persistence because they're not like DDoS attacks, that they are opportunistically seeking information and they're attacking their target over and over. But they are very specific. They have very specific objectives, and they try to maintain a low and slow approach. That's a very important thing about APTs. They are not constantly attacking their targets. They try to maintain long-term access and long-term unauthorized access to the target. So on that, the different resources report the dwell time, that is the average time that an APT campaign goes undetected. They usually report this dwell time between 70 to more than 200 days. So different researchers have different models of APTs. Basically, what happens, it has like different phases for each of the APT campaigns. So, for example, one of them is that it starts with an initial compromise of the network. Then the attackers or those that are behind these APT campaigns try to establish a foothold in the victim network or victim computer, and then they try to escalate their privileges and to have access on other resources or other devices. Then they try to have internal reconnaissance on the victim network. Then they have lateral movement, try to gain access to other devices or other networks within the general network. And after they reach the target, they try to maintain presence on the victim device, victim network. And finally, they complete their mission, whatever it is. For example, sometimes it's to exfiltrate some data, or sometimes it's to disrupt the operation of some industrial application. So another thing that we should know about before going to the dataset is the provenance data. So basically, provenance means any information or any metadata that describes the production process of an end product. That can be anything. That end product can be anything. But here, the end product is system resources, for example, files or processes or things like that. So there is a widely accepted form to represent and to show the provenance data. It's called directed acyclic graphs or DAGs. And here you can see the W3C prov data model that is a widely accepted form of showing the provenance graphs or provenance data. There are two core concepts for provenance graph. They're called types or nodes and relation or edges. So the important thing about the provenance data that makes it very useful for our applications is that nodes here are connected based on causality relationship and not time. So what that means is that when you have a node connected to another node, it's not because that thing actually happened exactly after the first one. That means that these two have some type of causality relationship between them. And because of that, and as I told you in the last slide, as APTs happen in a long time, it's not going to be like a second after another. So this thing actually is very effective for detecting APTs. So this one is like a sample of a provenance graph, how it actually looks like. It's for a 3-hour experiment. You can see we do have a lot of nodes here. Blue nodes represent the benign activities of our network, our testbed, and the red nodes show malicious behaviors. I will talk about how we can label the nodes of the provenance graph to benign and malicious in the later slides. So here is the motivations and motivations that we have for this research, and also the research questions that we try to give answer to. So as I talked about it in the introduction, we do have a lack of comprehensive data set, especially when we are trying to study the APTs and the complexity of APTs in industrial IoTs. The other thing is that as industrial IoT is growing and we are integrating them into more and more industrial application, the threat of APTs and those type of attacks are escalating, and we're trying to have some efficient solution to help to develop an efficient solution to face this kind of threats, face these APTs. And the research question that we have is to how we can develop a comprehensive APT dataset that actually includes essential information we need to be able to somehow face APTs and face the attacks that are going to happen in IoT setting. The other one is to how we can use provenance data to efficiently utilize those data in order to improve the detection of APTs. And finally, what are the methods that we can use to use the provenance data in order to detect and improve the detection of APTs? So let's go to the generation process of CIC APT IoT dataset. So first one, this is an overview of our testbed. We can see our key components here. So basically, we do have a number of virtual components and a number of physical components. You can see that we do have a host machine that hosts all of the virtual machines that are used in this testbed. We do have two benign or victim virtual machines, VM number 1 and VM number 2, and we do have two attacker VMs that are attacking VM 1 and attacking VM number 2. So VM1 is the main component here. It is basically our edge gateway, and it hosts our Caldera client, and it hosts our local and works as a local SCADA and also management device, and also it is our MQTT subscriber. It is also connected to the internet through a network interface, and basically all of the other devices have access to the internet using this one. The other one is virtual machine number 2, that is our MQTT publisher, and it works as a host of SCADA. We do have two attacking virtual machines. One of them is going to be as like an internal attacker, the other one external attacker. And we do have a couple of physical components as well. We do have two Raspberry Pis. One of them works as a PLC and sends related packets. The other one works as a access point for a wireless access point for the sensors that we have. We have a camera, we have a flood sensor, we have a couple of other sensors, and we are also able to have like on-site supervision using mobile phones, and these mobile phones are connected to these Raspberry Pi. The important thing here is that we are connected, all of these components are connected together using a network simulator. We use NS3 for that. So basically all of these components, physical or virtual, are connected together using network simulator. So this is another overview of the testbed. You can see like a high-level overview of testbed, how these things are connected. As I said, VM number 1, Ubuntu, is an Ubuntu machine that actually works as a network gateway for us. And we do have two Raspberry Pis, another Ubuntu, and also a attacking virtual machine from inside and outside. So for the emulate attacks that we had in our settings and we collected data on, is that we had an attack emulation plan for APT29. So APT29 is a real-world APT group that actually has a lot of attacks throughout the history. So they're a very important APT threat actor, and basically because of that, my threat attack framework has its own emulation plan for the APT29's attacks. So we use that emulation plan, and we use a number of MITRE attack frameworks, TTPs, and we use the MITRE Caldera on Kali number 1, and also on our virtual machine number 1 to perform these attacks based on what we thought about APT29. So the emulation plan that we executed contained initial access, reconnaissance, gaining access, lateral movement, persistence, and finally data exfiltration. So this is the process of collecting and labeling the data. So we basically collected two types of data. We collected network data and collected system host logs. So for the network logs, my colleagues talked about how we can use network logs to detect different types of attacks. So I'm not going to go through that in detail. But just can say that we collect the packets with real-time stamps, and we are also collecting host logs. So these host logs are fed into a tool called SPADE, and that SPADE gives us a provenance graph. So another thing that we have here is the reports of the Caldera that we use to perform the attacks. This report provides us with the attacks metadata and also the process ID of the malicious processes that actually cause the attacks. So using these two resources, we actually can label the data, label the network side of the data, and label the provenance side of the data. So after all of those, we do have a combination of provenance data and the network data that are cleaned and labeled and are there for use as a labeled data set. This is an overview of how this actually looks like, how our data set looks like. So we did had our experiment in two phases. In fact, the first phase was a 4-day benign activities, just benign. We didn't do any type of attack in this phase. And the next one was a 3-day attack. So we did have a lot of benign packets and benign nodes, provenance nodes, but we also had a lot of attacks that were happening during that phase. So if you can see here that we did have about 46,000 nodes provenance graph for the benign phase and about 53,000 node provenance graph for the phase 2 that is benign. But for the attacks, in total we had about more than 300 attack nodes for the phase 2. That is the sum of all of the other steps that happened during the experiment and during the emulation plan of the attack. These are some of the features that were extracted from the provenance data and provenance graph. So one of the features, for example, is ID. That is basically all of the nodes have those things, and there is the node identifier for nodes. We do have types because we do have a lot of different types of edges or nodes in the provenance graph. We do have a from and to features that are specific for the edges, and they are basically the IDs for the source node and the destination node, and so on. We do have a lot of features that are useful for developing the detection tools. And this is actually how it actually looks like a provenance graph. So here you can see we do have different type of nodes and different type of edges. For example, these are processes, this is an artifact, and these edges are different type of edges that you can see, and that they're generated with different color to show the difference. And this is how actually the complete provenance graph looks like. As I said, it's just for the attack phase 2. So this is basically like a 53,000 node graph, and the blue nodes are actually benign ones, and the reds or with the other colors are those that are attacks. And to compare our dataset with the other dataset available in the literature, you can see that the thing about our dataset is that it is generated on the IoT and IIoT setting. It contains network lock and it contains provenance or host lock. So we do also have different phases of an APT. We do have established foothold, collection, data exfiltration, CNC or command and control, persistence, discovery, credential access, lateral movement, and defense evasion. So just going to go through a little bit of like how we can use our dataset, how we can use the CIC APT IoT dataset. So as there are a lot of dataset out there that are focusing on the network part, network packets, I'm just going to provide an example on how to use the provenance graph part of the dataset. So as any other data set that you are going to use for machine learning or deep learning tasks, you have to fill in the data first, and you have to separate the nodes and edges, because we do have 6 different node types and 4 different edge types. And we do have to like encode some of the features. For example, we do have a feature in the provenance graph that is pass, called pass. It's a pass of the file or pass of the directory, whatever it is. You can encode those things, and you can encode the features. For example, I provided some examples of 3 features here. And then we're gonna have a graph something like this one. So this is like a simple example of how the provenance graph can look like. We do have different type of nodes and different type of edges. So in order to be able to fit that things, so basically Griffin somehow talked about this, we need to have an embeddings for each of the node in the graphs in order to be able to fit those embeddings into like a downstream machine learning or deep learning task. So for that, and as basically like a baseline method and baseline solution, we use node to wake approach. It works based on the word to wake technique, and it does some random walks on the graph, and it's actually works as counts the graph as somehow a homogeneous graph. So it's not a very good technique for the provenance graph, but as I said, it's mostly like a baseline method. So it generates some random walks on the provenance graph, and using a skip-gram model, it provides some embeddings for each of the node in the graph, and then you can later fit those embeddings into a downstream machine learning task. And this is, let's say, like another one. I actually use this one as for the later task. I use the self-supervised learning-based embeddings instead of node to wake, and compare the results. If you are curious to see how it works, and you can go to our paper on this. So to evaluate how it actually works, then the node to wake method, we used multiple machine learning models, and we used tenfold cross validation. We had 70 to 30 train test split, and I had like 3 different evaluation methods. First was binary classification, basically saying that this node is attack or is benign. Multi-class classification, the model should also say that which subcategory of attacks this node belongs to. And correlated attack stage classification is for be able to actually understand what stage of attack this node belongs to. And the important evaluation metrics for us here is recall and F1 score. So you can see the results of node to wake embeddings here. This is for the binary classification, and this is for the multi-class classification. You can see the accuracy is pretty high here, but the important metrics for us here is recall and F1 score. You can see the results here for this table, and this one that is for the multi-class classification. And the final evaluation metric for us is the correlated attack stage classification result. You can see the result for each of the attack stages: collection and exfiltration, CNC and credential access, defense evasion and persistence, and discovery and lateral movement. So this was my presentation on CIC APT IoT dataset. If you have any questions, you can actually type them in the chat, and someone will ask them from me. Or if you had any other question, you can email me, and this is my email, and you can contact me using this email, and I'll be more than happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Irfan, for this insightful presentation, and for all our viewers. If anybody wants to get in touch with Irfan to sort of have more insight on his presentation, his email was just mentioned in the last slide. Irfan, with this, we move on to the Q&A part of today's session. Let me just see if we have any questions in the chat session. So the first question is, Irfan, how did you simulate the low and slow approach in your simulated APT?
That's a very good question. Thank you, Sumit. So the thing, as I mentioned, one of the important characteristics of APTs is that they use a low and slow approach. They're not constantly attacking the targets. They try to remain undetected. So how we did that was that we had a attack emulation plan consisting of more than 30 different techniques, but we didn't execute them one by one, just one after another. So we just had them randomly span through like a 3-day period. So basically, it's not as long as a real APT, but we try to have those approach, and our attacks are like in the case of time, they're distant from each other, and you cannot detect them just by using the time. So that somehow simulates how an actual APT scenario works.
Okay. Thanks for that, Irfan. Our next question is, why are you using recall and F1 score as your main evaluation metrics?
Very good question. That's actually somehow related to the previous question. So as you saw in the slides, the data sets that are related to APTs or advanced persistent threats are highly imbalanced. So you did have like about 53,000 benign nodes, and you had like only 300 attack nodes. So the thing is, when you have a highly imbalanced data set, having accuracy as your main measurement metric, it can be misleading. So because for whatever machine learning or deep learning model that you develop, you can have more than 99.9% accuracy. So it's not going to be helpful. The important thing for us here is to be able to actually detect those attack points, detect those attack nodes. So that's why we use mostly recall. What recall shows us is how successful we were on detecting those those attack nodes and the graph in the provenance graph. So that's why we use recall, and after that F1 score as our main evaluation metric.
Okay. Thanks for that, Irfan. With this, we move to the next question in today's session. Why did you use a network simulator to connect different components of the test bed? And then the second part of the question is, what were the advantages of this compared to directly connecting them?
So the reason that we use a network simulator, it was NS3, as I mentioned. The reason that we use NS3 to connect different components to each other, and we didn't directly connected them to each other, was that we wanted to have a full control over the components and what happens inside our network. So because all of the connections was made through the NS3 and was so that way we had a complete control and complete monitoring capabilities over what happens in our network. So if device 1 sends some packets to device 2, we can easily capture those things because it happens in our simulation, in our own simulation, and it happens in NS3, and using NS3, we can capture all of the packets that we need. So that was the main reason. We could also connect them directly, but we didn't have this extent of control over the packets, over the components, over the network that we had when we are using NS3 for.
Thanks for that, Irfan. It does certainly, give a good explanation of the question. So with this, we move on to the next question. How do you think that this research can add insight to the cybersecurity of industrial applications?
Thank you. It's also a very great question. So the thing is, as I said, we do have a lack of comprehensive data set that somehow represent this scenario that we were looking for. So we do have do not have enough data set that provides some aspects of like industrial IoTs and also APTs, and these are very important things. So, for example, most of the data sets that are out there are like focusing on different type of attacks, for example, DDoS or DOS, or the attacks that are very important when we're dealing with the IoT or industrial IoT. But there are not like too many data sets that would be helpful to detect actual APTs. So what we wanted to show with this data set and we wanted to help was to help the community, help the researchers when they are dealing with APT scenarios. The other thing that we wanted to somehow influence the literature, influence the community about with is that how using and how to having the provenance data in the data sets and how to using the provenance data can actually be very helpful in detecting some types of attacks, such as those APT attacks that I was just talking about. We don't have that many data sets that have provenance data and provenance graph in them. So we hope that this data set that we publish somehow helps the researchers that's trying to have the provenance graph, have provenance data, and use those provenance graph and data to detect APTs.
Understood. Thanks, Irfan, for this very clear explanation of this question. With this, we'll move to another question which reflects on what was the motivation behind this particular data set. So I'll just read the question. What motivated you and your team to create this data set, and how does this address gaps in existing APT datasets for IIoT?
As I mentioned, because industrial IoTs are being integrated into critical infrastructure, any attack or any disruption in those settings in the industrial IoT can have high impacts. I provided some of the examples, for example, attack on a Ukrainian power plant. And because of that, that's actually very impactful, and that's actually very hard to detect. So what motivated us was that we were trying to prevent those kind of impacts into critical infrastructure in the manufacturing sector, in the energy management sector, in the, logistics and transportation sector. We know that anything that happens to an industrial IoT in an IIoT setting can be very dangerous for the community, can be very dangerous for the industries. So we are trying to help people to help in this sector, and we're trying to prevent those things. And what was the second part of the question? Sorry.
The second part of the question is, and how does it address the gaps in existing APT datasets for IIoT?
Yeah. So as I said, we do have a lack of the comprehensive data set. When we were doing this research, we actually didn't have any data set out there that actually shows, represents the industrial IoT and also have provenance data in it. So that actually helps to provide some materials and put that on the gap of this particular gap in the research. That's what I think about.
Thanks for that, Irfan. With this, we'll move on to the next question. As a seasoned expert, what are the challenges around, creating some of those data sets. Sometimes we have, challenges around, collecting data and then the quality of the data. So this question is sort of, asking those questions. So what challenges did you face in collecting both the provenance and the network logs in a synchronized manner?
Yep. Thank you. So one of the challenges, one of the most important things when you're generating any type of data set is that the data set should be useful. It should be the people in academia and people that are doing research should be able to use that data set. And for that, you need to have your data set as realistic as possible. The data sets that are completely unrealistic and don't have to do anything with the real world scenarios are not going to be that much useful. The other thing is that you should be able, as you mentioned, you should be able to synchronize the collection of provenance graph, provenance data, network logs, host logs, everything. So for that, you need to have full control over the system, over the network, and you need to be able to synchronize this collection of data. That's another challenge. Another thing that I think was very important is what approach you are choosing in order to be able to label the data. So, for example, I didn't mention that because of the lack of time, but actually labeling the provenance graph was very important and was very challenging for me because I had to use process IDs and PIDs and PBIDs for that. And with that, I managed to have like a solid labeling solution for that. So yeah, that was some of the challenges that I faced with generating the data set.
Thank you. Thank you, Irfan. This was the last question in our today's segment. With this, we come to the end of today's session. I certainly had a good time. I enjoyed, listening to all the presentation. We covered some different topics around IoT and IoT, and we also, covered the malware analysis with respect to the topic. And with this, we will be signing off now. If you're a student, if you're a researcher, or somebody who wants to understand more about the cybersecurity space, the best way to reach out to us is through our LinkedIn channel. So with this, we will be signing off. Thank you for all who have joined us today, and thank you to all our speakers of the day. So thank you.
Going to interview 3 students here at the Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity. We'll try to understand the research work that they've been doing, and we'll try to understand that how their work affects the innovation and the cybersecurity landscape here in the country. So with this, we'll move on to the part where we'll introduce our first guest. Our first guest is a student called Mr. Farouk bin Rashid. Farouk, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. So should I introduce myself?
Oh, no, I can. Yeah. I mean, go ahead and introduce yourself.
So, my name is Farouk bin Rashid, as Sumit mentioned. So I came from Dubai, basically. I'm from the Middle East. Originally, I was born and brought up there, and I did my schooling in Pakistan. I started my master's in computer science about 2 years ago, and it was in research, even though I didn't intend initially to go in research, but I stumbled upon it and I liked it. Yeah, it's been 2 years since I've started. My interests are in NLP, AI, machine learning, cloud, software engineering, because that's what I was doing back home in Dubai. I was working there for 3 years. Other than that, in my free time, I like to read books, play football. Nowadays, more or less, I like to work out. That's the most frequent activity that I have been doing. Other than that, I like to do long walks since summer has started. So yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Thank you, Farouk. I wish I could ask you your favorite football club or your favorite football player, but for this segment, we'll move on to some of the very specific question around your area of research.
Right.
So you mentioned a brief about how you have done your schooling in Pakistan, and you spend some time in the Middle East. Between all that, what piqued your area in interest in the field of cybersecurity, and how you decided that you want to carry further in this field?
Well, so I was working in Dubai for 3 years, and during that time, I was developing banking applications. I was developing web applications, mobile applications. I was very close in security. Like I knew that what I was coding could be broken, like how it could be broken, because I was coding it, right? So in 3 years, I learned a lot of things. I noticed a lot of things. I noticed, what could be fixed. Or I remember at one point, my application that I developed went to penetration testers, and they tested it at least for 10 days, and they gave me like 10 vulnerabilities. And that was new for me, because at that point, I thought my code was perfect. I spent 1 year on it. Obviously, I thought it should be good. But at that point, I thought, okay, this is something that I might like to do. And then at that point onwards, I started looking at videos and, looking at things and programs, research. And yeah, somehow I landed here then.
Okay, great to know that, Farouk. You did mention a brief about your area of research. So let's say if there's somebody who's absolutely non-technical, somebody like me,
right?
How do you explain your area of research to them?
Yeah. So well, my area of research in simple words is fake news detection.
Okay.
Now, and it's pretty self-explanatory, but like if you think about it, during COVID, for example, if you remember 2020, 2021, misinformation was at its peak, right? People were saying that doing this will fix it, or eating this will cure your COVID, or I don't know, 5G rays are causing COVID, for example. Now this was rampant. So how do you tackle that? At that point, I think the area of fake news detection actually took a new height, and people started researching into it more. And I think that's what I'm working in on, a very small part, since it's a master's, but it's a pretty huge problem around the world, as we all know.
Great
Yeah.
to know that. It's certainly been seen in the last couple of years that how misinformation can affect elections. It can affect I mean so many things in our society as well. So good to know that you're doing your research in this.
Yep.
My next question would be, you did briefly mention that you like to read.
Yeah.
Is there a book that inspired you in somewhat way to do what you're doing today?
Not a book actually, or I would say just my work, but I do remember that during the 3 years I was working, there's a book by Edward Snowden. I don't remember its name. I read a few, let's say like 100 or 200 pages, I think.
Okay.
In that book, he describes how how he got into cybersecurity, how he was working, where he was working, what he was doing. So I don't know if it's linked to that, but that was something really fascinating to me, and I wanted to somehow get there, I guess. Not to what he was doing, but like what he knew, his knowledge and all. So,
oh, interesting. I hate being the one to say that I haven't read the book, but I've watched the movie.
Oh, I have to watch the movie.
With this, I'll move on to my next question. When you do your research, is there a specific methodology to your research that you can, that you can share with us?
So by methodology, you mean like from a technical point of view?
Yeah.
So now that my research is almost coming to an end, in our research, what we have done is, in simpler words, we realize that if you have a claim or you have a paragraph, in the age of LLMs, or in simpler words, ChatGPT, Gemini, you can't really differentiate if it's fake or not. I can give a piece of text to GPT or Gemini or Grok and say, make it real for me, like write it in a way that it looks real, and it will do that for you. So now you can't really rely on linguistic patterns, like you can't rely on the words themselves, right? So how do you figure out that this paragraph or sentence is fake or not? So now what we have started doing, and a lot of research is focused on this, is that you gather evidence based on that piece of text. Okay. So you have a simple text, for example, COVID-19 is caused by 5G, as we discussed. Now you start gathering evidence around this, and you make like chunks of evidence, and then you start essentially breaking it down to extracting the simpler pieces of text which connect to your claim. And then you have a big chunk where there is the claim and you have the evidence. And then we use an LLM, or GPT, Gemini. When I say an LLM, it means anything that ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, or the local LLMs that we have. So you give this piece of text to the LLM, and then it tells you if it's fake or not. Oh. So essentially, there are a lot of things involved in the middle. I cut out a lot of it, but that's sort of the methodology that we're following right now.
Understood. That's always very interested to know that what's the methodology behind the research which is coming forward. And you did mention that misinformation does have an impact on COVID information, that it does has a impact on the society and on the politics. So from that point of view, how do you say that your research is multidisciplinary? And if you can share a few examples, that would be great.
So you mean in multiple domains, or in multiple domains within IT?
Both.
Oh, okay. So currently our research is not really focusing on the domain itself. When I say domain, we're not focusing on health, politics. We have a mix of claims that we are focusing on. But essentially what our research is more focused on is like gathering evidence for a certain claim, and ensuring that we are able to run that process of extracting the evidence, running it through the whole pipeline within 1 minute for a claim.
Okay.
And we have a limited memory as well. So like the GPU space that we have is pretty limited.
Okay.
So our work is one of the major parts is that we're trying to do it in 1 minute and within limited capacity. So you want to see when we have limited capacity, when we have limited time, how good can your system perform? Because when you have unlimited capacity, unlimited time, you can do pretty well.
Okay.
But then again, it costs you money because you need a lot of space. So in terms of other domains in IT, it's targeting AI.
Okay.
We are touching LLMs a lot. I think LLMs play a huge role in my research. And then NLP.
Okay.
I think it comes under the same domain. And then I think privacy as well to an extent. But yeah, these are 3-4 things that we are working on.
Interesting. Quite interesting to be honest. Now we do understand that research is very comprehensive and very detailed, and there are usually hurdles associated with it. So in your research, what's the biggest hurdle that you have faced, and how did you overcome it?
So to be honest, the biggest hurdle that I faced, and people face hurdles between the research, but the biggest hurdle I faced was when I started this area and I did literature review. I started reading about it. I'm reading multiple papers every day, and understanding what this area is about. It's interesting and everything, but what do I work on? Like, what is the problem I should target? That was one of the biggest hurdles in the start that I faced, because I couldn't figure out that what should be the problem that we should target and put all our effort in, because this area of research there are a lot of people working on it.
Okay.
So you want to ensure that whatever you are doing is adding value to the whole area, right? So it took us a while to figure out that this is the problem we want to work on. That's the first hurdle. And then secondly, we did face hurdles in the middle, like technical hurdles.
Okay.
We are running the pipeline again and again. We're getting the same results. We're changing everything, changing variables. It's not working, and then suddenly you change something and it works. So yeah.
Interesting. No, it's always the fun part is to understand what those hurdles would be, and going about trying to solve them with a linear sort of vision. So we all have a certain motivation behind the work that we're doing. So what would you say is the most rewarding part of your research for you?
It's a little bit selfish, but the most rewarding part is that I'm learning a lot.
Okay.
And even though I know it's contributing to a whole space, that's second for me, that I'm contributing to such a huge space, but the amount of learning that I'm getting doing all of this, that's really good for me. I mean, I'm enjoying that a lot. It's pretty rewarding. Yeah.
Great. No, it's always fun when the work that you're doing gives you a lot of learning, and you get to learn new stuff, and there's no sort of boredom or repetitiveness in your work. You enjoy all that. Now you did mention it a little at the earlier, but if I can ask you, what are some of the practical application of the research that you're doing at this point of time, or the practical application that you see in the times to come?
So our research is pretty small scaled, I'd say. Essentially, we are just trying to take a claim, get the evidence, and determine the veracity of it within 1 minute. So the scale of it is pretty small, but I think in the larger scale of things, the system we have can be scaled to pick up any claim around the internet, be able to gather the evidence, and then give you the veracity within a good amount of time.
Okay.
And then within a good amount of capacity, like not use a lot of memory. But of course, there is a lot of work that needs to be done there. It's still like pretty small. Yeah.
One more question I would want to ask is, of course, the research that you do, you often share with the research community and people who are in the similar space as well. Are there any ethical considerations that you have to make while doing that work, or resharing that work? What are a few ethical considerations that you have to make?
I think, like, for example, in our area or any area of research, when you are reading papers, you might get ideas from somewhere, right? So if you're reading 10 papers, from one paper you might get an idea that, maybe we'll try this and maybe this will work. Now, the ethical part of it is that you have to cite them, or you have to credit them, that you use their method, and not say that I came up with it. So that, I think that's one part that you should do, because, for example, in my research, we read like 10-15 papers from the past year, and from that we got a lot of ideas.
Okay.
So it's important for us to ensure that we cite those and credit those, that these are the ideas we merged and work for us.
Yeah, no, it's certainly a very important thing to do. I certainly wouldn't want to stumble upon a research and later on figuring out that research was taken from somebody else. So ethics is a big part for it. Now with this, we'll move on to the fun section of the interview. We call it the rapid fire round. I wouldn't need to tell you what it is. So I'll just simply jump into the question, and you can just give me an answer that comes to your mind. Tea or coffee?
Tea. Even though I'm having coffee now.
Look at the irony. What's your favorite app on your phone?
Instagram.
And favorite book?
I don't have a favorite book as of now, to be very honest. Yeah, I'd say 1,000 Splendid Suns. That's the one that comes to mind, and it's still fresh in my memory. So maybe
good.
That's one.
Windows, Mac OS, or Linux?
Mac OS.
Okay, the best place to code or write?
You mean location?
Yeah.
Oh, cafes. I don't know. I feel much better coding there.
Yeah, they have a certain vibe to them.
Yeah, with the coffee on the side.
Early morning or late night for the productivity work?
Early morning.
Okay. Physical books or the digital copies?
Physical books. Even though I do digital books a lot now, but physical books have a feel to it.
Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. Now, just try to understand how how the day in the life of a researcher, researcher would look. What's the first thing that you do when you get up in the morning?
So, I would describe my ideal day, because my day varies a lot. Even though the day I have in mind sometimes doesn't happen. So the first thing I would prefer to do is, or try to do is pray.
Okay.
That prayer and reading the book, and get those things out of the way.
Okay.
And then having a pretty good breakfast, and then getting ready for work, making lunch, and coming to CIC.
Okay.
Then 9 to 5 work, and then if me and my friend we are going to the gym, then go to the gym, lift, listen to songs. That's the good part of the day, in my opinion.
Interesting. Farooq, with this, we come to the end of the interview. I certainly had a really good time understanding.
I did too.
Your research work, understanding your background, understanding where it is that you come from. That was really an interesting conversation, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you for having me.
So, our second guest is Mr. Arash Kariznovi. Arash is a recent graduate here at the Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity, and now he works here at the institute. Arash, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
How it is you today?
Yeah, it's very good sunny day. I like that.
Okay. Arash, before we move on to some of the very detailed question about your area of research, why don't you just give a very quick introduction about yourself?
Yes, sure. I'm Arash Kariznovi. I'm 26 years old. I came in Canada for my master after having my bachelor in computer engineering at home. And yeah, it's been about 6 months that I've been graduated from my master in computer science from UMB, and I'm happy to be here.
Interesting to know that, Arash. When when it comes to your area of research, can you tell our can you tell our viewers what it is that you do? Especially a lot of our viewers, they would come from a non-technical background. So
Yeah.
if you can elaborate it a little.
Yeah, sure. If I want to discuss my field of study to someone who's not familiar with technology or at least cybersecurity, I would say that I'm the one that try to just find innovative ways to secure your data from your phone, data from your tablets, and or even from your smart meters at home.
Understood. Understood. Okay, so of course, like when a person decides to pursue their research in a certain field, there are a lot of factors that led them to do that. So what sparked your interest in the area of cybersecurity, leading you to pursue your master's degree in this field, and now working in this field as well. So what piqued your interest?
Yeah, sure. So from the beginning in the high school, I was interested in programming and computer engineering. But one of the just like turning point and what I really got interested in cybersecurity was one of my professors during my bachelor. So I had the course information security with her, and she was very good at teaching. And also we had different CTF meetings, and that really made me interested in this domain. Yeah.
Understood. Understood. That's always great to know what's the motivation behind all the work that you're doing. Now, of course, with every field, there are certain misconceptions. So, what would you say, like some of the misconception about your area of research?
It's not like the misconception, but we are talking about cybersecurity. People just more non-technical people most think
People
about
like me?
no, think about more than they more to think about hackers than the ones that are just protecting, and they just kind of they think about the offensive part, not the defensive part. So it's not always related to just protecting against the incoming threats and attacks. So even before the attacks, there are some measurements that they are in place to just in kind of the defensive layer.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. So, of course, in your area of research, there would always be a lot of bad actors, and then there are always good guys, like you. So, what would you say is the more heavier side at this point of time? Would you say that the good guys are a step ahead, or would you say the technical community or the research community is either at pace with them or outperforming them?
Okay, you mean comparing the bad guys with good guys?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think it's first about vulnerabilities, and then then the good guys find how to protect. I think even if it is not true, you have to think that always there is a hacker which is more smarter than you. So I think this way.
Yeah. Until we keep thinking there is always a person smarter than us, then we keep learning. Now, of course, research is very comprehensive and it takes away a lot of time from your life as well. So, outside of your research, is there a hobby or is there an activity that you're absolutely passionate about?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I used to be a soccer player when I was young. So yeah, I try to be in different meetings and matches whenever I get time. Yeah.
And did you mention you come from Iran?
Yes.
Iran has a good football culture, I've heard.
Yeah. It's like first or second sport in our country. We have wrestling and soccer.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting game, and sports is a good equalizer. It sort of equals the playing field, and it's a really good, really good. Stress buster as well. Now we'll move on to some of the specific part about your research. Now, every research has a lot of different methodology that is being adopted. In your research, what are some of the methodologies that you guys apply?
Yes, sure. So we are working around the data privacy and security. Basically, we apply solutions that when you're outsourcing your data to a third party, we can apply different solutions in order to prevent insiders or even the man-in-the-middle attackers, in order to just prevent them to access your data, at least your fine-grained data. So applying some solutions like homomorphic encryption using trusted execution environment or differential privacy would be some.
Understood. So again, every research has a very futuristic angle to it. So if I have to ask you, like in your area of research, how do you see that your area of research makes the future better for the world of cybersecurity? Are there any future application that you think that on those application, your area of research is going to have a big and a positive impact?
Right, sure. So I think the future that I'm thinking is the future that the privacy of the user's data is the priority, rather than the companies using their data or sometimes misuse your private data. So
they do.
Yeah, you're just trying to make the privacy the priority.
And interesting. I think going forward, users' privacy is going to be a huge issue. It is still now a huge issue. So good to know that your research is, tackling to some of those areas as well. Now, of course, a research can have a multiple application. When I say multiple application, it can be multidisciplinary. It can have implication in cybersecurity, tech, and social impact. So, in what respect is your research multidisciplinary?
Right, sure. So I think I think it's it's two-sided. With one side are the companies, that they have to really respect the users. They have to, as I said, prioritize their users, and also there is the customer side. They have to be basically be aware of these things. They be aware of the solutions, that there are some solutions that they can basically take care of their data. They can protect their data. So yeah, I think there are basically the users and also customers that kind of companies that are involved in this domain. Yeah.
Now, of course, every research has an impact. What would you say would be a global impact of your research if your research goes to the level of completion or fruition? What would you say is the global impact of your research?
Right, sure. So basically, the the main goal is just to embed the privacy into the design when you're designing a system, because and also it's more about the developers. They have to just keep this in mind globally, that when basically because some of the developers, they just first design the system and then they decide on their security measures. But the impact the research can have is that, so during your development phases, you have to basically have the security in mind, and in that security and privacy in mind, and in that way you can have this more secure basically implementations and systems.
Glad to know that your research area will make the global community secure and safe. Now, I'll move on to some of the questions around the challenges and discoveries that you've had in your research. Now we all understand that research is very comprehensive, very detailed, and often there are hurdles. So in your line of work, when you're doing your research, what is the biggest hurdle that you face, and how do you solve it?
Yeah, sure. So especially in the implementation parts, there in my field, there's always a trade-off between the speed and also the privacy, and also the amount of data that you're basically giving out. Basically when you have the privacy, the more you have the privacy, the less you output the data, because the other parts, the companies also, they need the data, but at the same time you have to provide the privacy for users. And also, the more you just have the privacy, basically it decreases the speed, and basically it's a trade-off. You have to solve it. You have to just use different kind of solutions to solve this. It's always a trade-off.
Interesting. And do you face issues around the collection of data, the quality of data, and how do you often, try to solve those issues?
Yeah, sure. For example, one of the solutions that comes in this field is trusted execution environment. Basically, the other solutions are that you just transmit the encrypted data to the third party. They decrypt it. They have the access to the fine grade data, plain text data, and then they do the analytics. But using this trusted execution environment, you just transmit the data encrypted, and also inside the third party cloud, for example, there's trusted execution environment, as the name suggests. You can think of a black box. Every analytics that they need is done inside that black box, and they don't have the access to the data, but at the end they have their result without having access to that fine grade data. So I think this is one of the nice solutions.
Quite interesting part of collecting the data. And of course, like research is not always moving in a positive direction. Sometimes you face a setback as well. So when you face a setback, how do you handle it? How do you tackle it? And how do you move along?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's the research is all about the challenges and setbacks. So yeah, so I was lucky to have good professors here and supervisors. So every time I can just have a small meeting, a quick meeting or discussion with them, and with their experience, I think we can solve all the
Nice. What would you say is the most like for me, the most rewarding part of my work is meeting my colleagues who are very smart, very brainy. So I like to meet them and talk to them about different topics around cybersecurity. What would you say is the most rewarding part of your work?
I think every single day that I'm working here, I'm researching, is rewarding for me. And also, other than those, just talking to new people, using their experience. And also, other than these, when we publish a paper, when we come up with innovative new solutions, they are all innovative moments.
Interesting. How would you say, like, of course your research is beneficial to the researchers community, but how would you say that your research is beneficial to the industry as well? If you can use a couple of examples, that would be great.
Yeah, sure. So basically, one of the maybe benefits for the industry is every company is responsible for the customer's data, because there are some regulations. They have to basically have their regulation in mind and then use the data for the customers, from the customers. So using this technology, they can make sure that they just follow all the rules, and they're basically they are in a safe place.
Understood. We did ask this question with our previous guest as well, so I'm going to ask you, ask you as well. What are some of the ethical considerations you have to make in your area of research?
Yes, sure. So when it comes to ethical, so for example, there are many solutions. They're all innovative, but they're very close to each other. Just there are small changes that make them each innovative and unique. So basically, I think in this domain of research, that everything is completely close to each other. If you don't use good references when you're just using others, basically others implementations or others experience, I think there's some problem out of it. So I think you have to just, every time that you use some others people's implementations or their thoughts, you have to just reference that. And I think it's for every research, not only my domain.
Interesting. So again, I did mention earlier that a few of our viewers come from a non-technical background. So if there is a listener who comes from in such a background, or somebody like me, what guidelines or instructions would you have for them in order for them to keep themselves safe, secure their data, like what gadgets they should be using, or some of the practices that they should be following to make sure that they are absolutely safe in this world of technology?
Yeah, sure. So I think the main thing that is completely related to my field also is that they have to just every time they just log in or sign out to a new, for example, application,
okay,
it would automatically ask them to just giving away their access. For example, they can give the access of their camera, they can give the access of their gallery to application. So basically, every time they install a new application, the first question is to ask what kind of data this application is used from my phone device, for example.
Interesting. So make a very informed decision about what data is it they're sharing,
Yeah.
what application is it they're using.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting. So look, with this, we have come to the part where the serious questions are behind us, and I'm going to ask you some of the very fun questions. This section is called the rapid fire. It needs no introduction, so I'll ask you a few very direct questions, and you have to choose an either and an or option. So my first question would be,
Yeah, sure.
coffee or tea?
So definitely tea. Yeah, because I used to drink tea from when I was a child, so I like tea more.
No surprises there. I would say people from Iran and people from India, they are huge tea drinkers.
Yeah, exactly.
I myself as well would always, prefer a cup of tea over a cup of coffee. What is your favorite programming language?
So I started with C++ and C, and I think I like it the most.
The most used app on your phone, and why?
Definitely these days is Instagram for everyone, I think. But yeah, other than that, I use the multi-factor authentication too.
Oh,
Many
okay.
times.
I wasn't expecting that to be the answer, but good to sort of know that. One tech gadget that you can't live without.
Definitely my AirPods. Yeah, they're light, and I have a lot of meetings, so.
What's your favorite cybersecurity personality or influencer? It can be a teacher as well, or it can be influencer.
Exactly.
Anybody.
Yeah, I was thinking to choosing between my teachers, so so definitely I think I've been basically I had two supervisor here, Dr. Korbani and also Dr. Kalikinkar. They are both the people that I can really follow.
Good you name that, because my plan was, if you don't name them, I'm going to show them this video. What's your go-to source for watching the tech news?
Can you repeat again? Sorry.
What is your go-to source for tech news?
Tech news, so it depends on the basically what type of tech. For example, it's been a while that I'm following the basic news about the Web3, which they plan to substitute in some sections in Web2. So, for example, there is a website called rex.com. There are some very good news about the vulnerabilities and securities regarding Web3.
Understood.
Yeah, it's really cutting edge. I like that.
Okay. Good to sort of know that. Now, of course, when you conduct research, there are skills that you learn which are related to your research, but then there are skill you learn which are not even related to your skill. So what would be one skill that you learn by studying here at the institute or doing your research, which was very surprising for you and not at all a part of your research?
So you mean apart from the soft skills?
Yeah.
Even. Yeah. Okay. Let me think about that. So I think the opportunity that you have here, especially in Canada, is that you get familiar with different cultures, from people from different countries and cultures, and I think just learning how to interact with each of them.
Okay.
And how they prefer to interact with them. I think was very enjoyable thing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Canada as a country
Yeah.
gives you a lot of diversity, and with different diversity, the thing is there are often stories about people from their countries. Those are always the interesting one. If you could visit one country for a cybersecurity conference, which country would you like to visit?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So I would say these days, I think I would choose Emirates. Yeah, I think it's becoming a very good hub for different technologies.
I would choose Emirates just for the food, not even for the cybersecurity. But anyways, it's not about me. With this, we'll move to the last segment of this interview, and this is about trying to understand a day in your life. Now, how do you, you know, I mean, the area of research is very stressful. So, how do you manage your stress when you're doing your research?
Yeah, I used to go for walk sometimes, but yeah, the problem is here we have the long snow and long winter, so it makes it a little bit hard for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I cannot go for walk during winter.
No, I do find walking as a big stress reliever. I sort of call it like a free therapy. You don't have to pay anybody to go on a walk, and it's
Exactly.
absolutely nice.
Yeah.
Now, when you start your day at the workplace, what's the first thing that you do?
So the first thing is just I boil the water for the tea, and then start with the overall plan for the day. Yeah.
So if I have to ask you, and honestly, this will be my last question.
Yeah,
I'm not going to bug you after this. What would be the one thing that you wish people would know about a doctoral student? What is this one big misconception about the doctoral student that you would like to clear to people?
Yeah. These days I'm seeing different thing on social media that doing a PhD is very hard, is annoying, something like that. But I think it's for someone that really likes it, it's really good job.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not that bad. So I think I just I recommend just think about that. Yeah, for some time.
Thank you, Arash. It was really nice having this conversation with you. I certainly enjoyed our conversation, and I'm absolutely certain our viewers would have enjoyed it too. And thank you for being on the show.
Thank you very much for you.
Thanks. With this, we move to the third guest of today's series called the Cyber Frontier here at the Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity. Our third guest is a student called Arbaz Mohammed. Arbaz, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Abbas, before we get into the research part of today's interview, why don't you introduce yourself to our viewers?
Awesome. So, like you mentioned, my name is Arbaz. I come from Bangalore, India.
Okay.
And I had about 3 years of experience working in the industry.
Okay.
And now I'm here in Canada. I just want to upskill myself, get the taste of research. So here I am at CIC.
Abbas, if let's say somebody non-technical or technical wants to understand more about your area of research, can you please elaborate to them about your area of research, what it is that you do?
Okay, so I have two interesting research topics or projects that I'm working on that I'd like to share.
Okay.
So the first one is the pretty much that everybody understands detecting fake news.
Interesting.
So we have these interviews happening where people make claims or people just posting on social media. So how do you know if that's actually fake or true or if it's biased?
Okay.
So we are developing systems which can do that. And the other topic that I'm working on is risk prioritization and vulnerability detection.
Okay. So, is there a certain methodology that you're following? Let's say, hypothetically speaking, a certain politician comes and has a news conference and he end up making certain, certain claims. Half of those claims are a misinformation. Is there a methodology that you are following in order to understand and come to a conclusion that this was misinformation, and how it is that we know it?
Yes, so that's a great question. So the way we do it is when you make a claim,
Mhm.
it could be like multiple parts to it. Some
Okay.
parts could be true, some parts could be false, some parts could be like you're almost there, but you got slightly off. So the way you would ideally fact check is you would need this knowledge base, correct?
Okay.
So if I wanted to fact check what Donald Trump said, then I would need to get data from the internet about the exact facts,
Okay.
right? And then compare it against what he's telling.
Mm.
So it needs to be grounded in factuality, in objectivity, right? And I need to do this while being unbiased so that I can give a very fair evaluation.
Understood. Donald Trump has no idea that he's being discussed in a certain town here in Canada.
Oh, yes.
But anyways, uh, what sparked your interest? Like you mentioned briefly that you come from India in a city called Bangalore. You come from a tech background. Then you worked for a few years. What piqued your area of interest in this particular topic?
Okay, so it's a long story.
Okay.
Back when I was doing my bachelor's in computer science,
Mhm.
I was briefly introduced to cybersecurity by my friend. He was into hacking,
Okay.
so I tried that out a bit. But then when I moved to the industry, I was more into computer vision and AI.
Mhm.
So I want to naturally translate that into language, understanding language using AI
Okay.
from vision. And then I wanted to, of course, explore how research felt like. You don't really get too much of a choice of that in the fast-paced industry.
Okay.
So I found a supervisor. We found like mutual interests,
Mhm.
and he wanted to work on detecting fake news, and that more or less falls under language. So that is like one application of cybersecurity, and I always wanted to find areas where I could marry AI and cybersecurity, and this just felt like the perfect area.
Okay.
And then after coming here, I got involved in more projects,
Mhm.
like the vulnerability management
Yep.
project I told you about. Again, I found areas where I could apply AI there as well. So I think I found my niche now. So it's like a very gradual evolution, I could say,
Okay.
me coming into this field.
Ah,
Yeah.
interesting to see marrying of artificial intelligence with cybersecurity. Now, of course, your area of research is something to do with fake news, misinformation. So, when talk about this particular area of research, what are some of the misconceptions either in the research community or even in the industry?
So I think what most people think is detecting fake news is a very technical thing,
Okay.
but there's a lot that goes into it, correct? You have psychology,
Mhm.
you have sociology, like understanding the spread patterns,
Mhm.
and then there's the bias in the media itself.
Okay.
Like some of them are left leaning, some of them are right leaning.
Yeah.
So you need to take what they say with a grain of salt. You need to consider all the perspectives. So it's not that easy. You don't have like a magical tool where you
Mhm.
can just click and say that, hey, is this fake or not? Maybe there's more to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's something I think people need to understand. It's fake news. It's not just yes or no.
Yeah.
It's a very gray area.
Yeah. Interesting, interesting. Good to see that there is a topic in cybersecurity that's not very technical, and somebody like me also can make a lot of sense out of it. Now again, research takes a lot of your time. It's very complex. It's very comprehensive. What is that one hobby that you have outside of your research work?
So I like organizing things,
Mhm.
and I used to be very much involved in making music.
Oh, okay.
So I still kind of continue doing that. So every week or weekend, um, I go out and pick out new music that have come out for each genre. I handpick them and I reorganize my playlist, and
Mm.
then I use that for my next week. I just listen to them throughout, and I keep doing this over and over again,
Ah,
finding new talents, new artists, new music.
okay.
So that's a hobby I picked up.
Oh, that's good. Maybe I can steal one of your playlists from you.
Oh yeah, they're public.
Okay. I will look for that. Now, again, the area of cybersecurity is very multidisciplinary, and you did mention that there is a multidisciplinary approach to it. So, in what ways your research very multidisciplinary?
So first of all, I think I've pretty much mentioned it. I'll just try to elaborate on some of it. There is the AI aspect to it. There is the intelligence aspect to it. So you need to build intelligent systems because fact checking is not simple. There's a lot of evidence you have to sift through just to know if something is true or false. So it's not something that sometimes even I struggle. I could see when I was going through the claims, even I couldn't make out if there was true or false. So it's that hard.
Okay.
And then of course you have the psychology aspect to it. What you think is fake may not be fake for me because I am biased,
Okay.
correct? And then you have the communications, right? Understanding spread patterns, how to what is the government trying to tell you? Are they trying to spread a narrative? So you have that conspiracy theory as well. So there's a lot of it's a multidisciplinary approach, I think.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, again, fake news, disinformation, misinformation, uh, it does have an impact on our society. It does have impact on the politics, even the kind of politicians that come forward, or for that matter, how the result of a certain election can be changed through a lot of misinformation. So, not in just that respect, but overall, what do you see that in long run, what will be the global impact of your research?
Mm. So again, I'd like to start with the problems. I think when you address the problems, that's where you see where the impact goes.
Yeah.
Um, so, well, you mentioned elections, of course. So you can actually have fake news go to that scale where it can actually tip the scales of government itself.
Okay.
But sometimes governments or even influencers or people, they just use it to influence the media, the masses, the public. Uh, you do it over a certain period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and this can be like very I wouldn't say it's like factual, but it's more you're trying to like nudge them towards a certain opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can detect that shift,
Okay.
that someone's trying to do something like that,
Okay.
or blatantly outright trying to spread misinformation, you need to be able to do that, while at the same time still maintaining freedom of speech, right? You need to know what's freedom of speech and what's harmful content. So yeah, there's a lot to it.
Now again, it's very difficult to navigate this space, and you did mention that, okay, uh, fake news for me might not be fake news for you, misinformation for you might not be misinformation for me, because we both might be consuming two different source of information. I i deeply believe at heart that the information that I have is accurate, and then you deeply believe at heart that the misconception, sorry, the information that you have is absolutely accurate. In that sense, are there certain methodology that a non-technical person like me could follow to understand that, okay, this is you know this is misinformation and this is not misinformation?
Okay, so this is going to be like a guide to fact checking for someone new to this.
Okay.
Um, so first of all, do not be blindsided by influencers.
Okay.
Just do not blindly believe them. So you need to do your homework,
Mhm.
right? When you come across something that has the potential to be really harmful, then you need to do your homework. So get a whole bunch of articles. Don't just stick to your favorite media outlet.
Mhm.
Maybe get it from the left, from the right, from the center. Get all the views, and then form an opinion,
Mm,
right?
understood.
Because there is this thing called information bubble
Okay.
or echo chamber. what happens is, I think you would have seen this on Instagram and YouTube, right? You would get the reels or the shorts that is more based out of your personality. So maybe if you like to work out, then you would get reels about working out. Or if you like politics, you would get reels about politics. So the algorithm is just trying to throw stuff at you, which is what you believe. So you need to get out of that chamber and explore more.
So what you're saying is that just don't follow the algorithm. Try to see news from different sources, different angles. Maybe if somebody is following right-wing parties news piece, also have a look at what the left wing of the news piece is also saying. So maybe
Exactly.
understand both side of a particular argument.
Exactly. Because then you again go and influence other people, and then this goes into a snowball effect. So yeah, just do your homework.
Understood. Very, very interesting, interesting, perspective. Now, look, of course, research is so much about, digging deep into a problem and then coming out with a solution. And a lot of times, your approach at the beginning might be different to your approach in the middle or your approach at the end. So, how has your approach, changed over times in your particular area of research?
I think this has it has changed like hugely. I think because when I started out, I didn't know anything about research. I was just reading random research papers that my supervisor was giving me. And what I found out in fake news is that there are a lot of niche areas where people have contributed. And they've gotten like really good numbers or accuracies at detecting fake news in those niche areas, maybe in the domain of politics or maybe in detecting fake news in healthcare. But what I haven't seen was like a more a holistic system which could probably like take care of everything and do it at scale and give you like results probably instantaneously, if not with good accuracies and explainability.
Understood.
And so I try to like move towards that direction, and that has something that has evolved over months. It's not like something that I came across to this conclusion in just a month or two.
Understood.
Yeah, so this was like the research gap I was looking for, and then I came across it. So
okay. Now again, we all have different motivations and different, reward levels. What is the most rewarding part of your research?
so there's two things. One is when there are setbacks.
Okay.
Correct. When you expect something to work out, like you have a hypothesis, correct? When you start out on working on a solution that maybe it's going to work out, this is what is going to be the end result. But when it doesn't work out, that gets you thinking maybe there's a better way to do it, or what went wrong. So that debugging. And the other dopamine rush you get is when things work. So it's just kind of like, yeah, it's a double-edged sword. So
No. It does sort of feel like when things work, you have this dopamine to keep going, and even when things doesn't work, you feel like you need to maybe dig deeper and maybe see some other options by trying to show that those things work. Like if I sort of say that uh, when it comes to misinformation, fake news, all such non-technical topics, how can a non-expert contribute to the cybersecurity of this particular area?
I think we already probably answered this question. So you need to do your homework. So just beware of what you come across on social media. There is a lot of fake news being spread. People trying to make you think in a certain direction or opinion. So just beware of that. There's a lot of narratives and conspiracy theories going on about.
Interesting to know that. Now with this, we'll move on to the fun part of the interview. And by now you would know it's the rapid fire. So I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions, and you got to pick one of them. And it just have to be that spot an answer. Biryani or veg pulao?
Biryani. Mutton biryani.
Oh, Windows, Mac OS, or I mean Linux.
Mac OS.
Ah, the most surprising skill you acquired by enrolling yourself in this particular research.
Probably patience.
Ah, physical books or digital copies.
Uh, Physical books if it's a novel, digital if it's something technical.
Ah, what would be the first thing that you will do after completing your course?
I think I'm going to go back home and go on a vacation.
Hmm. What's the latest book or article or an influencer's video that you saw that had an impact on you?
I think probably I'd like to credit my professor,
Mm-hmm.
Professor Saqib.
Yeah.
He just has his outlook towards privacy that it just astounds me, and I want to be like him. So
Mm.
yeah,
We'll definitely show a copy of your interview to him just
yeah.
in case. Now, just to the last segment, we'll try to understand the day in the life of a student, the day in the in the life of a researcher. So, what's the first thing that you do when you start your work day?
Oh, coffee.
Uh, me too. What can you share a favorite memory from your time at the institute doing your masters?
I think that was probably in the initial days when I just came new to Canada. We had to take courses,
Hmm.
so it was a lot of fun and new people that I met from different cultures.
Okay.
We hung out, we made some good memories.
Hmm.
Those are probably the fond times I would look back to.
And with this, I'll come to the last question of the interview. Let's say somebody is starting their career in research as a student or as a full-time researcher. What advice would you have for them?
So I think if you're starting out new, you just need to make sure that if this is really what you want, um, do a lot of background research and homework in finding out if this professor of this research domain is the right fit for you, because this is quite a commitment.
Okay.
I don't want you like going down the line and then realizing that this was a waste of your effort,
Hmm.
because then you would have to like go back around and do it all over again. So you just have to be like very sure of it.
Okay.
So you do that initial work, it's gonna pay out in the long term, I think.
Yeah. No, good advice. I think for young researchers, just be sure you are in it for the long haul. It's not something that you can do in the short run. And with this, Arbaz, we come to the end of the interview. I certainly enjoyed our conversation and our conversation with the previous students as well. So this was end of today's session, the Cyber Frontiers, where we interacted with a student researcher, try to understand what it is that they are doing in the field of research. I certainly had a good time. I hope you all had a good time as well. So at this point of time, it's a goodbye from our side. Thank you.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Descaries-Etu. I am an associate professor at the School of Criminology of the Université de Montréal, and I'm also honored to be the chair of the Division of Cybercrime of the American Society of Criminology. And our division's goal is really to promote cybercrime research, and we have a lot of very, very talented researchers who are part of this division, and we have 3 of them with us today. So I'm extremely happy to have Yiting Chua, Thomas Dearden, as well as Cassandra Dodge with us. The goal for the next hour is to give you about 3 presentations from 3 different areas related to cybercrime, and then we'll have an open discussion, and I'm sure I'm going to have a lot of comments and great things to say about the presentations, and I'm sure we're going to have very good exchanges at the end of this hour. If you're attending the American Society of Criminology in November, it's going to be in Washington, D.C., or if you're interested in cybercrime research, I do invite you to find us and register and become a member of the division. It's very cheap, and you get a lot of great activities, lots of great perks, so please look it up and join us. Now, though, we have our first presentation with Yiting Chua, and the presentation is going to be about an examination of scam rap lyrics, a very trendy topic right now. So Yiting, if you want to share your slides, if you have, I believe you have some, and we'll let you take it away.
Hi. So today I'm going to talk about examination of scam rap lyrics, which is a project I've been working with Dr. DeQueen based in St. Houston State University, and I'm currently based at the University of Tulsa. So what is scam rap? Pretty much it is a subgenre of rap that focuses on fraud and cybercrime and financial scam. And it kind of started emerging in the 2010s to nowadays. There are still artists actively producing scam rap. And we can see that there is significance in studying this, especially when we look at other subgenre of raps and how that has been studied in terms of crime and its relations with law enforcement, the portrayal of criminal behavior such as drug dealing and police brutality. So that's kind of what got us interested in looking at this new category of scam rap and how that affects, media perception with scam. And also importantly, another reason for doing so is their increasingly influence of this music on various social media platforms. And we have seen several examples of fraud kind of going viral on platforms such as TikTok, and then followers, especially younger users, sometimes will follow it. So there's importance in understanding the impact of the scam rap and how they relate to real crime offline fraud behavior. And in some cases, there are crossover of scam rap artists with real world cases where some of them have been arrested or investigated for actually committing the fraud that they were rapping about. So part of this, the theoretical framework for this line of work is, through media effects theory, where we're seeing whether social learning theory can occur through learning or exposures to criminal behaviors in music, and how crime sometimes can be seen as a creative or performative act. But at the same time, we're going to look at it at a larger backdrop against economic stress, especially around the 2010s in the context of global pandemic, as well as how scam rap is seen as a way to promote a lifestyle that's different than gangster rap from the earlier days. So one of the major research questions that we have is, what exactly is this depicted in the scam rap songs? Are they very much instructional, or is it more about the lifestyle associated with scamming? So this is an ongoing project. Currently, we have about 165 songs from 31 female artists and 134 male artists. So it's a very male-dominated industry. The song ranges from 2012 to 2025. And here are some of the eligibility criteria. So they have to depict some form of fraud. They have to be available online, and the song have to be in English because there are non-English scam rap artists out there. So at this point, we went through a multi-stage data collection to identify all the scam rap songs, because scam rap artists, what they do is they will produce songs that are not necessarily scam focused as well. So we had to go through different stages of sampling to actually collect a song. For this presentation, we're doing a random sample of songs, which is about 22. So we have about 6 songs by female artists and then 16 songs by male artists for this presentation. Through a deductive codes, we have 69 codes that kind of capture different aspects of fraud, the type of content that they were talking about, method, any sort of consequences and risks that would have discussed or that would appear in the songs. But at the same time, while we're coding, we're also developing our own codes, which resulted in the 6 inductive codes. This is most likely going to change as well as we start coding other songs. But based on the preliminary round of analysis, we're going to look at what exactly is presented in these songs. And from what we've seen, we do see very kind of 2 types of depictions. So there are very instructional content where it is like a step-by-step guidelines on what to do. And then at the other end, you have the very flaunting style of music where they're just talking about how scam allowed them to achieve a certain certain lifestyle and status. The most common types of fraud depicted or referenced in the lyrics are credit card fraud, bank and check fraud, and consumer fraud. There are some references to loan fraud like PPP loans, but they're still in the minority compared to the other 3. And oftentimes there's people that there's pride in identifying themselves as scammers. So there's some general scam discussion. I will be showing some of the lyrics here to kind of highlight what I meant when they say this instructional versus lifestyle. And I apologize for some of the lyrics can be a bit quite straightforward or it can be offending. But so you can see in here, they talk about going to a carding site, going to the dumb section, and even how to select one and then to use a proxy server or use public connections. So they talk about not only where to find a data set, but also how to protect yourself in that sense. And there's also some discussion about money laundering. So surprisingly, some of these songs can be very specific when it comes to how to execute some of these scam and fraud. Right, and then here we have another one, avoiding detection. You have to use VPN, you have to use proxy server, how to do track 1, track 2, which, I mean, might be a bit outdated by now, but still is. And from that song, the title is actually called How to Write a Dumb. So it's still very instructional in that sense. The next one is also telling people how to actually use the card in the store. So if you have like a stolen credit card you're trying to use in store, what you should do to not trigger any sort of detection by the shops. So the key takeaways here is that scam rap reflects, a digital shift in crime compared to, gangster rap in the past, where it's more about traditional street crimes. And as a sense with, social media platforms and things, we are very much interested to see how this sort of content would have an impact on criminal behaviors, and also just how it is now utilized in some legal cases where they are being used for investigation. So here are my contact information. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. That's very interesting. Maybe I can ask you just one question, just as Thomas is getting prepared with his own presentation. But one thing that we've seen, at least here in Quebec and Canada, is the link between violence and these online frauds. And we had this thing called COVID, and we had a lot of government programs, and we had the PCU here in Canada, and reading the chats between the fraudsters, it seemed to be the best thing that's ever happened. Just because you could easily get $12,000 from the government with very little steps. It was very easy to get, and there was quite a few rappers who were going on about it. And everyone's pretty sad that the PCU was done because it was just the best cash machine ever. And it is believed, few studies that have really looked seriously into this, but it's believed that all this inflow is very easy money got these gangs who do a lot of raps and songs online to buy guns just because they had so much money, and this really increased the number of gun violence, gun discharges, and the problem with firearms here, whereas it really wasn't never a big problem. It was always contained because guns in Canada were relatively difficult to get. So I don't know if that's something that you can talk about a bit, kind of this link between, even though they're moving away from this gangster rap with violence, guns, isn't it all just circling back to this anyways, even though we're talking about guns?
So actually, a lot of the songs have references to carrying Glock with them, so like they would flaunt it as part of their identity. So it is still there's still violence involved, even when we're shifting towards scam as the main source of income, and there's still references to drug use as well. So
Yeah.
it's new in that sense that there's another way of making money, but it's not completely negating some of the themes that you see in the gangster rap from the earlier days, like 80s to 2000s.
Yeah. Well, excellent. So thank you for this amazing presentation. And now, Thomas, we turn to you. I don't know if you have a few slides you'd like to share with us as well.
Sure. Thank you, David. So today I get to talk about victims of offenders of pump and dump schemes. So just to give you a little bit of the nature of where we're going, I want to talk a little bit about why I started this project, kind of where this idea came from. I'm going to give you about a bird's eye view, about as high as possible, some chronological history very briefly, of course, then talk about the methods results. I want to talk about the offenders first and then the victims second, and then put it together in kind of a discussion here towards the end. So this was my motivation, and it was by and large social media, that we've seen a lot of, by and large, influencers or individuals who are famous at some point of time suggesting that people should invest in some type of cryptocurrency. Now, I will mention that some of these are them directly. Some of them say they didn't do their homework. Some of them were in fact hacked. But by and large, there's this really kind of interesting group that is saying, here is the new up and coming cryptocurrency. And if you're familiar with pump and dump schemes, they've been around forever, but they've definitely moved into the cryptocurrency space. They basically look like this graph down here. There is kind of a worthless asset. Colloquially in this space, it's called a shitcoin. But they are these kind of worthless assets, and some influencer, someone who has some type of following, some type of power, suggests that this may be the next kind of currency to rise. As you can see, the value over here, these are fractions of a penny. Typically, whoever the person is kind of hawking this coin is going to control much of it. And so as interest increases, the value increases, even if only slightly. So you can see that it's still worth fractions of a penny, but enough, especially if you have a high volume of it, that's going to increase, say, your profits if you sell off. And then once that kind of influencer or individual who has those kind of large volume, who kind of ran up the currency price, sells off, it tanks once again. And so everybody kind of loses their investment. So I wanted to put this in context of the criminology literature. And really, I just have two things. One is going back hundreds of years, right? We have the classical school who really suggested that crime was a rational problem. And that has kind of gone aside. Most of what we consider now is either in the psych or the soc space. And I was reading an article, and they kind of called it the quasi-deterministic response. And so the idea is there's some type of individual social experience, some type of environment, some type of personality, whatever it is, that is going to affect the likelihood of someone committing a crime. So I like the term concentrated disadvantage. It gets at a whole lot of the social elements. Historically, when we think of things like the Chicago schools, they were largely suggesting that specific environments, usually urban environments, and usually those kind of concentrated in the poor, were those spaces that led to the most crime. And this seemed very juxtaposed in looking at these kind of influencer type of crimes, something like a pump and dump scheme, where you had to have influence, you had to have some type of background. And by and large, I imagine some of these are rather wealthy. And so I wanted to see if this kind of held up, or if we had kind of a traditional approach to crime. So we're using our survey data, and if you haven't heard of our survey data, at Virginia Tech, through the Center for Peace Studies, we run kind of a national survey every year that talks about or asks about cybercrime victimization, cybercrime experiences. It's been running since about 2019, and we have a 2025 wave as of today. So I'll be talking about 3 waves, 2022, 23, and 24. I do have to thank Eric Jardine. He actually gave us part of the survey before he left for Chainalysis. He was going to kind of deploy a cryptocurrency survey. Right as he was leaving, he gave it to me and said, hey, you should deploy some of these questions. So we put it as a module, kind of rotating module in our survey. So it's not collected every time, but it is collected occasionally. Hence why I'm talking about it for about a 3-year span here. So overall, we have just shy of 4,000 participants, but about 400 were dropped due to attention check problems. So a fairly large sample. Now that's needed, and I'll talk about that why here in a minute. First off, we had to get at the question of, did they purchase cryptocurrencies? And first, I just wanted kind of a holistic view of how many people were purchasing these. This was a question that they could have kind of multiple select. So they could say no, but they could also say yes as an investment opportunity and yes as a way to purchase a good or service. Now for the offending question, we left it pretty broad, but we wanted to kind of cue in on the nature of pump and dump schemes, and that is that they are promoting a cryptocurrency in an attempt to increase its value. Now there's certainly some kind of legal questions around this. This is often in a regulatory space. So we left it fairly nebulous, but likely if they said yes to this, whether it's prosecuted or investigated or not, it's probably under the illegal space. The second is a victimization question, and it basically is, did you lose money to a cryptocurrency scam where you were promised high returns? So this is exactly what you would kind of find with someone who was a victim of these kind of pump and dump schemes. So overall, most people did not purchase cryptocurrency, about 67%, but we did have roughly north of 1,000 people who purchased cryptocurrency. Most of those, as you would imagine, 800 of those did so as an investment. And fortunately for at least this project, those are the group that we're primarily focusing on, those who had purchased cryptocurrency and those who had done so specifically as an investment tool. So the idea here was how this kind of household income was affecting your cryptocurrency experience. The first element was thinking about those kind of influencers. And my question, or if you want to make a hypothesis, just make it a statement, is did higher income households, were they more likely to offend? And then second, were lower income households more likely to be victims? Now this is counter to many of the criminological kind of traditions where we see a lot of offender-victim overlap, that offenders and victims tend to have a tremendous amount of similarities in terms of income, in terms of location, in terms of all sorts of factors. So in this case, we were kind of predicting something opposite. So I have a lot of data, and I'm not going to show you much at all. What I did was I ran a series of logistic regressions and did some kind of predictive models. And so that's what I'm going to show you. There are controls in these logistic regressions. I could kind of assault your screens with all sorts of p-values and things like that. But I just want to get kind of at the core of the investment notion, or sorry, the income notion. So overall, what we see is individuals with higher income were more likely to invest in cryptocurrency. Now that makes sense, right? They're the individuals who have higher disposable income. Now, what about the offending rates? Well, the offending rates was not statistically significant, though it was kind of trending in a direction that we did see slightly higher incomes were more likely to say yes to that offending question. Now, again, this isn't significant, so we're not sure of this. We didn't have a lot of people who said yes to this. You know, of that sample of 3,000 reduced to 800, we ended up with about 100 or so who said yes, they had kind of promoted a cryptocurrency specifically to increase its value. So we didn't have a lot to work with here. You can see that our confidence intervals are very high. But overall, there's a slight trajectory upwards. Now for victimization, we saw the opposite pattern, and this was in fact statistically significant. You saw that individuals with lower incomes were much more likely to experience victimization of cryptocurrency scams than those with higher incomes. So putting this all together, the idea here is that what we're kind of expecting to see that there was these relatively high income earner influencers who were preying largely upon those who were lower income. And now, while we didn't get that total story, we did find that those with lower income certainly had increased rates. A couple of kind of caveats, spoilers, future directions. One, I mentioned that this was part of a larger logistic regression. We certainly had criminological theories in there. We did find strain and self-control were correlated with both offending and victimization, both in the expected directions. Also, we're kind of thinking that there may be some truth to that narrative, that those who are kind of in the more desperate situations are investing in riskier cryptocurrencies. So if you kind of take the first graph and the third graph together, what you see is that even though individuals with lower disposable incomes are less likely to kind of invest in some type of cryptocurrency, it does appear that they, if they do, they're more likely to be victimized. So likely what we're seeing is probably riskier assets. So they're moving away from something like Bitcoin into something kind of these smaller coins. So we are, in fact, examining what coin they are investing in. So this is part of our newest data set, which I did not have time to analyze because actually it's still in the field as of at least an hour ago. We do have some additional controls to look at. Certainly there was some gender differences. Males were substantially more likely to invest, things like that. We want to look at changes over time. We're starting to get enough data to be able to see that. Specifically, we're very interested in how kind of the modern American change in administration, the Trump administration, may change this. They have been kind of a more pro-cryptocurrency than any administration before, even the first Trump administration. So there's something new there. You're seeing a lot more kind of positive press around cryptocurrency. And lastly, what we looked at here was just the rate, right? So what was the rate of victimization? This doesn't mean that the amount is a different. So for example, it could be that those with higher incomes are less likely to be victimized, but if they are victimized, they may have more damage, right? They may lose more money than those with lower victimization. So these are things that we're going to continue to examine. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Maybe one question, if you don't mind, that I can ask after your presentation. One of the things that we've also seen is people not necessarily becoming victims of these scams, but actually participating willingly, because we call these snipers. You kind of that this is going to be a meme coin or a shit coin. The value is going to go up very quickly. You also know it's going to go down very quickly. But if you time your purchase just right, you can actually just make a lot of money. And back in the 2000s, there was this research paper that was really interesting where the researchers from Microsoft collected all this spam and they tried to see when was the spam promoting a certain stock, and they would try and get early into the scam, buy the stock, watch it go up, and then when it was the spam campaign was dying, they could actually sell the stock and make a profit. And they were wondering, maybe some people are not all victims. They're actually just trying to time it right. And some people time it right, some people don't. And so if we're seeing these huge pump and dumps, they're not working because people are stupid, dumb, get manipulated, but they're actually working because people are trying to bet some money into this thing and try to make some money. Do you have a sense for kind of this this trend and how it could? Is this part of your survey? Should this be part of your survey? Do you have a sense for kind of how to integrate this into what you just presented?
Yeah, so there's a couple thoughts here. One, there are some questions around that. The data is pretty limited because it's not asked every year, and this pool gets kind of small once we scale down to this level of victims. But I do see that this is an advantage of surveys, and often we don't see a ton of advantages of asking people questions. It's we have these graphs, you can see those rates, you can see when something's a pump and dump. It's pretty obvious, and many people know that. But when we specifically ask them about their victimization experience, right? If they're going to play the game of sniper, many of them are going to recognize that they may lose, right? They may win, but they may lose, and so they may not actually report that as like, "Hey, I wasn't a victim. I just, I screwed up.
That's wrong. Yeah.
So I think this is one of the advantages of putting some of those scales together. So once we have other methods of, or once we use other methods to consider investment decisions and things like that, asking them whether they're a victim may get some of that information.
Yeah. And I would be really curious to know what proportion are there like real victims versus people who are just playing the game, and they probably made some money. Now, even if they lost a bit of money, they bought some early on, and then so it would be really interesting to see, like, is this really a problem or is this just people having fun, basically? I'd be really interested in hearing the answer to this question. Hopefully you get to solve that and present it at future ESC, hopefully.
Thanks, David.
Last but not least, Cassandra Dodge. I'm not sure, have you fixed your slide problem? You think you have?
I believe so, so please let me know if that is an issue.
Perfect. Well, I'll let you start and then we'll chat afterwards.
All right. So, good afternoon. My name is Cassandra Dodge. I am faculty over at Indiana State University, and my presentation today is effective cybersecurity practices, fostering user confidence and action. And so this one is not, caveat to say that this is looking at prior research that I have completed and published on, but trying to look at it from a different direction for future implications and potential evaluations of different policy in order to improve cybersecurity practice. And so in that, it should go without saying, but I'll say it anyways, that human users are a linchpin in the success of any cybersecurity practice in any network and computer system. Coming from a report from Verizon that employees working from home are particularly vulnerable to attacks. So focusing prevention efforts in the area of those end users is probably going to be more fruitful and honestly, potentially cheaper than it is in order to continuously target harden the network in its entirety. Now, as end users, while not necessarily educated in the nuances of network security and computer security, most users are aware that threats do exist. And if we know that there is a threat and we know what we're supposed to do, why aren't we taking action in order to protect ourselves? And from that policy perspective, how do you convince those end users? Because they have the knowledge, supposedly. Why is it that they're not doing it? And what can we do to push them in that direction? And so the angle that my prior research looked at and used was the concept of protection motivation theory. This is actually a public health theory that was developed in the mid-1970s by R.W. Rogers. And it sought to explain why individuals adopt or engage in protective behaviors or not. This has been in public health communication research, but it has been applied to a variety of different self-protective behavior, including cybersecurity. Ultimately, if you wanted to boil it down to its finest parts, this is a theory of persuasion. How do we convince people to act in a way that is to the best interests of the greater group as well as themselves? And so I prefer using diagrams in order to explain this because there are many different moving parts. And so conceptually, protection motivation theory starts with what is called a fear appeal. It is a message coming from the powers that be. In the case of cybersecurity, this would be from your organization or your cybersecurity professionals to the end user. And in that message, there's a communication of a threat as well as a communication of potential factors that can be done in activities that can be done in order to protect oneself from that threat. Once that is communicated according to PMT, you have several different components that the mechanisms start turning. And this includes the initial threat appraisal by that user. So do they perceive the threat as actually severe? Do they perceive themselves as vulnerable to that threat? And also in their response appraisal, so self-evaluation of, do they believe that the response that they've been asked to do will actually work? Do they believe that they are capable of it? And do they feel that this is going to, cost them anything or have any kind of motivation that pushes in that other direction, that this would take too much time or I don't feel like it? And so you have these different components as well as an emotional response of fear in response to that threat that push towards that motivation, either pushing it in more likely that she will conform or in the vice versa. Once you have that intention, intentions then inform, do you actually take action? And so in the research that I conducted with several of my peers, we looked at the key PMT variables, including the rewards, which is normally left out of the model, and used an experimental vignette and survey design on a nationally reflective sample of 719 people. And so with that, we were trying to answer if these different elements and which of these elements predict the adherence to that intention towards cybersecurity protection, net of other considerations. And so again, the variables that we used included an experimental component. So individuals were given a vignette scenario, and we varied the severity of the threat that was being communicated, the communication of that vulnerability for the users, and their response costs. The other PMT variables of fear, self-efficacy, rewards, and response efficacy, those were inherent and a part of those users. They were asked standard survey scales in order to measure those concepts. And then ultimately they were asked, after reading the vignette, being assigned their different versions of the threat and response costs, what was their likelihood that they would follow the recommendation that was in the message? And so when we looked at that, we found that yes, the communication of those threat, vulnerability, and severity in the message, they did matter. But what I'm going to focus more so on here in this discussion are the non-manipulated variables of self-efficacy and response efficacy. So in both of these cases, being some of the strongest predictors of behavior were how did our respondent feel about their own ability to actually do what they were being asked to do, and were they confident that it would even make a difference? And the reason why I'm focusing on that here is because when we actually look at self-efficacy in other cybersecurity research that have looked at protection motivation variables, self-efficacy is consistently identified as one of the main predictors, if not the strongest predictor of that motivation. So when we look at this from a policy perspective, what can we do as in the field of cybersecurity? What can we do to improve that end user's confidence in their ability to actually take security actions? So one of the things that we may need to consider is, what are the actions we're asking them to take? Are they particularly complicated? Is there any way for us to simplify this, make it a click of a button, as opposed to any multiple step processes that maybe somebody who is more tech savvy would be familiar with? And so in streamlining those different tasks, whatever we're asking them to do in that message, if it is a very simple, click on one button and it automatically reports a phishing attack, as opposed to having to email OIT, forwarding them the item, you get the idea. Also, we've seen some attempts to gamify the training of cybersecurity. So in making it, in these different training scenarios, making it that it is fun to learn how to do these tasks. Once that becomes sort of muscle memory in that gamification, when it's applied to the real world, maybe individuals will be able to just fall back on that muscle memory in that moment. Now, the response efficacy component, I think that sometimes our own success can actually backfire on us in this particular case. So when we're talking about response efficacy, what I'm meaning is we need to improve the perceptions and the confidence that those protection responses are effective. When we talk about, an attack, we know when an attack occurred because it succeeded. We are told because we're trying to respond now to the loss of data. So if it's working well, if these different taskings, these different steps that you're asking your users to do are actually functioning as intended, then they would never know that they're working. We don't find out until something bad happens. It's sort of a form of survival bias that an individual may be like, well, why am I going to do what you told me to do? It's not going to make a difference anyways. When they don't realize that it is in fact making a difference, we just don't like to tell people when, things are good, when things, when an attack has been avoided. And so I would suggest in that vein that maybe there needs to be more transparency about the attempts of attacks and different scams or whatever the case may be of those cybersecurity violations, that your end users, as part of your ecosystem, need to be a bit more aware that, yes, attempts have been made. I know we don't like to admit that we are a target, but by admitting it and saying, hey, it could have happened, but it didn't because you guys did good, that may again increase that response efficacy and that confidence that you are doing the right thing. Therefore, you'll continue to do the right thing. In that same vein, there should be some credit towards those end users for that proactive behavior. Something other than your email has been received, maybe be a bit more upfront saying, hey, you did a good job. This could have been very bad, and you did exactly what you were supposed to. Kudos to you. A gold star, maybe just a gold star, but at least, again, it communicates that what individuals are doing, the time that they are taking out of their normal routine in order to do as they were told, does have positive outcomes, and they just need to know about those outcomes. And in that, it also illustrates the reality of that current attack landscape. And again, how well are their efforts in trying to avoid that are working. So in that vein, I'm not going to go too much further in depth into the rest of the study, though it is published. I am happy to share that with anybody if they are interested. Feel free to reach out to me personally, and I'll make sure that you can get the full write-up.
Thank you, Cassandra. In a moment, we'll be going kind of live with the whole group and kind of have a group discussion. But maybe before we get there, I'll just ask you a very cute question. Maybe you want to end your sharing your desktop. I like the squirrel, but
oh, I did not realize that was still sharing. I am so sorry. That's ridiculous. Sorry about that.
We all love a good animal picture. But I feel as though in many companies there's this kind of the IT and this feeling is that we are secure. We could be attacked at any time, and then there's going to be a breach, and then we'll have to do some incident response, and we'll have to answer to that. Whereas I feel as though pretty much all organizations are hacked all the time. And so it's not as if we are in a secure state and then we might fall into this insecure state. We're pretty much always in the insecure state. And the way that we communicate with the employees is to say, try and prevent further, future breaches, yes, but also just know that we are penetrated and you're walking around the grounds and there are ninjas and people hidden everywhere and you need to find them. It's not maybe they're there, maybe they're not. There is someone out there, that's for sure. So do you feel as though kind of the way that we communicate right now, where we have this like, we're secure, don't make us become insecure, is that kind of the way to go? Do we fall too much into fear if we tell people we're hacked all the time. So do you have a comment or appreciation for this?
So I think that there is a happy medium to be, found in this space of, yes, we are in an environment that this is all, any corporation, any kind of network, we're all, it's constant.
Yeah.
And so in that, though, it does not mean that there aren't, how should I put this? That there's nothing you can do either. That there isn't a possibility that things could be that much, further down the line. Yes, you have individuals that literally they're paid to be part of that team in order to prevent and also provide incident response. But having the knowledge, again, because you don't hear about it every day, you actually just become complacent. You think that, they may not be like, no, we never said that we were completely secure.
Yeah.
But because you're never told that you're not, that you just think you are.
Yeah.
And so it's that, happy medium of ensuring individuals are, just doing the everyday practices that would be, that should go without saying, should be second nature, but people become complacent. And so sometimes I think that, we need a little bit of a reminder to not take these things for granted, but then also as the IT professionals and the cybersecurity professionals understand that many people, even and this is now I'm just bringing in, my own experiences with students, but in my own experience, I've noticed that, the your Generation Z group actually is not as tech savvy as I would have thought, like had I not, interacted with them more directly because they were, growing up in the app generation. It was point and click. So not, something that may read as a big old red flag to me because I had to go in because I was that, nerd of a kid who liked HTML code. I know it's actually like a bit more appropriate or normal, and what red flags are happening, they may not even realize, and they may not have the more detailed skill set in order to, you tell them, oh, go, to this, that, and the other on whatever settings you need to change, whatever the case may be, and look at you like you're speaking Greek. And so I think that sometimes we need to take that into consideration too, of do not anticipate the person has the skill set to follow that tasking. And so I think that there's a little bit of push and pull on this. There's no perfect answer, but it's another way forward.
Just a funny anecdote with one of my students on that front, where I was asking my students how do they manage their passwords, kind of an important thing. And many people just said, well, I have one password for everything, so that's kind of easy. But then there was one who stood out who said, well, I actually don't remember any of my password. Whenever I log into something, I just click the forgotten password and I get a new link, and then I just type in anything. And so whenever I want to log into something, I just reset my password every time. So I thought that was kind of smart because you do have a different password for every service you log in, but then you have to rely on getting that password reset email. So, people
And that
will
would
always...
That what I'm always worried though, because it's like, yes, now your provider just assumes you always do this. And so when somebody does manage to, say hack your email account, they now, like, oh, forgotten passwords. Like, oh yeah, no, they're just logging in again. It's like, yeah, by the way, no. So I'm like, I mean, it's better than using the same password every time, but then, again, anecdotally, of the number of my students who have logged into their, OneDrive on the host computer in the computer lab and don't log out of it afterwards. And I'm like, you do realize that another one of your peers might be on this computer later and can go delete everything in your OneDrive, right? What? Yeah. So it's things that I take for granted. I think this should be normal cybersecurity practice. I forget now that we're in an age that we're kind of seeing that bell curve of experience.
Yeah.
And so that's something also to keep in mind as these same individuals are going into these businesses and into these markets.
So we don't have much time for a discussion, but there's kind of a few points I'd like to just ask everyone here because we have some very talented researchers. And the first one would be regarding what do we do with technologies that are creating problems for us? So I'm kind of the dark web guy. I've done a lot of research on the Tor network and the dark web. And a lot of people say, well, we should just ban the Tor network. Why is it allowed to be there? Because, people are buying drugs and they're buying, they're hiring contract killers with it. And I always say that, technologies can be good or bad, and there's really no reason to ban any technology just because, they empower us, they bring us something that's very valuable. And just to say that the technology should be banned, I think is pretty much always the wrong idea. Now we get to cryptocurrencies. And this is where I think the question becomes even more interesting because looking back at the last 10 years of cybercrime, I don't think we could have cybercrime as big of a problem as it is today without cryptocurrencies. That's how people buy and sell illicit goods and services. That's how people launder their money. Cryptocurrency is probably at the heart of most cybercrime out there. And what have we gained by having, these cryptocurrencies? It is easier in some cases to do international transactions. For example, my uncle was a pharmaceutical representative, and he would sell pills to Africa. And they had a lot of problems with stolen funds. And so they would have to wait 2 or 3 months before they actually shipped the pills to Africa because they had so many problems with the bank transfers and the banks calling them and saying, we are clawing back this payment. With cryptocurrencies, it's amazing because as soon as you got the money, the pills can be on a plane that afternoon because the money is never going back. So we have this small benefit for this kind of edge case, but cryptocurrencies with the pump and dump that we've heard, with all the problems with money laundering, fast dating, do you feel as though cryptocurrencies, and I'm trying to be provocative here, do you feel like cryptocurrencies are perhaps the exception to the rule that all new technologies are inherently useful and that we should keep them? Or are cryptocurrencies so bad that we should actually just ban them? I don't know who wants to. Thomas, if you want to play this one first.
Sure, I'll jump in. So there are some theoretical advantages to cryptocurrency that are largely unrealized, as you mentioned. Things like cross-national ease and elements, and there have been some positive use cases, things like easily getting funding to Ukraine, for example, and so potentially there are some advantages. We just haven't seen them manifest in the way that they could have. Having said that, I imagine that most banking features at some point in time were kind of theoretical advantages. Almost every banking tool has been used for money laundering. So I'm not sure I'm at the ban it stage. I'm certainly at the I don't see it stage. For almost every crime, right, the financial element and things like money laundering, things like pulling the profits out, tend to involve some type of financial tool. And it just seems like cryptocurrency has made that easier, though still not perfect for them.
Cassandra, you wanted to add something on this?
So when you talk about, again, the motivation for creating in the first place of the lack of trust in, because these are not typically any kind of supported by any, government bank system. Like these are, I've always sort of referred to them that they're more analogous to stocks, that we trust that it has value because people trust that they have value, as opposed to being backed up by any kind of currency system. And so in the vein that people have that distrust of some of those, government based financial systems, I can see where there'd be a draw there and why there was a call for it of a variety. But as for its actual everyday utility, that when you do that pros cons, I don't necessarily believe that the pros outweigh the cons. However, I also am firmly in the stance that the horse is left to the barn, it's not going back in. So we can be, like, hey, ban it all day. That too late, too little, too late, at least in my opinion.
Well, I don't know you think if you have a comment on this, but cryptocurrencies exist just because we let it exist. I mean, the day that we stop most financial institutions in the Western countries interacting with the exchanges and blocking kind of the flows, it becomes very difficult for people to use it. So I don't think we can actually ban Bitcoins, but we can actually make it very difficult to convert Bitcoin into anything else. And there's going to be some countries, but it's always a question of who's going to be the most organized, who's going to be kind of dedicated to this task. And is it the people who want to convert their Bitcoin to US dollars, or is it people who don't want the Bitcoins to be converted into US dollars? So I think could be done, but it would not be easy. So you think, did you have a comment on this?
I think I'm the believer of there's always going to be bad and good users in any technology, any platform. So I think at this point we haven't seen as many positive or positive use case of cryptos because I think Cassandra mentioned a good point, like distrust, there's not enough regulatory system in place. And then I think there's also just a lack of knowledge of how cryptocurrency work by the general public as well. So that kind of, I think, is feeding into the distrust perhaps of using that or realizing some of the positive use case. So as time goes by, I'm assuming the positive use case will become more common, maybe not necessarily in certain country or in the United States, but in other countries around the world.
So I had another big question, and we'll see if we can get a short answer for everyone on this one. But it's about OSINT. And so, Yiting, you used rap lyrics to kind of understand fraud and just, skimming and everything. And I'm always wondering kind of, are we making a huge mistake by using open source intelligence for our research? I tell the story in my OSINT because I teach OSINT. So once again, playing devil's advocate here. But I tell the story about the mayonnaise grandpa. I don't know if you ever heard of him, but he was huge on Reddit. And basically was this guy who made up that he was this retired producer of mayonnaise in Vermont. And he had this business. He was doing this just like boutique mayonnaise. And he did this AMA and everyone asked him questions. And he became like somewhat famous around Reddit. And he was this old grandpa that everyone liked. And it was all made up. It was completely a whole story. And he only did it kind of for the fame, the attention. And he didn't think it would pan into anything. And then turns out that everyone liked him. So he kind of was stuck playing the grandpa mayonnaise role. And I'm always wondering kind of how many of these grandpa mayonnaise are we studying? And do people kind of know that, people are going to read this? And if they do, they're going to kind of shape their message. It's all kind of a big theater, kind of as what you said. And so in a minute, anyone's going to take on OSINT, theater, and do we put too much faith into this thing? Cassandra?
So I think that, there's a throwing the baby out with the bathwater situation I think that there is a lot of utility in looking at open source data for the purposes of research. However, in that same vein, it is also for us as researchers to maybe use the same OSINT techniques in order to verify that the person or the individual that we are including in our data set, that this is actually legitimate information, that this is a legitimate person, and actually going in and checking to see, because if you'd gone, to use grandpa mayonnaise, being like, okay, let's go do, let's go fact check and see, and they probably very quickly would realize this is all, as you said, it's theater. It's entertainment. And so don't take it seriously. And so I think that if you're, in order to maintain that research integrity, if you're going to be using that open source material, it is on us also to use that same, same methods to verify whether or not they're legitimate to be included in any of our data.
Very wise words. You think that you want to add?
Yeah, and I was gonna say because there's still values in studying this because if it's gone viral, when enough people believe it is true, sometimes society or community will start thinking that it's true, and to a degree, there's values in studying that phenomenon and the impact that it has on the community.
Excellent. So I want to take the last few seconds just to remind everyone they were all part of the Division of Cybercrime of the American Society of Criminology. If you're interested by these topics, please do reach out to us, join the division, become a member, and engage with us. Cybercrime research is fun, as you've seen today, and we'll try and continue to keep it fun. So thank you for listening. This was a pleasure. Thank you with Michael, Manon, and all the team for inviting us for this round, and we look forward to participating again, hopefully next year. Goodbye, everyone.
En vivo. Cibersaludos, muy buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches, dependiendo del lugar donde nos escuchen, desde donde nos vean. En este momento, para Latinoamérica, creo que estamos terminando el día en esta gran octava versión de Cyber Security Revolution. Soy Mike Toro y tengo la gran oportunidad de compartir escenario con la doctora Ana Mesa y con el gran investigador Wilber Gaviria. No sé si ustedes me permiten eh, que se den a conocer a esta gran audiencia que nos escucha, por favor, mi doctora Ana.
Hola, ¿cómo estás, Mike? ¿Cómo estás, Wilmer? Espero que todos estén muy bien. Muchísimas gracias por la invitación.
Súper, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes para todos. Bueno, gracias ahí por la invitación. Estamos aquí atentos a ir con esta octava versión del Security Revolution. Súper genial. Hola, mi doctora Venus, bienvenida. Creo que salió del escenario. Mi doctora Ana, ¿usted sería tan amable de presentarse, por favor? De contarnos ese gran perfil. Sabemos que es abogada, sabemos que tiene un doctorado en esas grandes áreas de la investigación y de la ciencia, y que adicionalmente uno diría es la clase de profesional del derecho que uno quisiera tener del lado de uno en la defensa y no en la contraparte. Bien, pues, por favor.
Muchas gracias por, no, pues ya no me dejaste nada para decir, pero bueno, para todos, muchísimas gracias por esta invitación. Sí, mi perfil, lo voy a empezar diciendo, yo soy abogada por accidente, y, no ingeniera titulada, pero de corazón sí me hubiese gustado empezar por ese lado de mi vida. Pero bueno, algún propósito tenía Dios y realmente creo que me llevó por donde era porque he podido trabajar desde el derecho, todo el ámbito del derecho informático, entiéndase procesos, evidencia digital, el tema de comercio electrónico, teletrabajo, eso nos ha llevado toda una vida, para no decir la edad muy larga, más de 20 años haciendo investigación científica, escribiendo, haciendo reflexiones con las empresas, no solo en la academia, sino con las empresas para que poderlas llevar a un tema de transformación digital y también con el Estado en los tiempos que hemos podido estar acompañando procesos con el Estado. Entonces, bueno, digamos que el momento culmen de todo ese aprendizaje se materializó en ese doctorado que ya después me dio por hacer una especialización en inteligencia artificial, luego me fui por allá a ser oficial de datos y oficial de ciberseguridad. Obviamente permanentemente he estado en actualización de la ISO 27001, en fin, creo que he tratado de combinarle al derecho todas esas miradas, tanto científicas como técnicas, para poder acompañar a todos estos ingenieros y a estos forenses en los procesos de incidente de seguridad. Y heme aquí entonces contigo y Marlon y con todos los compañeros.
Genial, maravilloso. Mi estimado Wilber, nosotros tenemos aquí también grandes pesos, como se pueden dar cuenta, grandes ponentes. Mi estimado Wilber, me gustaría que te presentaras. Sabemos que también nos acompañan un par de décadas de haber hecho investigación ciber, de haber creado grandes instituciones, no solamente para Colombia, sino también que le han brindado un gran soporte para combatir el cibercrimen y también el crimen organizado en Latinoamérica. ¿Nos cuentas un poquito de esa experiencia, por favor? Gracias, May. Bueno, recordándole ahí a los que nos están siguiendo en este canal, mi nombre es Wilber Gaviria, soy ingeniero de sistemas, como lo dice May, y trabajé 24 años en la Policía Nacional de Colombia. Y tuvimos a bien la oportunidad de crear el laboratorio de informática forense de la Regional de Policía número 6 en la ciudad de Medellín, así como impulsar otros laboratorios en el país. Entonces, llevamos más o menos unos 20 años en este cuento, protección de evidencia digital y preservación, lo que nos ha ayudado y nos ha extendido a poder participar de lo que conocemos, de lo que aprendimos con hermanas repúblicas como República Dominicana y Honduras, capacitando la Policía Nacional de República Dominicana, Honduras, trabajando también con organizaciones internacionales como la OEA, la ONU y INL en capacitar a los primeros peritos en informática forense en Honduras. Entonces, estamos en este cuento. Nos gusta
la ciberseguridad, el análisis forense y como decía la doctora Ana, pues no estamos en diferentes extremos, sino ella inició por derecho y quiere ser ingeniera y yo inicié como ingeniero y tenemos de derecho, entonces nos combinamos porque la verdad que estas dos carreras en algún momento se sentían que no podían ser compatibles, pero la realidad nos ha hecho notar que no es así. Entonces aquí estamos para complementarnos.
Maravilloso. Bueno, aquí tenemos también a dos grandes colegas, se conectan desde Chile y desde Ecuador también. José Luis, bienvenido. Mi estimada maestra Venus, bienvenida. De pronto, mi estimada Venus, ¿nos permite conocer un poquito de usted? Sabemos que desarrolla una labor como docente en Ecuador, también en el área judicial de la hermana República Ecuatoriana. Bienvenida a nuestra octava versión de Cybersecurity Revolution.
Gracias, Mike. Muchas gracias. Saludos a todos nuestros queridos hermanos aquí conectados en este espacio. Bueno, efectivamente, yo los escuchaba y bueno, casi todas nuestras historias son muy familiares, muy parecidas. Yo comencé, en cambio, por análisis de sistemas. Luego, por razones de salud, me fui al derecho y en el derecho nuevamente me reencontré con el mundo digital en tiempos pandemia con Mike en México. Entonces, continué y bueno, ahí ya terminé una maestría en Derecho Digital, Innovación y Legal Tech, protección de datos y bueno, todo lo relacionado a la transversalidad de la tecnología frente al derecho. Bueno, doctora en Derecho en el estado de Puebla, en México, y acá en Ecuador, docente de posgrado en Derechos y Tecnologías y adicionalmente en pregrado de las mismas materias, ¿no? Laboral y Derecho Informático. Y también el laboral, porque el laboral justamente lo escuchaban a María y bueno, pues claro, teletrabajo y entramos nuevamente, ¿no? Entonces es como que a la final en todos estamos con la parte informática, o sea, no hay cómo divorciarse, más bien hay que desayunarla todos los días. Bueno, y específicamente, pues bueno, y me desempeño como jueza en una unidad de familia, donde justamente el enfoque y un poco más es ver estos asuntos relacionados a trata de personas, pornografía infantil, lo que es sharing. Entonces, esto también ayuda mucho a alfabetizar digitalmente a las personas y tratar de hacer una conciencia un poco más social a través de charlas, congresos gratuitos, etcétera, ¿no? Tratando justamente de conectarnos con la sociedad civil para hacernos más conscientes del mundo digital. Muchas gracias, Mike, y gracias a todos también ustedes, mis queridos hermanos de Latinoamérica.
Maravilloso, gracias. Estamos muy contentos que por vez primera Ecuador se une a Cybersecurity Revolution y también Chile. José Luis, bienvenido. ¿Puedes
Hola
por
Mike,
favor
muchas gracias.
presentarte y hacer un poquito más de ese gran perfil como ethical hacker?
Sí, muy contento de estar en el Cybersecurity Revolution. Agradecido esta oportunidad de ser la primera empresa en Chile, estar participando en este gran evento. Nada, siempre igual que mis colegas, ¿cierto? Ligado a las tecnologías, analista programador en primera instancia, después ingeniero informático en ciberseguridad. He trabajado en entidades públicas acá en Chile y este último tiempo con esta iniciativa como cofundador de SecreVenox, que efectivamente tiene un perfil de ciberseguridad en Chile donde apoyamos a las empresas para poder recuperarse de desastres, mitigar ataques. Estamos, bueno, de manera integral apoyando a todas las empresas, ¿cierto? A todos nuestros clientes para que puedan de alguna forma salir airosos de todos nuestros ataques que hoy en día estamos teniendo. Eh, bueno, contarle un poco lo que ha sucedido un poco en Chile. Ahora recién se está implementando la ley de
Pero ahorita
ciberseguridad.
llegamos a esa palabra, mi estimado José Luis. Ahorita
Ok.
navegamos en esa
Ah,
experiencia, ¿listo?
perfecto.
Porque si no, esta agenda se nos extiende. Qué rico, qué genialidad tenerlos aquí. Creo que tenemos un palmarés maravilloso, sector público, educación, sector privado, no solamente, prácticamente no solo desde Colombia, sino también estamos moviéndonos hacia Ecuador, hacia Chile, y vamos a ver el resto de agendas, mis estimadas y estimados asistentes a Cybersecurity Revolution. Tendremos también en esta gran agenda 8 ponentes más de 7 países diferentes. Así que los invitamos a estar pendientes. Y en este momento vamos a pasar con la primer ponencia de nuestra tarde de hoy. No sé, Wilber, si quieres de pronto ayudarme con la presentación de esa gran ponencia que tenemos con nuestra doctora Ana María.
Sí, señor. Bueno, en el día de hoy entonces vamos a iniciar nuestro parte latinoamericano con la doctora Ana Mesa. Ella pues eh, es, como nos indicó anteriormente, pues es docente, es abogada, le gusta mucho este tema de la ciberseguridad, la evidencia digital. Entonces nos va a ayudar en este panel con el tema del incidente técnico a la vulneración perdón, de datos personales. Pues nos metemos en un campo que viene transversal a lo que manejamos con la seguridad informática, la seguridad de la información, y esto también es evidencia digital, datos personales. Bienvenida, doctora Ana.
Bueno, a ti muchísimas gracias a todos. Primero que todo, me confirman si en este momento se está viendo de forma correcta.
Así es. Full pantalla.
Ok, perfecto. Entonces, digamos que para abordar este tiempo, estos 20 minutos que tengo, que empiezan a correr ya, voy a plantear el tema del incidente a partir de esta pregunta, y es, ¿realmente nosotros estamos preparados para un incidente de seguridad digital? Digamos que esa es una pregunta que merece, como decimos ahora, un Zoom. Ese Zoom es, venga, ¿qué es entonces prepararme? Porque realmente nosotros debemos comprender desde el escenario del incidente de seguridad cuáles son nuestras responsabilidades, obligaciones y derechos. Y una de las primeras cosas en las que tenemos que estar preparados es si estamos atendiendo un evento o un incidente. De ahí tomé la posibilidad de traer acá cuál realmente debería de ser el término evento, incluso desde una norma de riesgos, no porque la hizo 27.000, no tenga la diferenciación, pero me gustó más la que trae el estándar de riesgos, porque precisamente nos está poniendo en cabeza de lo que es la responsabilidad digital de nosotros como dueños de un sistema. Y también desde la ISO 27001, entonces, ese norte del incidente, porque ahí empieza la toma de decisiones desde el momento en que el usuario final con el sistema tiene ese relacionamiento y empezamos a activar escenarios de atención. Empezamos a activar o bien sea el oficial de seguridad de la información o bien sea el oficial de protección de datos, si es que en la organización los tenemos. Aquí ha habido muchas posturas en este punto y es que realmente lo que uno tendría que denunciar, tratar, son los incidentes, no los eventos. Yo difiero de tal situación porque un evento eventualmente podría volverse un incidente si no es atendido desde el principio. Para mí un evento merece ser documentado y tratado y diagnosticado. ¿Diagnosticado en qué sentido? En que el momento de la atención del evento podría llegar a cumplir las fases que técnicamente se utilicen para un incidente, precisamente porque a partir de la ocurrencia de eventos es que empezamos a ver si nuestro sistema es seguro, si no, dónde pueden haber pequeñas fallas que terminen volviendo posiblemente vulnerabilidad. Cuando ocurre un evento, ocurre un incidente, es decir, cuando logramos segmentar, ya nos vamos a ir por el camino del incidente. Una de las cosas más importantes y que hoy no lo estamos haciendo al 100%, cuando digo el 100% es que, digamos que el primer paso no es informar, sino tratar de ocultar porque nos da pena, porque nos preocupa, porque no queremos perder quizás credibilidad en el sector, es la de informar. La debida diligencia frente a un incidente tiene que ir en paralelo con todas las acciones técnicas, tiene que ir con un tema de comunicación. Para evitar algo que en materia de riesgos siempre tenemos que tratar de vertear, que se llama extensión y propagación del incidente. Extensión y propagación. Esto es que con nuestra comunicación logremos evitar que más personas, más escenarios puedan verse comprometidos precisamente por no haber comunicado en tiempo y a tiempo. Entonces aquí pongo un ejemplo de lo que sucedió al INVIMA, que no se hizo esperar. Una vez ellos fueron víctimas de un incidente por un ataque informático, inmediatamente sacaron un comunicado de prensa, aún sin saber incluso cuáles eran las causas completas y fehacientes, pero por lo menos comunicaron. ¿Para qué hace uno de esas cosas? Para evitar que los momentos de un fraude se materialicen. Que yo los divido como en 3 momentos. Casi siempre hay un primer momento de pérdida de información, preparación de qué puedo hacer con esa información y la materialización. Hoy con mucha tendencia a que los delitos que se cometan con acceso y uso de información no autorizada precisamente rayen o estén en el marco de lo financiero sin que sea solo eso, ¿cierto? Y en estas 3 fases, si nosotros somos víctimas de un incidente y pudiéramos de forma muy proactiva, en paralelo con lo que se está desarrollando a nivel técnico, inmediatamente comunicar para evitar que las personas caigan en una posible ataque, en una posible consecuencia colateral, sería lo ideal. Es decir, el cibercrimen, como hoy se comporta, nos está casi que invitando a que nos comportemos nosotros distintos, nos entendamos como víctimas y empecemos a comunicar a la gente para cerrar filas al delincuente, porque finalmente los procesos de investigación, espero mis compañeros no me castiguen por esto, los procesos de investigación hacen que hoy tengamos estadísticas del 1% de judicialización frente a la cantidad de denuncias, y es por la deficiencia en lograr una evidencia que pueda poner a un sujeto en la máquina. Quizás sí logramos identificar qué sucede, pero no quién. Y terminamos volviéndonos llenos de denuncias de personas indeterminadas que al final no terminan con una condena. Puestos ya en este contexto, pues tenemos 2 formas de actuar, como lo venía ya anunciando. Una propiamente solo desde la 27001 y otra que tiene que tener una combinación obligatoria de la 27001 con la 1581. ¿Cuándo tomo esta decisión? Cuando me responde una pregunta acá y digo, ¿hay datos personales involucrados? Me voy por el protocolo B. ¿Hay datos personales involucrados? No los hay, entonces me voy por el protocolo A, que no lo voy a desarrollar, simplemente voy a poner algunas como lineamientos, porque finalmente hay que tenerlo en cuenta frente al tema de tratamiento de datos. Lo primero es que tenemos que lograr identificar desde el estándar 27001 o cualquier otro estándar de calidad que les sirva a ustedes y que les genere el mundo de la seguridad de la información, tenemos que poder decir cuál de los 3 principios está siendo vulnerado o si son todos por demás. Porque ahí estamos hablando del tipo de incidente para luego poder decir ese tipo de incidente que definimos, digamos, confidencialidad o confidencialidad e integridad o confidencialidad, integridad y disponibilidad, se dio a través de qué, ¿cierto? Entonces, resulta que fui víctima de un ransomware. ¿Qué es lo primero que ataca el ransomware? Como principio, la disponibilidad. Ahí no nos vamos a quedar, pero ya estamos pudiendo identificar desde esa mirada técnica de qué estoy siendo víctima y en qué me está afectando. Y eso es importante porque entonces en las fases de tratamiento del incidente, digamos que desde la identificación, clasificación, tratamiento y divulgación y cierre del incidente, podemos tener a las personas expertas, las herramientas idóneas para poder enfrentar lo que sería, cogiendo el ejemplo de lo que estamos hablando del ransomware, esa toma de decisiones desde el momento en que yo tengo conocimiento del evento, hago contención, de esa contención tomo medidas para que finalmente pueda ir a esas lecciones aprendidas y llevar a cabo, digámoslo así, una atención eficiente del incidente. Cuando yo les pongo estas fases, no son fases, digamos, aleatorias o caprichosas, son precisamente fases macro que nos permiten llevar a cabo todas estas tareas y labores que de alguna manera tendrían que hacer las personas que están desde el punto de vista técnico. Ojo, aquí que va a servir mucho al mundo de los datos, es súper importante que desde el minuto cero aquella persona aquella persona que se dio cuenta o aquella persona que fue impactada inicialmente y se dio cuenta de que estaba frente a un incidente, desde ese minuto cero tenemos que empezar a documentar la línea de tiempo, timeline o como la queramos llamar, que es una secuencia de pasos. ¿Quién habló? ¿Cómo? ¿A qué horas? ¿Qué decisión tomaron? ¿Qué hicieron? ¿Por qué? ¿Para qué? ¿Qué encontraron? ¿Dónde estuvo el análisis forense? ¿Cuándo lo presentaron? Razones y motivos de una línea de tiempo. Y es que podemos identificar en qué momento estamos tomando decisiones que puedan o no afectar a una evidencia. Esta línea la voy a ir desarrollando porque nos importa para el tema de datos personales. Además, con el estándar ISO que tenemos ahora en la versión 2022, me gusta mucho la ISO porque le dio un vuelco a toda esa forma de tratamiento de seguridad de la información y digamos que volvió más notoria la forma en cómo debe elaborarse un protocolo de atención a incidentes y tenerlo además operativo. Perdón, me devuelvo. Tenemos estas fases que de alguna manera las podemos llegar a cumplir. Entonces tenemos una forma de hacerlas, de materializarlas, de volverlas procesos y procedimientos al interior de la organización. Cuando cumplimos estas fases desde el punto de vista técnico, cuando cumplimos una línea de tiempo, cuando tomamos decisiones acertadas porque ya sabemos cuál es el tipo de incidente y cuál es la causa del incidente, esto es la herramienta que fue, digamos, usada para nuestro ataque, pues ahí ya vamos a tener un tratamiento idóneo que nos permita cosas importantes que se nos piden desde la 27001 y es retroalimentación, acciones de mejora, documentar y sistematizar todo lo que sucedió y cómo lo mejoramos, es decir, cómo llevamos a ese nivel de madurez para pasar ya a complementarlo con una mirada desde protección de datos, porque entonces ahí nos tendríamos que hacer una nueva pregunta, o más bien, nuevamente la pregunta. Tenemos involucrados datos personales, porque si ya hicimos una atención técnica desde un punto de vista de seguridad de la información y nuestra respuesta es descubrir que parte de los activos de información son bases de datos, son información que contiene datos personales, inmediatamente nosotros tenemos que activar Ley 1581, que en Colombia no solo trae unas grandes responsabilidades para los dueños de las bases de datos, para los encargados de esas bases de datos, sino que además ya tenemos una guía de atención a incidentes que no estoy queriendo decir que reemplace el protocolo, no. Es una guía que debe ser tomada en cuenta para elaborar el propio protocolo de la entidad, porque también estoy en desacuerdo que un protocolo de atención a incidentes lo podamos replicar como si se replicara una empresa en cualquier parte. No, Todos los protocolos deben ser hechos a la medida de la organización, de lo que tenga la organización, de cuál sea su sistema informático, cuál sea su infraestructura de red, para precisamente saber en el momento en que haya el incidente por dónde iniciar y qué acciones, digamos, objetivas hacer. Y venir acá al tema de la 1581. ¿Qué pasa con la 1581? ¿Cómo se ve el incidente? Empieza la norma a entender que los datos que deberían estar resguardados son derechos constitucionales de las personas, mejor dicho, que las personas en sí mismas somos un dato, que por el artículo 15 de la Constitución, en Colombia, los datos son un derecho constitucional inalienable y irrenunciable, que el derecho que tenemos como ciudadanos es a que se proteja el dato, que tenemos un derecho y una protección que es direccionada a lo preventivo, no a lo correctivo, porque en lo correctivo ya habrías violado el dato, entonces por ende ya tendrías una posibilidad de ser sancionado. Entonces aquí esa mirada de una atención de incidentes me va a exigir que en el momento de la atención yo haya podido, ojo en estos pasos, establecer una verdadera descripción de lo que pasó, poder establecer cuáles son las bases de datos impactadas y los tipos de datos que hay o clases de datos, establecer cuáles son las categorías de los datos de los titulares, es decir, quiénes son los titulares, fecha de conocimiento del incidente y si por las pruebas técnicas ya supe desde cuándo inició, entonces tengo dos fechas, la de conocimiento y la de ocurrencia, que reitero, puede ser anterior a la de conocimiento o puede ser concurrente con la de conocimiento. Establecer las investigaciones preliminares, esto es análisis forense, análisis de seguridad, así sea iniciales y así requieran un análisis más profundo posteriormente. E inmediatamente tenemos que tener documentadas esas medidas correctivas, que es precisamente esa contención. ¿Qué hacemos? Y esa corrección, ¿qué hacemos para mitigar, para controlar o quizás eliminar el incidente? Finalmente, nosotros, cuando estamos hablando de tratamiento de datos, el responsable del tratamiento de datos tiene que poder evidenciar que hizo toda su debida diligencia para atender el incidente, que no escatimó en recursos, ni en tiempo, ni en capacidad. Y esto que acabo de decir se tiene que ver reflejado en recursos, en atención a los titulares, en comunicar a los titulares, en darle la mano a los titulares para que cualquier necesidad que tengan, cualquier atención primaria que tengan, pues puedan, digámoslo así, lograrlo. Sé que me queda poco tiempo, voy a pasar. Aquí el desafío desde lo técnico precisamente es ayudarle desde el punto de vista de los datos, cuáles son las causas, porque tenemos que reportar ante la SIC. Como tenemos que reportar ante la SIC, pues tenemos que decirle ante la superintendencia, para los que no son de Colombia, SIC es Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio, tenemos que poder decirle cuál de estos incidentes ocurrió. Es decir, cuál es la causa de primer nivel, segundo nivel, tercer nivel. Esto tiene que ir concatenado con el tipo de incidente, es decir, si es confidencialidad, integridad y disponibilidad, y tiene que ir también amarrado, cuando digo tienes, que sería el plus de una atención de incidente, tiene que ir amarrado con un monitoreo y seguimiento, por lo menos de 6 meses o un año, donde podamos identificar si han habido algunas consecuencias provenientes de ese incidente que ocurrió, que atendí, y poder seguir documentando como, digamos, los daños colaterales que se puedan presentar, precisamente para demostrar, al final de cuentas, que es una de las cosas que más tenemos que documentar, es si logré eliminar esos riesgos materializados y logré establecer una buena práctica como lecciones aprendidas, no hice una reiteración en la afectación frente a ese incidente quizás no muy bien atendido y la organización a qué otro nivel en materia de datos llegó, es decir, oportunidades de mejora. Hoy nos está midiendo la SIC desde el punto de vista del principio de responsabilidad reforzada y ya nos venía midiendo desde el principio de responsabilidad demostrada. El de demostrada quiere decir documentación, quiere decir estructura, quiere decir avance. El reforzada quiere decir todo lo que sea medidas de seguridad, tanto técnicas como organizativas, administrativas y económicas, para que en el futuro no vuelva a suceder este tipo de incidentes. Por eso, y para finalizar, documente, implemente acciones, comunique a todo el mundo y monitoree permanentemente lo que le haya sucedido como incidente para que precisamente pueda tener lecciones aprendidas. Aquí les dejo como la secuencia de tiempo que para la SIC sería importante que usted lo deje documentado en su atención de incidente y así lograr que, a pesar de reportarlo, no haya una investigación administrativa sancionatoria en su organización. Con esto creo que logré los 20 minutos, Marlon.
Mike.
Justo a tiempo, perfecto. Muchísimas gracias, mi estimada doctora Ana María. No sé, nosotros tenemos a un fantasma. Wilber, no sé cómo aplicó ese efecto para hoy.
Estamos perdidos, perdidos.
Es, es la maravilla de,
Esa es la
es la
maravilla
maravilla de esos
de esta.
eventos. Bueno,
Hablando de protección de datos.
Sí, tranquilo. Bueno, quisiera, para avanzar en la agenda, ya tenemos a Brasil está en la banca esperando que terminemos este primer slot. Entonces, con su permiso, mi estimado José Luis, mi estimado Wilber, mi estimada doctora Ana María, muchísimas gracias. Me gustaría hacer un par de preguntas, no sé si tenga tiempito, pero para hacer el wrap al final del
Sí,
evento sería
claro.
maravilloso, ¿sí? Y ahorita le
Perfecto.
vamos a dar la palabra a nuestra jueza de familia de la hermana República del Ecuador, mi estimada doctora Venus. Con ella compartimos un escenario en cibercriminología en México, en esos momentos en los cuales la pandemia decía que la humanidad tenía que reevaluarse. Pues esa oportunidad, con obviamente el pesar y la solidaridad por todos esos seres humanos, esas familias que fueron afectadas durante la pandemia, creo que tenemos algo para recordar muy bonito y haber reconocido, mi estimada Venus. El auditorio es todo suyo.
Bueno, muchas gracias, mi querido Mike. Sí, bueno, dentro de este espacio, la parte importante, y bueno, saludos a todo el auditorio, Ecuador en la mira las estrategias de respuesta. Bien, en este sentido, ¿no? La resiliencia que es muy importante, haciendo un enfoque de lo que ocurrió el año 2024, de hecho, hasta la actualidad tenemos ciertas situaciones que preocupan muy de cerca a tanto la ciudadanía como también pues, en redes sociales y profesionales, ¿no? Tuvimos un proceso de elecciones en las cuales tenemos estos ataques en las que se refieren específicamente a el sector público, ¿no? Y en estos ciberataques tenemos en el 2024 algunos muy significativos y bueno, ahora en el año 2025 fue referente al tiempo de las elecciones, que es donde más se profundiza en el mundo digital justamente estas situaciones, ¿no? Conocemos también pues que por el hecho de las campañas utilizan también propagandas falsas, más conocidas como estas fakes en noticias, fake news, etcétera. Bueno, tenemos algo importante, que estos casos son reales de ataques recientes en el país, estos incidentes de ransomware, filtraciones de datos, hay ataques de infraestructuras que son críticas y dentro de este contexto, en resumen, pues los errores que a la final tenemos más comunes en respuestas, las mejores prácticas también que se han realizado o han mejorado y cuáles son estas nuevas estrategias, ¿no? Vamos a también explorar algo del marco normativo, ¿no? En materia de ciberseguridad, que es lo más importante, la importancia de estos centros de respuesta de incidentes. más conocidos como CIRT, y la colaboración público-privada siempre para fortalecer esta resiliencia digital. Dentro de este contexto es muy importante señalar entonces que en el año 2024, como ya les mencioné al inicio, existió este crecimiento de ciberataques, ¿no? Experimentamos un aumento del 4.9% en estas amenazas cibernéticas y de la revisión de la estadística, pues específicamente nos ubicó en América Latina en el tercer país. Ahora, ¿cuáles son estos casos que a la final pues, nos llaman la atención? Y efectivamente nosotros podemos mencionar en esta parte importante es la presencia del ransomware Ransom Hub en diciembre del 2024. Tenemos una entidad en Ecuador que se llama EQCER, que es la entidad encargada del Ministerio justamente rector con la finalidad de establecer en estas alertas todos estos eventos que ocurren dentro del ministerio, en este caso el rector Ministerio de Telecomunicaciones, con la finalidad de presentar estos incidentes y de esa manera lograr una rápida respuesta, ¿no? En este sentido, hay también unas vulnerabilidades críticas que se presentan y como conexas a estas situaciones en referencia, que sobre todo en el software de Cisco, ¿no? Unified Industrial Wireless. Entonces, dentro de este espacio también, a partir de noviembre de 2024, hay esta vulnerabilidad que vemos que no solamente se trata de que exista una presencia de un ransomware, sino también vulnerabilidades críticas que se tienen que resolver. La más significativa y dentro de este enfoque en la que se ha señalado, tenemos el Consejo de la Judicatura, que es justamente el órgano administrativo, ¿no? Donde se realiza justamente la parte de lo que es administración de los sistemas de justicia, unidades judiciales, cortes provinciales, etc. Entonces, dentro de este espacio, lo que mencionaba justamente la doctora que antecedió la ponencia, es que no se maneja la información como se debería hacerlo, de una forma real, ¿no? Entonces, a la final se hablaron de ciertas intermitencias del sistema como tal, pero había que realizar también un aporte importante aquí, ¿no? Que teníamos ciertos antecedentes ya reportados por los portales, en este caso los portales hacking, ¿no? De estos que ya entran en las redes sociales. Y nosotros, por ejemplo, ya sabíamos en abril de que había un ataque al Ministerio de Finanzas, de que ya existía incluso esta base de datos y que se encontraba justamente 9.000 datos de usuarios. Situación que a la final probablemente podrían ser correctivos, ellos alertan al CUSER, pero luego vemos en abril 2021, es decir, después de un lapso específicamente de tiempo de 13 días, que el Consejo de la Judicatura del Ecuador tuvo esta filtración de datos también. Entonces, en este contexto, vemos que solamente se alerta como que hay ciertos denegación de servicios, es decir, como este ataque más conocido, general, ¿no? El de negación de servicios distribuidos, y decimos, bueno, solamente se presentaron ciertas intermitencias, pero en realidad las intermitencias conocidas como algo a la final que todos sabemos, pues se trata de un problema que a la final se produce durante un poco tiempo, pero luego desaparece, ¿ya? Y es probable que pueda no volverse a producir después de mucho tiempo, ¿no? Pero sin embargo, estas intermitencias que se señalaron como, por eso les pongo un énfasis ahí, no eran intermitencias como tal, sino que ya era un incidente, ¿no? Y en este enfoque, porque existieron varios días sin el servicio como tal, el sistema, y más allá de ello también, nosotros estábamos con ciertas comunicaciones, ¿no? De diferentes subdominios, entonces ya sabemos que hay una situación, un enfoque ya más avanzado, ¿no? Sin embargo, la información solo se concretó algo tan sencillo que solamente se manifestaba como que era un pequeña intermitencia en el sistema y que por ello tuvieron que hacer un cambio. cambio que lo generaron después de 15 días, ¿no? Es decir, tomaron este cambio, esta decisión de su portal, en este caso de la información. Recordemos que son informaciones no solo de los procesos judiciales, sino que a la par de la información de nosotros como servidores judiciales, ¿no? Entonces esto marca una relevancia también porque en protección de datos estamos todavía con estas prácticas, formas y decir, bueno, sí, tenemos también lo que comentaba la doctora anterior, la ISO 27001, sí, estamos recién en una acreditación del 37001, pero vamos a esta parte, ¿no? En realidad lo que se trata es justamente de mejorar en estas respuestas y que se obtenga la información inicial de una forma real, que era lo que nosotros esperábamos. Y bueno, dentro de este ambiente siempre nos preocupó hasta ahora. Lo interesante es que tanto la información de los ciudadanos como de las personas que estamos dentro del sistema simplemente pues fue filtrada y sin lugar a dudas, si ya tuvimos una alerta de un portal hacking, entonces vamos a tener justamente esta información bien marcada. Pero en todo caso cambiaron el portal, el tiempo de respuesta, como les acabo de indicar, fue de 15 días y dentro de este espacio se logró realizar paralelamente o de forma rápida estas formas, cambios, tanto de los contenidos, de ahí que también se especificó los servicios de autenticación un poco más personalizados o dirigidos para los trabajadores dentro del sistema judicial con la finalidad también de poder fortalecer un poco esta seguridad, ¿no? Entonces, este sentido es muy importante, ya que el incidente ocurre y entonces se toman ciertos correctivos, ¿no? Pero ya a la final vemos que un poco tarde, pero también pues hay que hacerlo, ¿no? Bueno, entre los avances de ciberseguridad hay que recordar que ya en la materia un poco normativa hay una posición importante en el índice global de ciberseguridad de la OIT y en este ámbito tenemos estos elementos esenciales, que es la Estrategia Nacional de Ciberseguridad. Esta implementación de esta estrategia va desde el año 2022. Esta estrategia duró 3 años hasta el 2025, es decir, hasta este año, y tiene algunos ejes de acción que abarcan justamente temas prioritarios. Y entre los temas prioritarios que justamente se busca con este fortalecimiento es establecer estas medidas técnicas, desarrollo también de ciertas capacidades, alcanzar eficacias de organización y también de cooperación. Y bajo este enfoque específico, tanto de ciberseguridad, tenemos en la actualidad una política ya en el ámbito digital en una proyección hasta el año 2030, que recién fue emitida en el mes de abril, por el 15 de abril. Entonces, por el Ejecutivo, es decir, por el presidente de la República, logrando pues avanzar un poco ya en estas perspectivas para este año 2025 y en estas estrategias, sin lugar a dudas, mejorarlas, ¿no? En este diagrama de tiempo que más relevante se les indica, es importante señalar que el ataque fue dirigido específicamente a las instituciones públicas, ¿no? En el año 2024. Y dentro de este ascenso, en su parte de implementación de medidas técnicas, nosotros podemos señalar que en este marco normativo y de los avances que hemos tenido, sin lugar a dudas, aquí tenemos la parte importante también que Ecuador ratificó la Convención de Budapest justamente el año anterior. Aquello nos modificó también ciertos escenarios en relación a la Ley de Protección de Datos Personales, porque inclusive, por ejemplo, desde este mes ya comienza una forma distinta de hacer una mejor protección de datos personales a todos los ciudadanos a través de la incorporación de ciertas cláusulas en los contratos y en general. Entonces, para esta conclusión y ya para terminar específicamente, tenemos que Ecuador no solamente que aumenta en este índice global, hay un fortalecimiento de políticas y prácticas. Sin lugar a dudas, pues siempre hay que mejorar, trabajar con hay un proyecto de ley orgánica de seguridad digital, ciberseguridad y ciberdefensa y ciberinteligencia, porque se propone justamente la creación de un sistema nacional de seguridad digital con la finalidad de trabajar en varios subsistemas, lo que es ciberseguridad, ciberdefensa y ciberinteligencia. Y la Estrategia Nacional de Seguridad, que en sí es un marco de protección del ciberespacio nacional para estas capacidades de respuesta, para la gestión de los incidentes, para promover esta cooperación internacional, porque la ratificación de esta Convención Internacional de Budapest, sin lugar a dudas, va a fortalecer y va a fortalecer también en estos espacios posteriores la cooperación internacional, fomentando así también un poco la cultura de la ciberseguridad en todos los niveles de la sociedad, al obligarse en este ámbito a que ciertas entidades educativas de nivel posgrado y pregrado o universitarias en general logren educar a la sociedad civil. La creación del Comité Nacional de Ciberseguridad que se realizó justamente el año anterior tiene este propósito: coordinar, articular estas acciones de ciberseguridad para poder identificar los riesgos, mitigar estas vulnerabilidades y desarrollar mejores políticas con la finalidad de lograr estas capacidades en ciberseguridad del país. Específicamente, no solamente en gobernanza, resiliencia cibernética, que es mejorar esta capacidad en las organizaciones, sobre todo en las entidades públicas, como les mencioné. La lucha contra la ciberdelincuencia nos ayuda porque vamos a fortalecer esas capacidades legales y operativas en trabajar para prevenir, investigar y procesar estos datos también en los delitos cibernéticos. El monitoreo va a estar siempre parte de nuestros procesos diarios y en el Consejo de la Judicatura, a partir de este incidente, existen monitoreos que se están realizando de forma progresiva porque hay siempre pues una posible amenaza cibernética que en cualquier rato podría ocurrir, y entonces sí se preocuparon porque a 4 días, 5 días sin servicios de sistemas en general era justamente un malestar en la ciudadanía, que ellos se lo trasladan de forma indirecta, ¿no? Pero adentro pues era otra situación. Y como conclusión, pues bueno, que la respuesta fue proactiva del equipo de ciberseguridad en el caso de Ecuador y permitió efectivamente pues bajar un poco este impacto del ataque que recibieron, asegurando la continuidad no solamente de estos servicios judiciales, porque son varias plataformas, entre ellos los sistemas únicos de pensiones alimenticias, está a la par con los sistemas de peritajes, etcétera. Entonces, todo esto tenía que reforzarse su seguridad, sin lugar a dudas, para prevenir los incidentes similares en el futuro. Bueno, muchas gracias.
No, muchas gracias, doctora Venus, por la información. Agregando un poco también a lo que nos indicabas acerca del convenio de Budapest, recordar el segundo protocolo adicional que nos permite la cooperación internacional para el manejo de evidencia digital. Muy importante para nosotros en nuestro hemisferio tenerlo en cuenta y manejar pues esa información. Saludamos también a Guadalupe. Guadalupe, bienvenida.
Gracias, qué gusto saludarlas y saludarlos. Me complace mucho poder participar en este evento tan importante que sin duda es una herramienta para que no solo en Latinoamérica, sino en el mundo entero se conozcan más las herramientas y cómo están trabajando los diferentes países en torno a la ciberseguridad. Ya lo escuchábamos por las anteriores ponentes quienes estuvieron hablando sobre estos temas, la importancia de que se cuente con las herramientas necesarias para poder pues seguir tanto previniendo y atendiendo este tipo de temáticas. Pero no solo, quiero darle también las gracias por acá está el coronel Mike Toro, por la invitación, y por supuesto a ti, querido compañero Wilber, que ahora nos toca hacer mancuerna.
Sí, señora, bienvenida. Y aquí estamos, seguimos aquí en nuestra ponencia latinoamericana. Tenemos ahí otros ponentes en espera. Ay, May, seguimos
Así
ahí.
es.
Señor.
Maravilloso, ¿no? Genial tener nuestros moderadores para este primer slot con nuestra gran profesional de la comunicación en México. Ese es TV4 Guanajuato, mi estimada Guadalupe.
Así es, somos la televisora pública del estado de Guanajuato, donde ahí colaboro, y también pues en la iniciativa privada en temas de radio y comunicación.
Maravilloso. Así que tenemos aquí una coordinación bien bonita para hacer de estas 4 horas de Cybersecurity Revolution en Latinoamérica una experiencia bien interesante. Aprovecho para saludar a Alessandro, bienvenido, qué bueno verte por aquí, representando a Brasil, esa gran república, esa república alegre como le conocemos. Tenemos también por aquí ya John de Honduras. Y bueno, a Jeremy también de México, otra colega mexicana. Voy a aprovechar para, ya que tenemos a José Luis desde Chile, que está que se habla, le salen letreros, está que nos cuenta un poquito sobre su experiencia y obviamente agradecerle a nuestra doctora Venus por ser pionera, por ser una mujer de esas que nos inspiran a seguir creyendo que los buenos somos más y que podemos invitar a más y más mujeres en el ámbito de la ciberseguridad desde cualquier área, incluso desde aquellas áreas que de pronto están desde las ciencias sociales, desde las ciencias jurídicas, pero que allí también hay una gran oportunidad para seguir colaborando. Y bueno, vemos aquí también las ciencias de la comunicación, un gran ejemplo, nuestra querida Guadalupe. Hay un par de preguntas que tenemos en chat. Yo sé que muchos de los asistentes tenemos un poquito el tiempo cortado. Voy a dejarlas para el final, para los que se puedan quedar, ¿vale? Para poderle darle la palabra a mi estimado José Luis. ¿Le parece bien, mi estimada Venus? Sí, súper.
Sí,
Bueno,
correcto.
gracias. Bueno, mi estimado José Luis, la verdad nos llena el alma de alegría saber que Chile tiene grandes profesionales en ciberseguridad, como la gente de SNOTS. SNOTS es la empresa que ustedes representan, con ese gran equipo de trabajo, ¿cierto? Que está detrás de ese gran nombre.
Sí, en SECREV2025 empezamos a trabajar justamente dentro de la necesidad que había en Chile, porque los ataques en algún minuto empezaron a incrementar exponencialmente. Estamos hablando que el año, no sé, 2021 habían alrededor de 2.000 millones de ciberataques y el 2022 aumentaron a 14.000 millones, por ejemplo. El 2023 bajó un poquito, pero,
¿Solamente
pero eran ataques más focalizados. ¿Cómo?
datos solamente de Chile?
Datos solamente de Chile, efectivamente, sí. Sí, bajó bastante el 2023, pero eran ataques más especializados y más focalizados. Y de hecho, justamente uno de los puntos que comentábamos y que conversamos, Mike, era que nosotros apoyamos a una empresa que fue parte de un ataque de ciberseguridad en el 2023. En realidad, el ataque fue con un ransomware, el Charge, a una empresa de telecomunicaciones, ¿ya? Y esa empresa de telecomunicaciones, por ende, afectó a miles de usuarios y empresas, ¿ya? Estuvieron más de 10 días con los sistemas caídos de telecomunicaciones, telefonía, internet, almacenamiento. Y en este caso nosotros prestamos apoyo a una empresa que le realizábamos gestión de informática y nosotros le decíamos, un poco de la conciencia de la ciberseguridad, en ese entonces le decíamos, trabajemos la ciberseguridad y estaban acá en Chile con la mentalidad en esos años de no, a mí no me va a pasar. A mí nunca me va a pasar. Entonces fueron atacados en este caso por el área de datos, tenían toda su infraestructura en la nube, trabajaban con ellos y estuvieron más de 10 días sin servicio. No, estaban vueltos lo que decían, ¿por qué no te hicimos caso? ¿Por qué no trabajamos ante la ciberseguridad? Y ahí empezaron a tomarle un poquito más el peso a los ciberataques, que en ese entonces no eran tan, o incluso hasta el día de hoy no eran tan importantes. De hecho, antes te iba a comentar sobre las leyes que se están implementando en Chile. Justamente por ahí Ana María comentó algo súper importante, que es que una empresa antes es atacada, digamos, y muchas veces por vergüenza o por temas de que su marca se ve desprestigiada, no lo comentaban. Entonces, empiezan a seguir de ataques de la misma índole a diferentes empresas porque no dieron aviso, ¿ya? La comunicación, como decía ella, y Venus es súper importante, sobre todo a nivel gobierno, y en este caso se creó la ley de ciberseguridad, ya donde nosotros acá en Chile tenemos 3 horas para poder avisar ante un ataque o ante un ciberataque de detectado un incidente, y así poder apalancar, ¿cierto? O apoyar al gobierno y que dé aviso a todas las entidades correspondientes para que no se siga propagando en otras entidades. Así también, esta ley entró en vigencia este año, más bien, estuvo un año como en periodo de testing, y ahora en abril de este año, en marzo de este año, partió ya como poniendo las multas respectivas a quienes no cumplan. Así que tuvieron un año de prueba. Y ahora también partimos con la ley de protección de datos personales, ¿ya? Que este año también estamos en periodo de prueba y el próximo año ya vamos a empezar a ver el tema de las multas. Alineado justamente con lo que decía Ana María y Venus de estar siempre compartiendo información y mejorando en conjunto como país o como Latinoamérica, como América Latina, y defendernos porque como tú decías en el hashtag, somos, somos más los buenos, ¿cómo es el hashtag?
Sí, así es. Estamos convencidos que los buenos somos más. Tengo dos preguntas más, mi estimado José Luis, si te parece bien. Y creo que sabemos que en este escenario de la respuesta a incidentes hay como una especie de necesidad de unos protocolos, de unos estándares. Sabemos que existen los estándares internacionales, sabemos que existen ciertas guías desde ciertos países, desde ciertas industrias. ¿Tú cómo ves o qué oportunidad o cuál sería ese desafío respecto al entrenamiento adecuado? ¿Existe en este momento, se puede decir, un programa o un paso a paso para poder hacerse con la capacitación para poder responder de manera adecuada a los incidentes de ciberseguridad?
Sí, efectivamente, acompañado con la misma ley, está justamente la capacitación, estar bien alineados con la 27001, para poder de manera mínima al menos estar alineados y poder estar capacitados y preparados para cualquier incidente de ciberseguridad. Pero hoy día se ha hecho harto hincapié en el gobierno, de que todos estemos preparados lo mejor posible para enfrentarnos ante cualquier ciberataque. Así que parte del gobierno se ha hecho esa instancia y hoy en día ya es ley.
Ok, genial. Bueno, ¿podrías, por favor, contarnos un poquito cómo fue esa respuesta en este caso concreto? O sea, ¿cuál es el paso a paso? Llega esta gran empresa de telecomunicaciones y las empresas que terminan siendo víctimas por daño colateral. ¿Cuál es esa respuesta que se sugeriría o cuál es ese paso? ¿Qué es lo primero que se hace? ¿No? De una vez dejar que el pánico nos abrace y pagar, pero sabemos que el servicio, que la operación está corriendo, sabemos que tenemos redes, tenemos servidores, tenemos información sensible, sabemos hoy en día que esta información no está en servidores locales, la mayor cantidad de ella está en ambientes en la nube. ¿Qué sugieres o cómo fue en este ejemplo para hacer un caso de estudio, un caso práctico? ¿Cuál sería ese paso a paso para responder a un incidente de ciberseguridad? En este caso particular fue un caso de secuestro de datos, de ransomware. ¿Me corriges, por favor, si estoy errado, por favor?
Sí, sí, efectivamente. Pero en este caso la empresa de telecomunicaciones, donde se vio afectada esta empresa a la cual nosotros asesoramos. Ya, como no tenía ninguna política de ciberseguridad o ciberresiliencia, tenían toda esa información en la nube, el 100% de información en la nube. Y, y solo tenían respaldado el 30% de su información de como los últimos 10 años on-premise. Que perdieron casi 70% de la información al final la empresa. Y en ese entonces ellos asumieron el costo para poder, o sea, en el fondo subieron el costo nomás de los últimos 3 años teniendo solamente el 30% de la información. Y nada, pues, ahí nosotros le generamos las políticas nuevas de seguridad, respaldos diarios, respaldos semanal, respaldos mensuales. Y nada, pues ahí se concientizaron muchísimo más con respecto a, a la protección de datos, en este caso, que le afectó a la compañía 10 días y tuvieron pérdidas irreparables en venta, por ejemplo.
Bueno, y aquí viene otro gran escenario que vamos a hablarlo a posterior con unos colegas en otros países. Y
Ujú.
es que no solamente le respondemos a bloquear el ataque, no solamente respondemos al tratar de recuperar la información, no solamente respondemos al tratar de que la operación vuelva a caminar de la misma manera o mejor, sino también a cómo restablecer esas pérdidas económicas, esas pérdidas de reputación. No sé qué consejo para cerrar aquí, mi estimado José Luis. Eh, Creería que si esta empresa no tenía antes políticas, ahora tiene políticas, de pronto eso puede ser una buena práctica, pero cómo recuperarse no del incidente, el ahora en la inmediatez, sino qué sugieres para recuperarse en el largo aliento, sobre todo de esos impactos impactos reputacionales?
Sí, primero que todo, lo que conversábamos delante, Mike, es la capacitación constante. Sabemos que día a día están sacando nuevos tipos de ataques, se están preparando en diferentes equipos los atacantes, entonces tenemos que estar 100% preparados y actualizados con los nuevos ataques, estar súper informados. Segundo, tener en este caso un necesario interno, porque se apremia harto lo que es la gobernanza de ciberseguridad interna, pero también es muy apoyados por empresas como nosotros de manera externa para que también podamos funcionar como auditores o apoyarlos dentro de las falencias que ellos puedan tener. Y bueno, estando los respaldos, poder generar disponibilidad rápidamente, realizar estos como... Acá en Chile nosotros lo llamamos Operación Daisy cuando tiembla mucho acá en Chile. Entonces Operación Daisy le llamamos...
¿Cómo
¿Cómo?
le llaman?
Operación Daisy.
Daisy, ok. ¿Qué
Sí,
es eso?
cuando temblaba acá en Chile, bueno, tiembla mucho en Chile, entonces acá en Chile la operación Daisy en los colegios suena la campana y todos teníamos que posicionarnos en ciertos lugares para estar resguardados. Entonces, esos escenarios de antiemergencia, estar preparado también, hacerlos en el caso de ciberseguridad, prepararse ante posibles ataques y ver cómo actuar, también es súper importante, hacer estos ejercicios de ciberataque. Y nada, pues, yo creo que con esos puntos es como lo mínimo para poder estar preparado y ser resiliente ante cualquier ataque.
Muchas gracias, mi estimado José Luis. Un saludo gigante a esos amigos de Snots.
Sí,
Por...
muchas gracias, Security Knox. Está muy agradecido y Chile está muy agradecido de ser la primera empresa en este magno evento, Cyber Security Revolution
Maravilloso.
2025.
Mil gracias. La agenda apenas comienza, mis estimadas y estimados amigos de la octava versión de Cyber Security Revolution. Creo que le devuelvo el micrófono a nuestros moderadores de este slot. Mi estimado Wilber, mi estimada Guadalupe, por favor, bien puedan. Mil gracias nuevamente, José Luis.
Gracias, gracias. Y qué importante todo lo que nos comenta José Luis, porque yo creo que me quedo, seguramente quienes nos escuchan también comparten esta opinión, con que a mí nunca me va a pasar. Y a veces con el a mí nunca me va a pasar no se toman como todas las medidas y la inversión que deberían tener las empresas, los gobiernos, tanto todo, pues para prepararse ante cualquier ataque. Qué importante lo que nos comenta sobre esta charla. Un saludo a todos los que nos ven y nos escuchan también allá hasta Chile. Tenemos, por supuesto, todavía mucho más información, más ponentes, querido Wilber.
Gracias, Guadalupe. Sí, nos acompaña Alessandro Goncalves Barreto. Él es delegado de la Policía y coordinador del Laboratorio de Operaciones Cibernéticas de la Secretaría Nacional de Seguridad Pública en Brasil y nos acompaña ahora con una ponencia que nos llama Do vazamento ao golpe. Ahí disculparás mi portugués, pero entonces de la fuga al golpe de Estado. Adelante, Alessandro.
Ok, boa tarde a todos e a todas. Eu não falo espanhol, mas vou tentar falar despacio, ok? Um momento que eu vou tentar compartilhar minha ponência. Um momento. Conseguem ver minha ponência? Sim?
Sí,
Ou
señor, lo
não?
vemos completamente.
Sim. Do vazamento ao golpe. Como seus dados viram arma nas mãos dos criminosos. Amigos e amigas, hoje isto é o principal problema no Brasil. Vazamento de dados de usuários e estafas eletrônicas. Imaginem qualquer tipo de estafa nós temos aqui no Brasil. Então, temos uma infinidade de criminosos que praticam muitas estafas diferentes e terminam por ganhar muito dinheiro. Eu trouxe essa imagem que eu acho bem interessante, que ela mostra nosso mundo real e a migração para o mundo digital. O que nós conseguimos olhar é que, infelizmente, algumas polícias ainda insistem em permanecer no mundo real, não enxergam, não veem o mundo digital como um cenário de oportunidades para avanços na investigação criminal. Enquanto isso, o criminoso migrou definitivamente para o mundo digital. Hoje em dia, aqui no Brasil, os crimes praticados na internet são a quantidade é maior do que o crime praticado em mundo físico. Quais são as principais estafas? Crimes contra o patrimônio, extorsão e, principalmente, relacionado a sentimento, como golpes do Dom Juan ou scam romances, e é muito comum também presidiários utilizarem perfis de meninas, de jovens garotas bonitas para enganar e extorquir senhores de idade. Aqui chamamos de golpe da novinha. Um momento, se alguma... Toro, se tiver alguma dificuldade, só me avisa, tá? Ok.
Claro que sí, pierde cuidado. Yes, of course.
As principais mídias que eles utilizam. Nós, como investigadores, sempre falamos que eu preciso se especializar em crimes na Deep e na Dark Web. Calma, tá? A nossa Deep Web, entre aspas, é a própria Surface, WhatsApp, Telegram, a infinidade de bots que eles utilizam tem nos preocupado bastante. O que vemos aqui também no Brasil? É muito comum SIM swap. O que é? É a permuta, é a troca de titularidade de uma linha telefônica sem autorização do proprietário. E a Agência Nacional de Telecomunicações, ela fez uma modificação aqui no procedimento e caiu bastante o SIM swap. Todavia, nós temos data brokers ou bancos de dados ilegais de consumidores. Isso é o grande problema aqui no Brasil. Eu asseguro às senhoras e senhores, todos os brasileiros têm dados vazados, absolutamente todos. E isso facilita demais a vida do criminoso, porque ele sabe da nossa vida, é um experto em engenharia social e aí vai conseguir aplicar estafas. Apenas aí como ocorre a portabilidade, o criminoso liga para a operadora de telefonia, pede algumas informações básicas, a operadora fornece as informações, a portabilidade acontece, e com essa portabilidade, o que é que o criminoso faz? Invade contas de e-mail, Gmail, Hotmail, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook e faz literalmente a festa. O que é que nós temos feito aqui no Brasil para atacar isso? Com relação aos data brokers, o que é que eles fornecem? Nome, filiação, teléfono, e-mail, família, padre, madre, quanto ganha, rendimentos, rotinas. O que é que nós temos feito com relação a isso? Nós temos excluído bots no Telegram. Aqui no Brasil, eu não sei como ocorre nos outros países da América Latina, mas aqui eles nos respeitam. Por quê? Porque tivemos várias medidas de ataques, de decisões judiciais contra essas empresas, que elas vêm, se instalam, acham que aqui é um paraíso cibernético e não é bem assim. O que é que nós fazemos? Pedimos o bloqueio. Por exemplo, em 2015, o primeiro pedido de bloqueio de WhatsApp no mundo foi pedido por minha equipe. De lá para cá, o WhatsApp começou a cooperar. Aqui, por exemplo, o Telegram, nós mandamos um e-mail para eles e dizemos: isso aqui é um bot, tem dados de pessoas que estão expostos. Derruba o Telegram, derruba os dados. Nós mandamos ofício para redes sociais e a Meta criou um usuário aqui para nós do Brasil, para a nossa unidade, onde esse usuário faz o pedido diretamente para a Meta e um perfil que pratica estafas normalmente é derrubado em até 1 hora. Isso nós temos agilizado bastante e removido essas contas que praticam estafas. Olha, isso aqui é um exemplo de derrubada no Telegram. Quando eu finalizei minha apresentação, nós tínhamos moderado 397 grupos no Telegram. Já são mais de 800 moderados e já estamos alcançando quase 3 milhões de usuários que foram derrubados, que passaram a não ter acesso a esse tipo de conta. O Instagram e Facebook, na época eram 157 perfis, hoje são 280. E isso é uma mensagem do criminoso. Eu me divirto muito quando vejo isso. Vai demorar para o grupo retornar? Alguém sabe se está funcionando algo? O que é que nós estamos fazendo? Tirando a munição do criminoso. A munição do criminoso é dado, é nossas informações. Sem informação ele não consegue trabalhar. Alguns outros passos. Só voltar um pouquinho. Quais são outras etapas? O Google nos procurou e disse que também vai encaminhar um usuário específico para a gente ter uma atuação direta e remover mais rapidamente os perfis que cometem estafas. Toro, Mike Toro e todos, parabéns. Desculpa, minhas redes sociais, tá? Eu costumo publicar várias e várias informações sobre estafas, como se proteger, e tenho um sítio, esse sítio tem várias informações úteis para policiais sobre como remover conteúdo, como recuperar contas invadidas, e é como se fosse um canivete suíço. Deixa-me retornar. Um momento, interromper. Toro e todos os demais. Eu espero ter sido útil e desculpem, não falo espanhol, mas eu acredito que os slides tenham ajudado. Eu acho que eu já encontrei a Ana Maria Mesa em um evento em Medellín, se a memória não me falha, sim, no evento que fizemos em Medellín. Colômbia, um país, toda a América Latina, mas Colômbia, fiquei encantado com Colômbia. Obrigado a todos pela oportunidade e meus contatos estão aí. Qualquer necessidade, por favor, falem conmigo.
Gracias, Alessandro. Nos trae mucha colación que no solamente lo que nos cuentas pasa en Brasil, también pasa en nuestro país, en toda Latinoamérica, con esas estafas que nos diste a conocer. Igualmente, reconocer ese caso de éxito han tenido ustedes con las grandes multinacionales de esas empresas que manejan las redes sociales, Meta, con su Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, y que lograron obtener buenos canales para la obtención de la información rápida y oportuna, lo que necesitamos en la mayoría de países de nuestro hemisferio. Guadalupe, continuamos.
Así es, yo me quedo también con estas recomendaciones que nos da maestro Alessandro en el sentido de tener información, estar actualizándonos y qué importante que usted se tome el tiempo para seguir pues educando también a todos los que tenemos acceso a las redes sociales, el tener cuidado también con lo que publicamos. Estamos inmersos en la tecnología, vivimos también constantemente publicando la información a través de las redes sociales y el cuidar los datos personales, el saber qué es lo que estamos publicando también puede prevenirnos de estos ciberataques, también el robo de nuestra información. Y hay más, y a mí me da muchísimo gusto porque le vamos a dar la bienvenida a otra mujer. Ya lo decía el coronel Mike Toro, las mujeres también están aportando y avanzando en estos temas de ciberseguridad. Así que nos vamos hasta Argentina con Yamina Walter. Ella nos va a hablar sobre este plan integral de ciberseguridad. Adelante, por favor.
Hola, muy buenas tardes desde Argentina. Un placer enorme estar con ustedes y poder contarles. Para nosotros es un hito histórico en el ámbito de la provincia de Buenos Aires, la creación de un plan provincial de ciberseguridad. ¿Por qué digo que es una herramienta de política pública trascendental? No sé si ustedes saben que seguramente conocen que la provincia de Buenos Aires es la provincia que tiene mayor densidad demográfica en Argentina, ¿sí? Supera los 17 millones de habitantes. Entonces, haber participado en la creación de este proyecto que luego se materializó a través del dictado de un decreto, contar con esta norma ha sido muy importante para nuestro gobierno local, atento que estábamos totalmente acéfalos de regulación en la materia, ¿sí? La provincia de Buenos Aires, como poder público independiente dentro del país, no contaba con ningún tipo de protección jurídica que le pudiera, ¿no es cierto?, garantizar la elaboración de una política en materia de ciberseguridad. Entonces, eso hacía que frente a cualquier tipo de intrusión en materia cibernética, cualquier tipo de ataque, era muy difícil repelerlo. Si bien ya existían herramientas, ¿sí?, para poder rechazar este tipo de ataques, pero bueno, contar con esta norma desde el año 2021, ha sido trascendental en materia, de política pública, en materia de soberanía tecnológica. Esto me parece muy importante recalcar, ¿sí? Porque nosotros, por lo menos los abogados que trabajamos en las áreas de tecnología, vemos que todavía, por lo menos desde Argentina nos pasa, todo lo que son las cuestiones de tecnología a veces siguen un poco las políticas públicas del gobierno de turno. Y justamente eso es lo que nosotros de alguna forma queremos erradicar. ¿Por qué? Porque los planes tecnológicos deben ser transversales a una organización, entendemos. No pueden depender del gobierno de turno, porque si no, eso hace que los gobiernos, ya sabemos, duran 4, 5, 6 años, luego el gobierno que continúa, ¿no es cierto?, a través de una elección, si considera que ese no es el camino, y en su total, ¿no es cierto?, derecho, considera que ese no es el camino en materia de soberanía tecnológica que hay que seguir, directamente, se vuelve todo atrás y se plantea un camino totalmente distinto. Entonces, en este contexto, haber llegado, ¿sí?, mediante el dictado de una norma, la creación de este Plan Provincial de Ciberseguridad, nos pone en un lugar mucho mejor y nos hace estar como más fortalecidos en materia de políticas públicas en la materia. Bueno, respecto al plan, voy a compartir pantalla, si pueden seguirme. Es algo muy sencillo que realicé para que ustedes puedan de alguna forma ver los lineamientos principales de esta norma. ¿Cuáles fueron los objetivos primigenios? Bueno, básicamente lo que recién hablaban los expositores y la expositora, en cuanto al objetivo primordial es la prevención de ciberataques. Yo creo que eso es lo que nos une, ¿sí?, en este camino. La protección de los activos de información, ¿sí?, los pilares acá que nosotros ya tanto conocemos como confidencialidad, integridad, disponibilidad y privacidad. Y en ese contexto surge otro objetivo, que es la planificación de la política de ciberseguridad tendiente a minimizar los riesgos. Entonces, se plantearon estos tres objetivos fundamentales que fueron plasmados en esta norma del año 2021 y que, por suerte, se sigue, ¿sí? No se ha alejado del camino del gobierno en turno y se ha podido avanzar, seguir avanzando en ese sentido. Un segundito porque se me está cortando, me aparece un cartel en la máquina.
Le estamos escuchando bien, mi estimada Yamila, tranquila. Le estamos escuchando bien y estamos viendo su pantalla también.
Perfecto. Bueno, ¿quiénes son los actores involucrados, ¿sí?, en este Plan Provincial de Ciberseguridad que nosotros entendemos que es totalmente trascendental e importantísimo?
De pronto, mi estimada Yamila, si puede darle presentación, la forma de presentar como tal, cambiar la forma de presentar. Exacto, perfecto, mil gracias.
Ahí está. Bueno, ¿quiénes son entonces los actores? ¿Sí? Decimos los actores que nosotros consideramos que eran fundamentales en la elaboración de esta norma. Y me parece que, bueno, esto, nada, es para todos aquellos que se están formando en la materia, me parece que es muy importante también, porque me pasa cuando doy clases que por ahí los chicos que están en su etapa de instrucción, al momento mayoritariamente abogados, ¿no es cierto? Cuando dicen, bueno, ¿cómo se elabora una política, ¿sí?, de ciberseguridad? ¿Qué tenemos que tener en cuenta? Entonces, a nosotros nos pareció muy importante poner énfasis en una unidad ejecutora, ¿sí?, aquella que va a poner en práctica, ¿sí?, los conceptos que se van a plasmar en la norma, una unidad estratégica. Hablamos de unidad estratégica como aquella que une partes y que en este contexto nosotros, a ver, nuestra humilde experiencia, nos ha marcado que es muy importante la cooperación pública-privada. El Estado, para llevar a cabo políticas públicas, solo entendemos que no puede. Entonces, se hace muy importante que las empresas y que organismos del tercer sector, ONGs, cooperativas, fundaciones, todos aquellos actores que están involucrados en la concientización, ¿sí?, y en la puesta en práctica de lo que es la ciberseguridad, bueno, se unan con el Estado en sus diversas manifestaciones, ¿sí?, y que, bueno, puedan promover prácticas de ciberseguridad. Después, un consejo consultivo, nos pareció importante integrar a la norma, porque el consejo consultivo iba a ser aquellos expertos, especialistas, que nos iban a poder de manera permanente ver, ¿sí?, cuáles son las cuestiones que se vienen en la materia, frente a un problema muy específico y técnico, bueno, ¿para dónde seguimos? ¿Qué hacemos? Y con el apoyo constante de un grupo de trabajo, que el grupo de trabajo, básicamente, cuando decimos grupo de trabajo, son los técnicos, son los que están las 24 horas, los 7 días de la semana, viendo, verificando, ¿sí? qué está pasando en la red, en las redes, ¿sí? En la red y en las redes. Bueno, entonces, en este contexto, la estrategia de ciberseguridad que se planteó, ¿sí? Para poder avanzar en esta política fue gestionar los riesgos. Y para gestionar los riesgos, lo más importante, como yo recién les decía, era el monitoreo 24/7 del ciberespacio y tener, ¿sí? una respuesta inmediata una respuesta inmediata e inminente ante la detección de posibles incidentes. Para ello, sí, la importancia es muy importante los sistemas de control en el tráfico de datos de las redes. Sí, nosotros tuvimos una experiencia hace ya casi 2 años que detectamos en la Internet profunda más de 2.000 credenciales de empleados públicos a través de un robo de información que se produjo, donde estaba absolutamente expuesto nombre, apellido, bueno, datos identificatorios de la persona, dónde vivía, cuánto hacía que estaba trabajando en el Estado. Entonces, me parece que esto de tener un sistema de control las 24 horas como política pública desde el Estado, dando contención a todo lo que integra el sistema de datos de un organismo público, vuelvo a repetir, como política pública me parece que es trascendental y que para esto, para que no quede en una carta de intención, nosotros hacemos mucho hincapié en el tema del financiamiento, porque sí, se necesita dinero para costear estos sistemas, para capacitar a la gente, para capacitar a los técnicos y vuelvo a decir, o sea, vuelve la cooperación pública-privada a cobrar un lugar muy importante en materia de política pública, porque sin esta ayuda de las empresas, sin la colaboración de los organismos de financiamiento internacional, muchas veces en lo que hace, y más que nada en los estados que son emergentes, en los estados donde por ahí no tienen la capacidad económica, una capacidad económica robusta para hacer frente. Entonces, en ese contexto, entendemos, como en otros tantos, de lo que hace a la vida en sociedad, que la cooperación pública-privada se vuelve una herramienta totalmente importantísima. Bueno, esta era mi presentación, básicamente. No, estoy abierta a que me puedan consultar. Esto para nosotros es trascendental, vuelvo a decir, que hayamos logrado, ¿sí? Dentro de un ámbito político local, poder haber conseguido esta regulación nos fortalece como Estado independiente dentro de la Argentina y de alguna forma nos invita a seguir trabajando en todo lo que es el tema de la prevención y la concientización. A raíz de este plan provincial, que nosotros, vuelvo a decir, sacamos en el año 2021, logramos también, consecuentemente, sacar un plan de alfabetización digital. Porque, ¿qué pasa? Nosotros veíamos desde el Estado que hay una brecha digital, por ahí las generaciones más jóvenes hay cuestiones básicas en lo que es en materia de ciberseguridad que ya las tienen como incorporadas. Pero bueno, veíamos dentro del Estado, dentro de los trabajadores públicos, que por ahí aquellos que están ya pasando una determinada franja etaria, no quiero generalizar porque hay gente que es magnífica frente a un ordenador, pero bueno, lo que nosotros veíamos de manera macro, ¿sí? Que nos quedaba una brecha digital importante por ahí con aquella gente que estaba próxima a su retiro dentro del Estado. Entonces, sacamos un programa de alfabetización digital, previamente lanzamos una encuesta, porque nada, nos pasó que había mucha gente que hasta compartía sus claves en una oficina de 10 personas, todos sabían las claves de todos, entonces nos parecía que por ahí nosotros no podíamos hablar, no podíamos avanzar en conceptos más elaborados si no teníamos lo básico saldado. Esto de no compartir claves, desde el Estado, de establecer distintos controles, ¿sí? Para que las claves se caduquen después de un determinado lapso de tiempo, donde haya diferentes tipos de acceso conforme la responsabilidad de la persona que está al frente de una determinada área. O sea, fueron todas cuestiones que advertimos después de ver en qué estado de situación estaba la mayoría de las personas que trabajaban con computadoras y con conexión a Internet desde una red provincial, desde una red de datos pública. No sé si fui clara.
Muy clara, maestra. Muchas gracias. Usted es parte fundamental, por supuesto, del laboratorio de lucha contra el crimen y el fortalecimiento de las nuevas tecnologías, Clickless, allá de Argentina. Y yo me quedo con esta parte, el seguir fomentando y yo creo que inspirando para que otros gobiernos también de Latinoamérica hagan lo propio, porque todavía es un área de oportunidad muy amplia el que se generen las políticas públicas y se invierta en el tema de ciberseguridad, también en la capacitación, el que no se confunda que por la digitalización, pues ya se da por entendido que las bases están sentadas y esto no es cierto. Usted mencionaba el cómo crear ese modelo que sea estratégico, pero que también lo podamos entender todas las generaciones, es decir, a veces se ve limitado o se focaliza mucho los ciberataques, las estafas o algún otro tipo de acciones en este sentido en los adultos mayores que tienen menos conocimiento de las herramientas tecnológicas. Por eso creo que es un área de oportunidad muy importante que se tiene que trabajar entre las autoridades públicas, pero también los sectores privados, el invertirle. Así que le agradecemos muchísimo que sea también parte, pues, de este evento tan importante a nivel internacional.
Bueno, un honor para mí y bueno, a disposición de todos y de todas aquellas que quieran acercarse a través de las redes sociales, a través de una consulta vinculada a su organización. Estamos a disposición desde ClickLex, desde el Laboratorio de Lucha contra el Ciberdelito y el Fortalecimiento de las Nuevas Tecnologías. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Yamila. Y continuamos entonces con nuestro siguiente ponente. Desde Perú tenemos a Manuel Gavarra. Manuel Gavarra es fundador del Ideal Lab SIC Lima y nos viene a compartir acerca eh, del hackeo en Inca Pharma. Bienvenido, Manuel.
Gracias, gracias, Wilber. ¿Paso a compartir?
Sí, señor. Vemos su presentación. Sí.
Sí, muy buenas tardes. Ya me presentó Wilber, soy Manuel Gamarra, aquí en Idealab Lima. Presento aquí el caso de Inca Pharma porque considero que es un tema relevante. Inca Pharma pertenece a uno de los grupos económicos más importantes aquí en Perú, que es el grupo Intercorp. El grupo Intercorp el año pasado tuvo un problema, pues unos ciberdelincuentes estaban extorsionando al banco, que tenían información de la tarjeta de los clientes y todas las credenciales del caso. Y este año ha tenido dos incidentes, uno con Inca Pharma y otro por un colapso de un techo en un centro comercial importante. ¿Qué es lo que destaco aquí de Inca Pharma? Inca Pharma tiene 1.254 establecimientos en todo el Perú. Entonces se convierte, si no en la primera, en la más importante cadena de farmacias aquí. ¿Qué pasó? 4 millones de datos de clientes se habían filtrado. Entonces, Inca Pharma sufrió un ciberataque y se filtró 3.9 millones de datos de clientes, exponiendo información personal, nombres, números de tarjetas, referentes a sus atenciones, documentos de identidad, correos, teléfonos. Si bien Incafarma aseguró que la filtración de datos no fue un tema reciente y que fue un evento resuelto, precisó que no se habían comprometido datos sensibles como información médica o financiera, ¿no? Y aquí viene que el Centro Nacional de Seguridad Digital pone una alerta, indica una alerta de seguridad donde se indica que en un foro se está vendiendo esta información de Incafarma, ¿no? Entonces, esto ya no solamente puede ser un evento aislado donde Incafarma indica, no me afectó, fue un evento aislado, pero ya cuando sale que es una alerta integrada de seguridad con el Centro Nacional de Seguridad Digital, bueno, se convierte ya en un evento un poco más grande. Pero ¿cuáles pueden haber sido las posibles causas? Porque no hay mayor información. Una de las posibles causas puede ser la falta de actualizaciones. Falta de actualizaciones que tienen un alto impacto, pero una baja probabilidad. Pueden ser también una posible causa fallas críticas en la infraestructura, fallas críticas que son altamente probables y que tienen un gran impacto. Pueden ser también vulnerabilidades menores que son poco probables y de bajo impacto. Y finalmente pueden ser auditorías irregulares, auditorías que son probables pero de bajo impacto. Acá, ¿qué es importante? Es importante entender que es fundamental implementar medidas correctivas y preventivas, no solo que mitiguen el riesgo actual, sino que fortalezcan la capacidad de la organización para prevenir futuros incidentes y garantizar la protección integral de los datos de los clientes. Aquí presento cuáles serían los desafíos. Considero que este ecosistema empresarial que maneja tanta información de clientes tiene que estar centrado en la seguridad de los datos, el cumplimiento normativo y un tipo de conciencia organizacional reforzada, ¿no? Estamos en camino. Hay un nuevo reglamento, que es el reglamento 29733, donde el Estado peruano obliga a las organizaciones a implementar medidas legales, técnicas, organizativas que demuestren este cumplimiento efectivo de la normativa, ¿no? Donde, resalto respecto a la normativa, hay una responsabilidad proactiva, un reforzamiento del consentimiento, gestión de incidentes, un control sobre el flujo transfronterizo de datos y un nuevo rol, que es el oficial de protección de datos. ¿Qué destaco o qué concluyo aquí? Aquí este incidente resalta la necesidad de una mayor transparencia y proactividad por parte de las empresas en la gestión de la privacidad de los datos. Además, se requiere un especial tratamiento a la importancia de fomentar una cultura interna de seguridad, proporcionando información y concientización a los empleados sobre la protección de datos. Primero, hay que cumplir con la regulación de la protección de datos. Esto es necesario para evitar sanciones y asegurar la privacidad. Segundo, hay que enfatizar en la protección de datos en el sector retail y financiero, crítico para prevenir fraudes y evitar suplantaciones. Tercero, hay que fomentar una conciencia organizacional sobre ciberseguridad, importante para mejorar la cultura interna. Finalmente, hay que impulsar la cultura en ciberseguridad para fortalecer esta organización a largo plazo. Más allá de mitigar el impacto inmediato de la filtración de datos, este incidente representa una oportunidad para fortalecer el cumplimiento normativo y la confianza digital en la seguridad y el ecosistema empresarial peruano. Aquí solamente voy a ampliar un poquito. Durante el mes de abril y el mes de mayo, en el Perú se ha vuelto muy cotidiano que salga este tipo de noticias, ¿no? se filtró la base de datos de la información de tal empresa nacional, se filtró la información de la universidad tal, se filtró la información del banco tal. Entonces, esto ya se está volviendo un tema muy reiterativo. Si bien hay una ley que está promoviendo todos estos temas, falta mucho en concientizar a los empleados y en general a la población sobre el uso y la protección de los datos personales. Quedo a cualquier consulta.
Gracias, Manuel. Sí, un tema bien interesante. Lo tocamos al inicio también de nuestra sesión latinoamericana sobre protección de datos personales. Manuel, eh, esa información y el interrogante que nos queda también, Manuel, es solo creer en la organización que nos diga que no quedaron expuestos nuestros datos o lo que realmente pasó no se sepa al final y que los datos personales de cada uno de los usuarios, de los clientes, queden ahí en el aire para que ciberdelincuentes en algún momento los puedan tomar para hacer sus delitos, para hacer sus estafas. Tenemos con ese interrogante, tenemos legislaciones, tenemos autoridades, pero hasta dónde eh, se le puede garantizar al usuario final de que sus datos realmente están protegidos. Guadalupe.
Claro, pasa también por nuestra responsabilidad como usuarios, fomentar también que si hay una exposición de estos datos, denunciemos esto.
Así es importante la denuncia. Manuel, muchísimas gracias. Un saludo hasta Perú.
Muchas gracias.
Y ahora nos vamos hasta la tierra de los tacos, donde todo se le hace fiesta y es México querido. Le vamos a dar la bienvenida a los coordinadores de Ideas LabSIC de Zacatecas. Ellos tienen información respecto a la respuesta de incidentes de ciberseguridad. Le vamos a dar la bienvenida a Isabel Soto y a Jeremy Martínez para que nos desarrollen estos temas. Adelante, por favor.
Buenas tardes, ¿sí se me ve?
Sí, sí la vemos.
Ok, permítanme compartir la presentación. Me comenta que se está compartiendo alguien más y pueden dejar de compartir para poder pasar a la mía, por favor.
Listo, creo que ya.
Hay una disculpa, estoy teniendo problemas con la computadora.
Mientras usted se conecta, también pues mencionar que acá en México, pues es importante que haya representantes, por supuesto, como son ustedes, que ahorita nos van a dar esta información, porque también decir que en México pues todavía faltan políticas públicas, si bien se ha avanzado, pero todavía faltan al igual que en el resto de Latinoamérica, pero que todavía pues hay pues siento yo que hasta resistencia, ahorita usted nos corrige si no estamos precisando, pero todavía falta mucho por avanzar, sobre todo en la protección de los datos personales, en el que también las empresas estén interesadas en seguir invirtiendo para prevenir todas estas situaciones, que los gobiernos también incluso que se hagan estas políticas públicas para que pueda tener pues mayor impacto. Según estudios recientes, muchos de los países todavía de Latinoamérica carecen de estas políticas de ciberseguridad, pues que sean eficaces y capaces pues de tener mayor control y que haya la capacitación en todos los niveles. ¿Ya estamos listas, maestra? Le escuchamos.
No, una disculpa, es que se está trabando por completo la computadora al tratar de compartir la presentación.
A ver, vamos a dar unos minutitos para ver si se puede conectar.
Mientras tanto, quería comentar algo
Adelante.
de la presentación de nuestro amigo ahí de Perú. Eh, el tema de la información que se está vendiendo, que se está barajando en la Deep Web y en la Dark Web, es muchísima. Nosotros estamos por el lado de ciberinteligencia, ahí está Manuel, por el lado de ciberinteligencia en Security Knox. Estamos muy alineados con este mundo, buscando en bases de datos, buscando en este mundo medio oscuro, ¿cierto? Y, y en verdad nos sorprendemos de la cantidad de información que está en la Deep y en la Dark Web. Ahora estábamos realizando un assessment a una empresa y lo primero que nosotros validamos, porque es una muy fuente de es una muy buena fuente de entrada para los hackers tener esta información porque tienen VPNs, credenciales y por ahí pueden hacer escalamiento lateral. Entonces, hay que concientizar muchísimo, como decían por ahí también, a los usuarios y también tener las medidas de protección como mínimas, antivirus, DLP y otros, para poder protegernos en esa brecha que no es una ventanita, es un portón para que los
Cierto.
ciberdelincuentes puedan atacar.
Así es, y retomábamos el tema de las generaciones. A veces creo que no sé si sea por miedo o por desconocimiento de la misma tecnología, a veces no se atreven. Y el poder, incluso hasta en las mismas escuelas, el que se tome ya como parte de la currícula sería importante, ¿no? El que se hable sobre temas de ciberseguridad, obviamente en los diferentes niveles educativos. Creo que eso podría prevenir también muchos incidentes.
La cibereducación va a ser fundamental, como decía en el último punto que conversamos, la capacitación constante, la cibereducación y ojalá, como tú decías, desde los primeros pasos de nuestros niños.
Así es. Ustedes nos avisan si ya estamos listos con la presentación de México o bien usted nos indica, Coronel Mike Toro, si hay alguna otra aportación.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Pues yo creo que por beneficio de la agenda y aprovechar también esta gran experiencia y saber que tenemos esta coincidencia maravillosa de grandes ponentes, de grandes amigos 6C, ¿qué les parece si de pronto, no sé, Isabel y Jeremy, si están de acuerdo, de pronto nos cuentan un poquito en resumen, sin necesidad de slides, sin necesidad de presentación, y de pronto vamos discutiendo y hacemos un panel en este corto tiempo que estamos en esta agenda? No sé qué opina Jeremy y estimada Isabel. ¿No las tenemos? Bueno, vamos a aprovechar entonces con unas preguntas que tenemos en panel. ¿Les parece bien, mi estimada Guadalupe y Wilber como moderadores? Creo que
Está
tenemos aquí
perfecto.
vale, tenemos aquí a Manuel, tenemos a Venus, tenemos a José Luis. José Luis también se retiró, no me diga eso. ¿Se asustó con las preguntas? No sé si está bien, Manuel, José Luis y Venus, para ustedes, de pronto
Sí, acá
ayudarnos a
estoy.
contestar las preguntas que hay en panel, ¿sí? Ok.
Y no, acá
Sí, por
estoy. Lo que
supuesto.
pasa es que estoy un poco resfriado, entonces estoy tosiendo cada a rato, entonces por eso me muto de repente cuando vean los ataques de tos.
Lo sentimos inmensamente. No sé, mi estimado Guadalupe, si gustas y Wilber, creo que no, creo que no tienen. Ah, Yamila también está por aquí. Maravilloso, gracias. Bueno, yo creo que Michael, aprovecho aquí para enviar un saludo gigante a, a los organizadores detrás de este gran evento, además del gobierno canadiense, pues existe una alianza en ciberseguridad centrada en el ser humano, que es el HC2P de Human Century Cybersecurity Partnership. Y lo que busca esta alianza es básicamente hacer investigación, pero sin olvidarnos que hay sujetos de esta especie maravillosa llamada la especie humana detrás de cada investigación. Es no solamente cuando hacemos investigación científica sobre ciberseguridad, enfocarnos en equipos, en routers, en protocolos, en estándares, en robots, como está en este momento, sino que no recordar ese fundamental espacio o ese fundamental sujeto que es nosotros como seres humanos. Entonces, un saludo gigante a quienes hacen posible Cybersecurity Revolution durante estos 8 largos años y especialmente a un gran amigo, un gran australiano, coreano, canadiense y casi colombiano, Michael Joyce, por ser el gran líder detrás de este gran evento. Michael nos coloca unas preguntas aquí de las que están llegando. Este evento se está transmitiendo por 3 canales diferentes de YouTube, por un canal de Twitch y también por otras redes sociales corporativas en Norteamérica. Entonces, por eso pareciera que estuviéramos viendo diferente comunicación acá. Entonces, voy a colocarle para mis estimados moderadores, ya ustedes con esa gran experiencia que tienen, procederían a hacerle esas preguntas a nuestros grandes expertos mientras avanzamos con este slot que tendríamos para, obviamente, incluyendo a Jeremy y incluyendo a Isabel también. ¿Les parece bien?
Adelante, por favor.
Maravilloso. Los dejo nuevamente. Voy pegando preguntas en chat. Mil gracias.
Y vamos con la primera. Dice, ¿cuál sería el proceso más adecuado para implementar las normas ISO en el ciberespacio, me imagino, ¿no? Si no se tiene, ay, ya se me movió acá, ahí va. Si no se tiene personal certificado, ¿quién nos puede contestar esa pregunta, por favor? Hola, hola.
Bueno, yo no sé si puedo decir
Adelante,
algo.
Venus, adelante, la escuchamos.
Bueno, desde la perspectiva como auditor interno, que recién obtuve la certificación en la 27001, lo que les puedo indicar es que sí se puede implementar lo que nosotros denominamos las normas ISO sin contar personal certificado. Pero, ¿qué necesitamos? Primero, una estrategia. 2, compromiso institucional y un apoyo externo profesional. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que vamos a hacer? Primero, un análisis de las brechas, que sería un análisis de un diagnóstico inicial para poder saber, en este sentido, comparando una situación actual similar a los requisitos que las normas ISO se puedan implementar en el futuro. Por ejemplo, nosotros tenemos acá recursos disponibles que están en el EQCER y en el Ministerio de Telecomunicaciones, que son herramientas de autoevaluación como checklists, ¿no? Y hay la conformación, por ejemplo, de un comité de seguridad. Se puede crear con un personal de telecomunicaciones, de TICS, legal, ¿no? Recursos humanos y también de gestión organizacional. Porque a pesar de que no estén certificados, podrían tener algún tipo de capacitación básica, que puede ser interna o externa, de acuerdo a la posible norma en el futuro que vayan a implementar, que puede ser la 27001. Y entonces, en esta contratación de asesoría externa, que sería el siguiente punto, es, si no tienen el personal interno, ¿no? Con este potencial, pueden trabajar con consultores independientes o empresas especializadas que tengan experiencia en 27001, 22301, etcétera, ¿no? El experto les va a dirigir esta planificación, porque vamos a realizar una planificación, una documentación, una puesta en marcha del SGCI, que es el Sistema de Gestión de Seguridad de la Información. En la elaboración de los documentos, por ejemplo, cuando se realiza un apoyo al consultor, hay que trabajar lo que es la política de seguridad, el análisis de los riesgos, que son metodologías, declaraciones de, en este caso, aplicables, es decir, de acuerdo a los sistemas que ustedes trabajan, y los procedimientos internos, gestión de incidentes, controles de acceso, qué usuarios van a tener acceso y cómo van a hacer estos accesos. Tienen que ser restringidos de acuerdo al cargo, de acuerdo a las actividades que realizan, tanto responsabilidades y que no todos tengan acceso a toda la información, sobre todo los datos personales. Y en la implementación, en el sentido, se puede trabajar con soluciones de código abierto si tenemos presupuestos bajos, es decir, no se trata, por ejemplo, un negocio que sea poco o un pymes, y trabajar en capacitación continua, es decir, a través de organizaciones que a veces realizan capacitaciones gratuitas, ¿no? Cursos para poder entender un poco mejor cuál va a ser ese rol en algún futuro del sistema como tal de gestión o esta implementación similar a una política ya de ISO, ¿no? Y auditorías internas, es decir, personal capacitado que aunque no esté certificado, puedan tener algún tipo de guía a un reglamento estándar para poder auditar cada cierto tiempo y monitorear el cumplimiento, ¿no? Y la certificación que siempre es lo más adecuado, pero igual pueden ustedes trabajar dentro de este ámbito y después ya adaptarlo cuando requieran pues una certificación oficial. Es decir, no necesito tener personal certificado, el no tenerlo no es una barrera, pero sí implica una necesidad, que voy a tener el potencial de que vamos a tener un apoyo externo temporal y fortalecer también el talento interno, es decir, con capacitación interna para poder hacer una implementación que sea más realista, adecuada, adaptada a las capacidades de la organización y que sea progresiva.
Muchas gracias, maestra. Wilbert, ¿tienes alguna otra pregunta?
Sí, Guadalupe, muchas gracias. Gracias, doctora Venus, por darnos respuesta a esa pregunta. Bueno, el que nos quiera colaborar con la respuesta a esta pregunta, ¿qué buena práctica recomiendan para respuesta a incidentes en los primeros ataques, en un ataque cibernético? ¿Qué sería una buena práctica en una respuesta a un ataque cibernético?
Bueno, yo quisiera responder esa pregunta.
Bueno,
Tenemos un cierto norma, bueno, como siempre hemos recalcado en este evento, estar capacitado es fundamental. Y para eso tenemos estándares reconocidos como la NIS o como la FIRST, algunas ISO. Y en ese contexto, las buenas prácticas eh, son como, bueno, es tener más o menos estructurado el modelo. Eso es lo primero. Primero que todo, contener el incidente. De alguna forma, ver si no afectó a algún servidor, desconectarlo a la red, ¿cierto? Notificar al equipo de respuesta si es que tuviesen alguno. Bueno, ahí va más o menos en relación a lo que decía Venus. Va a depender si tienen o no algún equipo ya preparado o no, sino que se asesoran con expertos profesionales externos. Eh, Notificar, ¿cierto? Contener, notificar, documentar todo. Es fundamental documentar. Todos los que estamos en este mundo sabemos que es parte del proceso porque lo que no se tiene como información no existe. Preservar la evidencia digital para poder hacer después alguna forense. Eh, Identificar qué tipo de ataque. Identificar qué tipo de ataque es. A ver, estamos con contener, notificar, documentar, identificar y bueno, y por último evaluar el impacto inicial, ¿no? El impacto que tuvo el incidente. No sé si se me escapa alguno así como en la retina si alguien más tiene o va a colaborar con la respuesta, así que quedó claro.
Gracias, José. Sí, nos queda un poco más claro y traes a colación algo de que estábamos hablando en las charlas anteriores. A veces en la respuesta a incidentes, a la empresa le interesa más restablecer su servicio que recolectar información digital que le permita saber qué fue lo que pasó e identificar quiénes lo pudieron hacer. Igualmente, Manuel, nos habías levantado la mano. Te doy la palabra. Cuéntanos.
Sí. Quizás complementar en ese proceso de identificación los recursos afectados, porque teniendo ya esa información de los recursos afectados podemos ver si se afectó algo que es súper clave o súper crítico y atender con la prioridad que se requiera, ¿no?
Muchísimas
Gracias, Manuel.
gracias. Gracias. Y también tenemos la presencia de Honduras. Le damos la bienvenida a John Roncasio. Él nos va a hablar sobre la articulación estatal como eje funcional para un control efectivo. Él es consultor en investigación criminal para gobiernos de Estados Unidos y Honduras. Adelante, por favor, John.
Ahí sí, ¿me están escuchando bien? Buenas tardes, ¿cómo
Ahí ya
están?
lo escuchamos perfecto. Buena tarde.
Bueno, encantado de estar aquí con ustedes, con esta calidad de expositores, con esta calidad de expertos que están aquí en este momento compartiendo sus experiencias, compartiendo toda su experticia en el ámbito de la lucha contra el ciberdelito, contra la cibercriminalidad. Y pues nada, aquí estamos agradeciendo la invitación que nos hicieran para este Inter Revolution y tratando de aportar todo lo que podamos.
Sabemos que tiene una presentación muy importante donde nos va a hablar precisamente pues, de ese control efectivo, cómo influye también la participación de los mismos gobiernos y con toda la experiencia que usted tiene de trabajar, no solo en Honduras, sino también en otros países.
Bueno, perfecto. No sé si de pronto iban a exponer previamente o van a ir después los de México o comenzamos.
Ahorita, si gusta, vamos con usted y ahorita les damos oportunidad para que se integren con nosotros también de México.
Perfecto. Bueno, reciban un cordial saludo. Mi aporte pues está enfocado más que todo en describir las acciones y medidas que se vienen adoptando en Honduras por parte de las autoridades para generar una posición de control frente al fenómeno del ciberdelito. ¿Sí? Yo sí voy a compartir la presentación en este momento, ¿sí? Para que tengamos, por aquí la tengo, a ver. Ok. ¿La estamos viendo?
Sí.
Bueno, perfecto. Un aspecto de este aporte también está orientado a analizar el auge de las startups en Honduras como una oportunidad para generar innovación que permita trabajar articuladamente en la generación de estrategias contra este flagelo. De la misma manera, se analizará el puntaje de este país centroamericano en el Global Cybersecurity Index 2024, demarcando avances importantes frente al puntaje obtenido en el 2016.
Estimado John, qué pena. ¿Me puedes cambiar la versión de presentar, por favor, a modo presentación?
Ok, miro acá.
El superior, izquierda, donde está el triangulito. Más arriba, bien arriba, arriba al lado de mis Honduras, es.
¿No la estaban viendo? ¿Ahí está bien?
Seguimos viendo tu forma de presentador, no estamos viendo el modo total. O de pronto lo que estás compartiendo. Si quieres, deja de compartir y compartes, pones siempre en modo presentación y vuelves a tratar de compartir, por favor.
Ok.
Dijeron por ahí, no nos gusta el silencio y con tantos expertos.
Aquí, ¿qué tal?
Creo que tenemos lo mismo. No sé si estoy viendo la presentación en modo edición, ¿cierto?
No, claro, está como, aún están, no está como presentador.
Bueno, voy a compartir mi pantalla completa entonces para que la veamos.
En Transition, a ver, Slideshow debería ser.
Okay.
Slideshow. Sí, pero
Mientras tanto, Isabel, Jeremy, ¿están allí todavía? ¿Me escuchan?
Y aquí estamos.
Sí, aquí estamos.
¿Les parece si de pronto preparamos su presentación? Si me la pueden enviar de pronto por interno para el cierre del slot. Les damos la oportunidad para que presenten. ¿Qué opinan?
Sí, sí, está
Sí,
bien.
muy bien.
Súper, mil gracias.
Bueno, aquí vamos a ver mi pantalla completa mejor. ¿Está mejor?
Perfecto. Excelente, mil gracias.
Ok, perfecto. Entonces, vamos a mirar también en ese Global Cybersecurity Index, vamos a hacer una reflexión sobre esto, hacer unos datos comparativos y finalmente pues vamos a mirar esas medidas legales contempladas en la transformación del Código Penal en el año 2020 en Honduras. para hacerle frente a ciertas modalidades de delitos informáticos. Entonces vamos a concluir ya en la presentación con una propuesta de articulación estatal como eje funcional para un control más efectivo. Tenemos en este momento que contextualizar un poco acerca de Honduras, teniendo en cuenta que Honduras tiene una ubicación geográfica muy privilegiada, ¿cierto? Que marca líneas atractivas para el comercio, la exportación e importación de productos, además de la industria. Sin embargo, pues viendo que es muy atractiva para todo esto que trae progreso, pues también es atractiva para el cometimiento de actividades delictivas por parte de personas y grupos criminales organizados. Para el año 2016 su población era de 7.9 millones de personas y de este número solo 1.512.000, un poco más, tenían acceso a Internet. Eso equivalía a un 19% en ese momento. Pero ya según datos posteriores del Instituto Nacional de Estadística del INE en Honduras en junio de 2024, ya el 54.8% de la población, estamos hablando del 10.602.269 para junio del 2024, estas personas, 4.9 millones de personas tenían acceso a Internet, o sea, un 86.9%. De esas personas, al menos una vez al día utilizaban Internet, o sea que es una cifra que se superó considerablemente, digamos, en pocos años. Este crecimiento tan marcado frente al uso de plataformas digitales, redes sociales, tecnificación en los procesos de atención al cliente y servicios, ha ampliado el margen de vulnerabilidad de los usuarios de Internet a ser propensos y ataques bajo modalidades diversas. Es un país además que se encuentra en un grado de avance frente a la identificación temprana de este tipo de modalidades delictivas, pero definitivamente, y yo lo han mencionado otros expositores, una de sus barreras es la falta de formación integral por parte de la población, haciéndola muy vulnerable de sentir el impacto del cometimiento, obviamente, pues, de cualquier clase de una modalidad delictiva de este tipo. Tengo que mencionarles también, y esto hace parte de una estrategia que más adelante les vamos a mostrar, de que ha habido un auge considerable en las startups en Honduras. Ha habido un continuo crecimiento y un desarrollo con muy buena apertura para la implementación de tecnologías emergentes, ¿sí? Definitivamente el potencial de Honduras para convertirse en un hub de tecnología e innovación en Centroamérica es verdaderamente enorme. Sectores como el desarrollo de software, la producción de hardware y la creación de contenido digital son áreas en las que Honduras podría sobresalir. La clave para aprovechar este potencial radica en el talento mismo y la creatividad de su gente, un recurso que es muy valioso y que debe ser aprovechado y cultivado desde temprana edad y potenciado en la juventud desde el ámbito académico, ¿no? Volvemos otra vez a la educación, ¿no? Y sobre todo también organizacional. Pues aquí solo a manera de ejemplo ustedes pueden ver de que tenemos como, pues no es ninguna publicidad, pero sí tenemos que mostrar también qué pasa con estas startups hondureñas que ofrecen diferentes clases de servicios. Pues tenemos el Monkey Business Apps y el Rudy Bot. El primero pues se enfoca en digitalización de procesos empresariales a través de la utilización de servicios en la nube, marketplaces. Y el segundo, pues tiene que ver más ya es con la atención en línea y desarrollo de chatbots personalizados para empresas. Entonces ofrece soluciones innovadoras para la automatización de la atención al cliente. Esto se ha dado gracias a que pues, la empresa privada, a través de la Fundación Startup, que es una organización pues, sin fines de lucro, que ha marcado importantes logros, pues ha incluido formación de 7 generaciones de emprendedores. Estamos hablando de un número considerable porque mire que estamos hablando de capacitación de más de 1.053 emprendedores tecnológicos, entre ellos pues incubación de 90 empresas y asignación de un capital semilla de más de $380.000, o sea que siempre ha habido una inversión fuerte de la empresa también, pero para darle más dinámica, más objetividad a esa innovación que se quiere a nivel tecnológico. Pasar de ese mundo real al mundo cyber, como lo decía nuestro compañero de Perú. Así como ustedes pueden percibirlo, los startups juegan un papel preponderante en la implementación de medidas de prevención, difusión e información para el control de los incidentes informáticos. El éxito depende de la adopción de políticas integrales que permitan la inclusión de este tipo de empresas en estrategias de país, no como una contraparte tercerizada, sino como actores clave para la transformación de la visión digital y la articulación de esa tecnología con fines de seguridad y defensa nacional. Definitivamente es un recurso valioso que puede aportar considerablemente a la transformación interna para el control de escenarios delictivos de tipo cibernético, no solamente en orden nacional, sino también internacional, además de poder facilitar los mecanismos para una atención más directa a la población en el tratamiento de la información que se recolecta frente a la tipología delictiva que se está tratando de evitar. Ya tenemos que analizar dentro de ese aporte el Global Cybersecurity Index, el cual enmarca esa medición de avance de los países en materia de ciberseguridad. De acuerdo con estos indicadores, pues ellos califican sobre una base de 20 puntos, en donde hay unas medidas legales, unas medidas ya técnicas como tal, frente a la adopción tecnológica y de capacidades también, medidas organizacionales y pues cooperación de agencias nacionales y cooperación internacional. Tengo que mencionarles que para el año 2016 este Global Cybersecurity Index enmarcaba a Honduras en un cumplimiento del indicador único de cooperación internacional. Carecía en su momento el país de un avance en los demás indicadores mencionados. Sin embargo, y gracias a los esfuerzos que se han desarrollado por parte de las instituciones, ya para el año 2024 este mismo indicador ponderaba resultados para un nivel de evolución de 4 y avance significativo ya en otros indicadores, tal como el de las medidas legales con 17.44 puntos de 20, las medidas organizacionales.
Parece que el micrófono se está rozando con algo.
Sí, voy a mirar.
Ahí
Sí.
está, ahí corrigió. Perfecto, muchas gracias.
Ok. Y también el desarrollo de las capacidades con 1.38. ¿Ahí me escuchan mejor?
Señor, mucho mejor.
Perfecto, muchas gracias. Ya para el caso de las medidas de cooperación, su puntaje es de 6.09, lo que denota la necesidad de continuar con buscando la manera de pertenecer a círculos internacionales que permitan promover medidas internas mucho más rigurosas frente a la prevención y control de delitos cometidos a través de medios cibernéticos y digitales. La necesidad de consolidar una política nacional de seguridad cibernética y un equipo de respuesta a incidentes ha influido en que el gobierno de Honduras tenga una capacidad todavía limitada para abordar de manera proactiva las amenazas a su seguridad cibernética. Este nivel de conciencia, de conocimiento de estos riesgos, ha instado al gobierno para la adopción de una serie de medidas, entre ellas trabajar para renovar su estrategia de seguridad nacional, para incluir los temas de seguridad y delincuencia cibernética, asistir a foros internacionales ofrecidos por la EI y otras instituciones en cuestiones de planificación de gestión de crisis, o sea, manda su personal para que puedan asistir y poderse capacitar, e incorporar programas digitales en organismos como la Comisión Nacional de Telecomunicaciones, la CONATEL aquí en Honduras, y la Dirección Presidencial de Gestión de Resultados a cargo de la Agenda Digital del Estado. Estas partes interesadas de la infraestructura crítica nacional están implementando medidas de tecnologías de seguridad y normas internacionales, pues incluyendo la ISACA. Ustedes saben que es Information Systems Audit and Control Association. La ISO, ya pasando por la 27002, y también Information Technology Infrastructure Library, como la ITIL. Así como las partes interesadas en la infraestructura crítica. Entonces, podemos mirar cómo ellos están interesados para mejor proteger esos activos nacionales, pero hay que acotar algo muy importante, que a pesar de estos esfuerzos, la gestión de tecnologías de seguridad requiere de una coordinación más efectiva. A menudo se subcontrata con terceros y no existe una política en marcha para la divulgación de las violaciones a la seguridad. Por otro lado, la Dirección Policial de Investigaciones, que pues, es de la Policía Nacional, que es el órgano encargado responsable de investigar los delitos cibernéticos, pues requiere de un laboratorio forense digital adecuado y fuentes de información consolidadas y avaladas que presenten estadísticas nacionales sobre delincuencia cibernética para la toma de decisiones a nivel mucho más estratégico, que ya lo había mencionado anteriormente sobre esa estrategia. Por otro lado, el gobierno de Honduras ha promulgado una legislación parcial respecto a la privacidad, la protección de datos y a la protección de la libertad de expresión. Sin embargo, y yo no sé si de pronto pasa en otros países, pero en general la sociedad desconfía de los servicios en línea proporcionados por el gobierno y en su mayoría desconoce los tipos de amenazas cibernéticas. Esta desconfianza se da en gran medida por la transición entre la atención en persona, en la cual la gente está habitualmente acostumbrada a asistir a los bancos, en fin, y eso ya es una cuestión generacional, y la orientación en procesos en línea. Esa mutación ha costado mucho, sumado a la capacidad de la delincuencia para crear páginas falsas que simulan plataformas totalmente legales. Entonces hay cierta resistencia para utilizar estos servicios que se ofrecen, que pueden ser más cómodos, pero debido al desconocimiento y debido precisamente al auge de estas amenazas. Sin embargo, hay que acotar algo muy importante, que el sector privado proporciona un contraejemplo en términos de transformación en seguridad cibernética. Siempre está como más adelante el sector privado y por eso traía a colación en las startups. Ya que con el apoyo del gobierno, algunas organizaciones privadas del sector financiero en Honduras han establecido políticas de alto nivel y pactos de seguridad cibernética para sus organizaciones. Pues estos documentos proporcionan una política de seguridad cibernética en general para los empleados dentro de las organizaciones. Sin embargo, aún no se han implementado de manera efectiva medidas para proteger esa misma privacidad de estos mismos empleados, pero extensivo también a la población en general. Quiere decir de que las organizaciones están blindadas, conocen de los riesgos, tal vez subcontratan servicios de seguridad para contrarrestar amenazas, para atender, digamos, incidentes, pero desafortunadamente no hay una homogeneidad frente a ese recurso que se tiene al interior de esas organizaciones y hacerlo extensivo a la población en general. Hay unos aspectos importantes también para mencionar y que pueden fortalecer las acciones emprendidas por las autoridades e instituciones nacionales. En aspectos de seguridad informática, así como la prevención, control y persecución del delito, y generación de lecciones aprendidas y como experiencias exitosas en materia del tratamiento de incidentes de este tipo. ¿Sí? Por último, aunque la formación en materia de seguridad cibernética no está muy extendida a nivel nacional, muchas empresas internacionales de tecnologías de la información y algunas universidades también ofrecen cursos y capacitación en seguridad cibernética para los estudiantes y empleados hondureños, pero su orientación es aleatoria y en aprovechamiento pues, de ese boom informático, de la novedad que causa, lo que genera la expectativa, pero no pertenecen a una política que oriente los procesos de contingencia en materia cibernética por parte de las autoridades estatales con alcances de seguridad y defensa nacional. O sea que está distanciada una política o no hay una política que precisamente se articule con esto. Entonces, tenemos que mirar de que dentro de esto, pues, es necesario que haya una preparación de agentes de investigación, definitivamente por parte del Ministerio Público, de la Policía. Se requeriría mejorar el tipo de información y documentación al interior de las instituciones encargadas de hacer cumplir la ley acerca del tratamiento de los diferentes fenómenos delictivos que se presentan. O sea, estamos hablando de protocolos y procedimientos estandarizados, precisamente siguiendo la línea de la ISO. Asignar investigadores especializados para mejorar el despliegue de capacidades técnicas que permitan identificar a los perpetradores, grupos o redes delincuenciales y brindar resultados operacionales mucho más efectivos. Frente a la tecnología, pues sí hay que decir que hay avances en la implementación de software especializado que permite la extracción digital, de información digital, en los que como Café Forense, SECREV2025, requiriendo de un monitoreo permanente de actividades sospechosas en la web en tiempo real. Eso es muy importante tenerlo en cuenta para facilitar una acción más oportuna frente al delito, para poder acceder y poder contrarrestar la amenaza de una manera más, como lo decía, más inmediata, más inminente. Recuerdo que nos mencionaba una expositora. Frente al Observatorio de Incidentes de Ciberdelitos, a pesar de realizar actividades que denotan el conteo de los casos conocidos, aún se debe profundizar en el conocimiento y disminución de la cifra oscura, para tener un insumo mucho más específico que permita analizar la real dimensión de este flagelo. En este país centroamericano y motivar la denuncia de este flagelo, desafortunadamente, los datos que se denuncian son los que la información que se maneja, pero hay que buscar mecanismos que permitan conocer esa cifra oscura y motivar esa denuncia, ¿cierto? Motivando así también profundizar en el seguimiento técnico en tiempo real que permita la investigación directa o el monitoreo permanente frente a esa tipología presentada y poder también rendir cuentas a la comunidad. Me mencionaban anteriormente sobre el flagelo de la extorsión y hay que decir de que en Honduras pues este flagelo ha sobresalido como una de las actividades delincuenciales que ha mutado a los medios tecnológicos y redes sociales. Mencionaban Facebook, WhatsApp, Telegram, y pues, entre otras. Y dada su magnitud es preciso continuar con los esfuerzos institucionales que posibiliten la identificación de personas u organizaciones locales o transnacionales dedicadas a este tipo de modalidad delictiva. De la misma manera, mejorar los mecanismos y recursos técnicos para monitorear delitos de naturaleza sexual, como el grooming, así como aquellos con fines económicos como el phishing, o la misma estafa pues, que hablábamos anteriormente, siendo este último uno de los más presentados por la falta de educación digital y el desconocimiento para la identificación temprana de modalidades fraudulentas por parte de la población. Seguidamente, hay que mencionar también de que Honduras en el año 2020 pues, realiza la modificación al Código Penal, una gran oportunidad que se venía planteando desde el año 2014 y que pasó por unos periodos de aprobación y después en el año 2018, después de unos meses, más de un año y medio de discusión en pleno con intervención de varios sectores, se logró concertar y pues de una u otra manera ya es el Código Penal que rige. Hubo también unas jornadas de socialización para darlo a conocer a la comunidad hondureña por varios medios, por la TV, las redes sociales, y sobre todo pues se planteaban temas de lucha contra la corrupción pública y la corrupción privada. En esa reforma es importante mencionar de que hubo modificaciones o la implementación de varios artículos. Uno de los más importantes es el artículo 253 sobre el grooming, ¿cierto? El envío de mensajes de contenido sexual a los niños y otros como los delitos para hackers y estafadores por internet, incluyendo el de estafa, ¿sí? Como tal, el de elusión de medidas tecnológicas, el acceso no autorizado a sistemas informáticos, también una modificación bastante importante frente al espionaje informático de las organizaciones que ustedes saben que también las organizaciones pues al interior de esos protocolos de seguridad muchas veces fallan por esos insiders que algunos por desconocimiento también comparten información. Sí, eso ya también está penalizado en el Código Penal hondureño. El sabotaje informático, abuso de dispositivos, la suplantación de autoridad, de identidad, perdón, el ciberterrorismo. Ya finalmente ellos terminan acotando lo que es piratería informática. Entonces, esa transformación legal, esa transformación normativa, incluyendo esos delitos, pues ponen a Honduras, digamos, en una posición de mayor cooperación, de mayor apertura para que otros países también conozcan esa legislación y puedan articularse para establecer medidas de control frente a cualquier incidente cibernético que se pueda suceder, ¿sí? Entonces, Honduras pues viene desarrollando, digamos, en esos aspectos, aspectos claves que permiten crecer a nivel de legislación, de cooperación, de medidas técnicas que se toman desarrollando estrategias de seguridad cibernética. Entonces, tenemos que acotar, y como lo mencionaban anteriormente, algunos países de Latinoamérica y el Caribe ya tienen una estrategia en operación, como Colombia, inclusive Jamaica, Panamá, Trinidad y Tobago, y otros países están ya con ese proceso de desarrollo. Una de las principales preocupaciones planteadas en América Latina y el Caribe, en esta zona, ha sido la definición y penalización de los delitos cibernéticos. En algunos casos, digamos, en esas medidas tomadas en algunos países, pues no han sido del todo exitosas, dado al desconocimiento precisamente de la norma y la incapacidad a veces a nivel judicial para tomar decisiones frente a la penalización de las medidas encontradas y la toma o prueba de evidencia tomada frente a la aceptación en el caso ya procesal el juez, la decisión que toma. Entonces ese desconocimiento también ha generado una brecha y ha sido a veces contraproducente en ese sentido. Pero hay adelantos en esa materia. Entonces en Honduras esa modificación del Código Penal es la materialización de esos esfuerzos, un crecimiento delito bastante grande, y que ahora con estos recursos pues digamos al menos disuade, al menos ya hay un mejor control y posiblemente una mayor efectividad en cada una de las tomas de decisiones que se producen alrededor de esos delitos. Pero también hay que continuar haciendo esfuerzos, porque sin el involucramiento holístico necesario que cobije a otros sectores, generando una sinergia significativa, no se lograría un impacto real contra este delito cibernético. El intercambio de información también, y hay que mencionarlo, es muy importante. La cooperación son indispensables para hacer frente a las amenazas transfronterizas. Aunque un determinado país o un sector específico hayan desarrollado y adoptado un marco de seguridad altamente efectivo, rara vez suelen intercambiarse esos conocimientos, y de ahí pues estos espacios son supremamente importantes para que al menos haya un modo de comunicarse, un modo de acceder a otra información, un canal de comunicación que permita también conocer a otros expertos que compartan esas experiencias exitosas, esas lecciones aprendidas, y que podamos también articularnos para generar innovación y poder adoptarlas, tal vez ponerlas en orden en cada uno de estos países, ¿sí? Hay que acotar también que Honduras actualmente, en comparación con datos del 2016, ha mejorado en el puntaje de los indicadores de medidas legales, medidas de cooperación, medidas de organización y obviamente pues de esta misma alianza internacionales que se suceden, pero carece de algunos elementos requeridos en el Índice Mundial de Ciberseguridad, entre ellos la regulación y cumplimiento de los centros de respuesta a incidentes, la adopción oficial de estándares internacionales, requerimientos de certificaciones para entidades y para profesionales. También es necesario articularlo aquí en Honduras. Políticas específicas de seguridad, de ciberseguridad y gobernabilidad también, además de una hoja de ruta de ciberseguridad. Es muy importante también tener dentro de la agenda el crecimiento del país frente al control de las estadísticas, para poder hacer mediciones oficiales de ciberseguridad, una estandarización en base a mejores prácticas de la industria. Entonces, digamos que este país centroamericano requiere abordar pronto, en cooperación entre todas las partes interesadas, la construcción de una sociedad de la información más segura, centrándose en medidas jurídicas y medidas técnicas, medidas organizativas, así como creación de capacidades y cooperación para hacerle frente al cibercrimen, maximizar beneficios, gestionar los riesgos y optimizar los recursos de las tecnologías de la información a partir de las alianzas generadas por parte del sector estatal con empresas de desarrollo de software como las startups, ¿cierto? Como les mencionaba anteriormente, así como el fortalecimiento de las capacidades legales, técnicas y operacionales de las instituciones encargadas. Entonces, aquí en este ecosistema que estamos mostrando, pues está la interacción entre las partes interesadas y la necesidad de continuar sumando recursos estructurales que permitan fortalecer las acciones de blindaje del país en materia de seguridad cibernética, denotando una mejor articulación estatal para un control más efectivo. Bueno, pues esto es todo de mi presentación. Espero que este aporte pues logre ampliar el espectro de fortalecimiento en la toma de medidas estratégicas contra este flagelo, Muchas gracias por la invitación a este importante evento y pues nada, aquí estamos prestos por si hay alguna pregunta.
Gracias, John. Muy interesante lo que nos muestras acerca de la evolución de Honduras en este tema de los ciberdelitos. Cómo una política, un marco, una estrategia transversal pueda lograr la articulación de todos los entes estatales para hacer un control efectivo del ciberdelito. Dinos, Guadalupe.
Así es, yo como también en los equipos de fútbol se tiene que hacer relevos, yo voy a hacer el mío, no sin antes agradecer a este equipo maravilloso que yo quiero felicitar, obviamente al coronel Mike Toro, que siempre está atento, que siempre está impulsando todo lo que tenga que ver con estas medidas de ciberseguridad para seguir educando, no a un país, sino al mundo entero, para prevenir todos estos ataques y también a todo todos los integrantes que organizan este evento tan importante de talla internacional, pero por supuesto a todas las personas que se toman el tiempo, querido Wilbert, para exponer todos estos temas. Tenemos grandes ponentes con muchísima experiencia que dan su tiempo para seguir aportando y que quienes nos ven posiblemente en otro país puedan tomar lo que ocurre en Honduras, lo que ocurre tal vez en Argentina. Entonces, todo esto se puede ir enriqueciendo, así que yo les agradezco mucho y también un placer hacer mancuerna contigo, Wilbert. Te mando un fuerte abrazo, al igual que a todos los que nos están escuchando y viendo. Yo hago mi relevo y le damos la bienvenida a Ana Castañeda. Ella es ingeniera con maestría en administración de tecnologías y es doctora en psicología. Muchísimas gracias. Te dejo, pues yo creo que con temas muy interesantes, querida Ana Castañeda. Adelante. Y gracias a todos. Que tengan muy bonita tarde.
Gracias, Guadalupe.
Vale, estimada Guadalupe, muchas gracias y Wilber, aquí por empezar este espacio y por darme la oportunidad de compartir con ustedes también el escenario de Cybersecurity Revolution 2025. Bueno, las temáticas y las exposiciones bastante interesantes. Hay un común denominador a través de todo este recorrido entre Centroamérica y Suramérica respecto a flagelo, cibercrimen y vulnerabilidades de manera transversal en los diferentes países. También una importante digamos, trabajo de parte de las organizaciones institucionales del gobierno mismo, tratando de apoyar o de acompañar al ciudadano y a las organizaciones con la regulación, con las leyes de protección de datos, estas entidades como las ISO y demás que hemos estado abordando, que apoyan desde la perspectiva de los estándares para mitigar el flagelo de la victimización en el ciberespacio, tanto a organizaciones como también, por qué no decirlo, a las personas, a todos los individuos, a toda una sociedad que hacemos uso de la importante herramienta como es el Internet y el ciberespacio. A continuación me dan el espacio aquí para hacer una presentación muy importante de una de nuestras siguiente expositora, Kesia Pereira Cabral, que desde Brasil nos va a contar al respecto del fraude digital y del ransomware. Kesia es la comandante de Policía Civil del Estado de Pará, en Brasil, e investigadora invitada del Instituto Internacional de Cibercriminología, comparada de la Universidad de Montreal en Canadá. Kesia es una persona muy con un amplio conocimiento y con mucho interés de compartirnos a partir del siguiente minuto el fraude digital y ransomware. Los dejo con...
Hola, ¿qué tal? Me llamo Kesia Cabral y hoy nosotros vamos a hablar acerca de fraude digital y ransomware, tendencias y estrategias de mitigación. Yo voy a hablar desde un punto de vista de la literatura y yo voy a utilizar dos referencias principales para esta charla, que son el libro Ransomware 360 y The Report Global Incident Response de 2025, além de utilizar también mi experiencia como trabajo en Laboratorio de Operaciones Cibernéticas del Ministerio de la Justicia. Entonces, vamos a empezar. En los últimos años, El panorama del fraude digital, el ransomware, ha evolucionado de manera alarmante. Lo que antes eran ataques aislados, a menudo oportunistas, ahora se han convertido en operaciones organizadas y sofisticadas, con impactos severos en empresas, gobiernos e individuos. Segundo el Global Incident Response Report de Unity 42, el 86% de los incidentes analizados involucraron interrupción operativa, lo que demuestra que el ransomware ha dejado de ser solamente una amenaza financiera para convertirse en un problema estructural. Las empresas de diversos sectores ya no enfrentan solo el riesgo de perder datos, sino también la paralización total de sus actividades con repercusiones en toda la cadena productiva. En este contexto, es fundamental comprender cómo el ransomware y el fraude digital están interconectados. Tanto los ataques de ransomware como las estafas digitales explotan fragilidades humanas, tecnologías y operacionales. Los delincuentes utilizan ingeniería social para obtener credenciales, explotan vulnerabilidades de los sistemas y adoptan estrategias cada vez más sofisticadas para alcanzar sus objetivos. ¿Mas qué grupos de fraude digital son estos? Bueno, nosotros podemos hacer una clasificación de fraudes digitales, porque el universo de los fraudes digitales es vasto y está en constante evolución. Cada día surgen nuevas estafas cada vez más sofisticadas que explotan desde errores humanos hasta vulnerabilidades tecnológicas y financieras. Con cada avance, la seguridad cibernética, los delincuentes se adaptan desarrollando nuevas estrategias para engañar a las víctimas y comprometer sistemas. Ante esta diversidad, nosotros podemos hacer una división en tres grupos diferentes y mapear las formas de fraudes digitales. Estos patrones, los patrones que nosotros podemos encontrar, nos permiten agrupar las fraudes digitales en tres grandes grupos. Fraudes basados en ingeniería social, fraudes tecnológicos y fraudes financieros y de inversión. Las fraudes digitales basadas en ingeniería social son aquellas en que los métodos más efectivos son exactamente cuando los delincuentes manipulan las víctimas para que entreguen voluntariamente información sensible, las contraseñas, los datos. Los ejemplos más conocidos son phishing, vishing, y son estafas en que los delincuentes fingen alguna cosa y las víctimas creen en todo, entonces van a compartir datos sencillos. Los fraudes tecnológicos, por su vez, implican la explotación de vulnerabilidades digitales para robar información o interrupción de sistemas. En estos casos, la tecnología no es solo un medio, sino el mecanismo principal de ataque, como ocurre con los casos de ransomware. Entonces, los ataques ransomware están exactamente delante de este tipo de fraude que son los fraudes tecnológicos. Y finalmente, fraudes financieros y de inversión son el grupo que incluye esquemas financieros fraudulentos donde los delincuentes convencen a las víctimas a intervenir oportunidades falsas, a creer oportunidades falsas, prometiendo altos rendimientos y las víctimas creen esto como esquemas de Ponzi, pirámides, como Pig Battery, que es muy conocido esquema de fraude. Pero ¿cuál es la conexión entre los fraudes digitales y el ransomware? Estas categorías de fraudes no actúan de manera aislada. Por ejemplo, un ataque de ransomware puede comenzar con una estafa de ingeniería social, phishing, lo que lleva a instalación de malware y resulta en exfiltración de datos, interrupción operacionales. Donde que nosotros tenemos que entender que ransomware es sí un tipo de fraude digital. Pero que ahora vamos a comprender un poco más de la evolución e impacto del ransomware. El ransomware es uno de los ataques cibernéticos más devastadores de la actualidad. ya que combina extorsión financiera con disrupción operativa y ha evolucionado con los años, volviéndose cada vez más sofisticado, dañino. Lo que antes era simples un ataque cifrado de archivos, ahora está se convirtiendo cada vez más en una estrategia multifacia que combina robo de datos, intimidación y destrucción de infraestructuras críticas. Nosotros podemos hacer una división interesante de la evolución de ransomware en 3 olas. La primera ola es el surgimiento del ransomware. En los primeros ataques de ransomware, el objetivo principal era simple: a bloquear el acceso de los archivos de la víctima y exigir un pago para liberarlos. Esta técnica se fortaleció con el crecimiento de las criptomonedas que permitieron transacciones anónimas, dificultando el rastreo de los delincuentes. Las características principales son que el atacante invade un sistema, cifra los datos y exige un pago en Bitcoin. Si la víctima paga, recibe una clave para descifrar los datos, aunque no siempre funciona. Los ataques en esta fase generalmente no implicaban el robo de datos. Con el tiempo, las empresas comenzaron a investir más en copias de seguridad de sistemas de recuperación, reduciendo la efectividad de este modelo de ataque, o que llevó a los ciberdelincuentes a desarrollar una nueva estrategia. Entonces, que la segunda ola es la doble extorsión. Cuando las copias de seguridad comenzaron a reducir el impacto de los ataques, los delincuentes adoptaron una nueva táctica. Además de cifrar los datos, los roban y amenazaban los filtrarlos en Internet si la víctima no pagaba el rescate. Los criminales entonces invaden las redes corporativas, exfiltran datos sencillos y luego cifran los sistemas. La amenaza no solo es perder el acceso de archivos, sino también la exposición pública de información confidencial. El ransomware comienza a atacar objetivos estratégicos como hospitales, como entidades gubernamentales, grandes corporaciones como por ejemplo el Grupo MAS, que en 2019-2020 fue uno de los primeros en utilizar esta estrategia en doble extorsión, filtrando información confidencial de empresas que les negaban a pagar. Pero que hubo un cambio de escenario con la popularización de la doble extorsión. Las empresas tuvieron de mejorar no solo sus copias de seguridad, sino también la seguridad de sus redes para evitar la filtración de datos. Sin embargo, los delincuentes continuaron innovando y llegamos a la tercera ola. Hoy en día, los ataques de ransomware han evolucionado hacia un modelo aún más agresivo. En lugar de solo robar datos o cifrar archivos, los delincuentes buscan paralizar empresas enteras, causando graves daños operativos y financieros. Además de robar datos y cifrar sistemas, los atacantes destruyen infraestructuras críticas, borran copias de seguridad e impiden la recuperación. Empresas de servicios esenciales como salud, transporte, energía se han convertido en objetivos prioritarios. Los ataques vienen acompañados de amenazas, acoso y presión mediática para forzar el pago de rescate. Como ejemplo, podemos citar el ransomware Lockbit 3, que fue responsable de uno de los mayores ataques contra el National Health Service del Reino Unido, interrumpiendo servicios esenciales de salud. Pero que hubo nuevamente un cambio de escenario. Y la tendencia verdaderamente actual indica que los ataques se volvieron aún más destructivos, automatizados, con el uso de inteligencia artificial y el modelo de ransomware as a service, permitiendo que cualquier ciberdelincuente pueda lanzar ataques sofisticados sin grandes conocimientos técnicos, porque a él es permitido comprar un ataque listo. Los impactos son severos, son impactos financieros, reputacionales, operacionales, sociales, pero ¿qué nosotros vamos a hacer para mitigar? Para mitigar tenemos que comprender el próximo paso, que es cómo ellos actúan, cómo actúan los ciberdelincuentes. Y es muy importante entender que hay una tríade, hay tres cosas muy importantes: la explotación de vulnerabilidades, los robos de credenciales y las amenazas internas. Entonces, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Entendiendo cómo actúan, mitigar, que es nuestro próximo paso, la mitigación. Ante de la creciente sofisticación de los fraudes digitales y ataques de ransomware, una defensa eficaz requiere un enfoque estratégico integrado. Las empresas y organizaciones deben combinar tecnología, procesos y conocimiento para reducir vulnerabilidades y responder rápidamente a los incidentes. De acuerdo con los estudios que nosotros estamos utilizando como base, los ciberdelincuentes explotan tres grandes debilidades que facilitan la escalada de los ataques. Primeramente, complejidad de todos los sistemas. Los entornos de tecnología de información fragmentados dificultan, por tanto, la viabilidad de respuestas a incidentes. Falta de control sobre accesos y credenciales. Las cuentas con privilegios excesivos y sin autenticación multifactor aumentan el riesgo de intrusión. Confianza excesiva sin verificación. Los modelos tradicionales de seguridad asumen que dispositivos de usuarios son confiables sin estrictas. Podríamos entonces abordar estrategias avanzadas de mitigación, pero que seguiremos la perspectiva de Tiago Bordini en el libro que yo indiqué, que se dice, es simple, nosotros tenemos que hacer las medidas que son muy simples. La clave de protección es la prevención básica, mantener los sistemas actualizados y gestionar credenciales correctamente minimiza los ataques. Entonces, el principal es que nosotros tenemos que adoptar estas soluciones de manera integrada, que la tecnología de los procesos adecuados ya existen y nosotros tenemos que seguir. El desafío es integrarlos y ejecutarlos de manera efectiva para fortalecer la seguridad cibernética. Y así estaremos más fuertes para enfrentar estos desafíos y estas tendencias futuras de ransomware. Muchas gracias y que puedan disfrutar de este evento y continuar haciendo preguntas e interactuando en conjunto contra la ciberdelincuencia. Hasta una próxima.
Bueno, estimada Kesia, muy importante esta información que nos compartes y esa gran visión que nos das respecto a las evoluciones que ha tenido el ransomware a través del tiempo y cómo la evolución de tecnología y la evolución obviamente de las estrategias cibercriminales se sigue ampliando a través de los entornos corporativos y obviamente con unos niveles de daño un poco más extensos. En este contexto, digamos, también es supremamente importante tener la claridad de que el cibercrimen o el fraude digital no solamente es ransomware, sino sigue ampliándose a ataques a infraestructuras críticas y otros escenarios bastante sensibles para un país, ya no solamente una organización. Estimado Wilber, no sé si quieres agregar un comentario más, me pareció muy, muy relevante esta información que nos compartía aquí, que sí, obviamente, al igual que todas las informaciones que hemos recibido por parte de los panelistas previos.
Claro, Ana, no sin antes, pues, darle un espacio a José Luis. José Luis, ¿nos acompañas todavía?
Sí, bueno, me despido ya desde acá de Chile. Quiero agradecer el espacio, la oportunidad. Security Nox presente en el Cybersecurity Revolution 2025. Fue una gran experiencia. Agradecido a Mike, a ti, Wilber, a todo el equipo en general. Sigamos participando en este tipo de eventos, sigamos haciéndolo crecer. porque como dice Mike, los buenos somos más. Un abrazo enorme y saludos desde Chile.
Muchas
Gracias,
gracias,
José
José
Luis.
Luis.
Sí, como
Hasta
dices,
luego.
los buenos somos más. José Luis, muchas gracias. Bueno, continuamos entonces desde la hermana República del Perú con Walter Guaman. Él es director del Ideal Labs 66 Lima y nos acompaña ahí entonces con su ponencia de ciberfraude en el trabajo. Bienvenido, Walter.
Buenos días, gracias con todos. Por favor, me confirman si me escuchan bien.
Sí, señor.
Muchas gracias. Es un gusto para mí estar aquí nuevamente en este importantísimo para poder tratar los temas que nos ayudan a entender y poder desarrollar, digamos, planes de mitigación y otras, ¿no? Relacionados a la ciberseguridad. Y bueno, me ha tocado en esta oportunidad tratar un tema importante que está relacionado con el tema de teletrabajo. El teletrabajo es mejor dicho, es una forma de actividad laboral dentro, digamos, de la sociedad. Eh, y presenta varios retos y estos retos quiero tratarlos, digamos, en esta oportunidad, un poco la agenda, ¿no? Que vamos a tratar y con la intención de poder compartir algunas experiencias y también de poder precisar algunos puntos en base, digamos, a las situaciones, circunstancias que pasan actualmente en la región. Primeramente, ¿no? Poner una definición de qué es el teletrabajo, que en resumen sería cuando un colaborador, una organización, sea privada o estatal, labora, ¿no? Fuera de las instalaciones de esta organización para desarrollar las actividades por las cuales fue contratado. En esa conexión a la red, en esa conexión, digamos, a la empresa, accede no solamente a información, sino a servicios, aplicaciones y otros recursos, ¿no? Que están disponibles para llegar al objetivo. Eh, y eso, digamos, a través de la tecnología, a través de equipos que son entregados, que son, digamos, provistos por la organización. Se entiende en base, digamos, a ciertos lineamientos, a ciertas circunstancias de seguridad que se ha establecido. Entonces, un poco viendo cómo está el entorno actual, eh, la mayor cantidad, digamos, de conexiones o accesos remotos o de manera de teletrabajo fue, digamos, empujado o fue como parte de las medidas de contención, de mitigación de la última pandemia, ¿no? De una encuesta de unas empresas globales indicó que el 70% de organizaciones en Latinoamérica se conectaron de esta manera. De tal forma que eso en los últimos años ha quedado como una modalidad de trabajo, no solamente para las áreas de tecnología, sino también para las áreas de negocios, para las áreas de soporte u otras áreas, ¿no? Entonces, eso, muchas organizaciones, y también considerando, digamos, que es parte de la gestión de riesgos de ciberseguridad, han considerado, digamos, como parte de la superficie de posibles amenazas y vulnerabilidades que puede pasar a una organización. ¿Y cuáles son esas amenazas, ¿no? Que ya se ha venido un poco comentando? Está el phishing, están los troyanos, están los botnets y también códigos maliciosos, ¿no? Que quieren apropiarse, digamos, de la información que tiene, digamos, a los equipos. En ese sentido, cuando ocurre eso, ¿no? Lo que desean es obtener las claves de administradores o de usuarios finales para poder hacer suplantación de la identidad, para robar información, para denegar servicios o finalmente hacer operaciones fraudulentas, en el cual se define un ciberfraude, está el cibercrimen, ¿no? Eh, Mirando un poco, digamos, el entorno en Perú, y claro, muchos hablábamos respecto, digamos, a cómo puede avanzar la normativa. Requiere de bastante educación de bastante, digamos, proliferación, no en los adultos, sino también en las nuevas generaciones adolescentes para que puedan entender esta problemática y sobre todo qué hacer cuando ocurre, ¿no? Entonces, es una medida para poder establecer, digamos, esta forma de poder dimensionar el problema. En Perú, a finales de 2024, hubo un 42% más de estas denuncias, ¿no? De afectación de diferentes tipos, ¿no? Relacionados a ciertos delitos, ¿no? Este año, en los dos primeros meses, dentro, digamos, de estas modalidades, el fraude informático, ¿no? Es el primero y la suplantación de identidades es el segundo evento mayor, más reportado, ¿no? Esta información ayuda para poder hacer estos estudios y focalizar, digamos, los esfuerzos de medidas de contención, de educación y otros más en la medida que estemos capacitados y también en la medida que rompamos un poco el temor y poder decir la vergüenza de decir que me pasó esto y poder denunciar, vamos a ir avanzando en ese propósito como sociedad. Quisiera comentarles dos casos que han sido, digamos, un poco cambiados en algunos contextos para no afectar la reputación de las organizaciones. En cuanto, digamos, a estos casos que ocurren, digamos, en el teletrabajo. Este es un caso en el cual una organización que tiene, digamos, a todo su personal laborando, digamos, de manera remota, en este caso la empresa se llama Global Techi, ¿no? Que se dedica, digamos, a aplicaciones. Entonces, si bien es cierto, digamos, tiene un medio de comunicación eficiente, sin embargo, un día el tesorero de esta organización recibió un correo que aparentemente, o en todo caso, venía del gerente general, ¿no? Donde le pedía, ¿no? que realizara una operación importante, inmediata, ¿no? De un monto importante para hacer, digamos, un contrato especial, estratégico para la organización. Eh, Muchas veces por el apuro y verdaderamente, claro, te pide alguien de un orden superior ejecutar, uno lo quiere hacer de manera diligente. Entonces, el tesorero realizó, digamos, o entendió que era el gerente, digamos, el hecho de estar de manera remota no tienes necesariamente al contacto rápido, digamos, de la otra persona. Y bueno, lo que hizo fue ejecutar la operación sin darse cuenta que el correo electrónico era, no provenía del gerente general, si bien es cierto era similar, pero le faltaba una letra, ¿no? Y muchas veces estas formas de engañar, digamos, al usuario final ocurren, ¿no? Y sobre todo en estos cargos críticos, ¿no? Sobre todo en una organización. Y lamentablemente hizo la operación. Bueno, luego, momentos después pudo verificar o pudo comunicarse con el gerente en el cual, digamos, se enteraron que habían sido, digamos, afectados, ¿no? Con este fraude. Eh, Aquí algunas reflexiones, ¿no? Si bien es cierto, digamos, puede venir muchos mensajes y nos pueden tratar de engañar. Nosotros como usuarios finales tenemos que tomar ciertas previsiones, ¿no? Sobre todo en estos cargos críticos en el cual se debe seguir el procedimiento funcional. Por ejemplo, como mejora, como función aquí, dado los montos, para mejorar o evitar, digamos, que se opere de manera, digamos, rápida ante montos importantes. Hacer una validación de una llamada también es importante tener en cuenta. Y por otro lado, también un poco me ponía a ver si estas operaciones importantes podrían hacerse en ciertos horarios. De hecho, nosotros en las primeras horas del día estamos más atentos, más alertas, ¿no? Con respecto, digamos, a la operaciones importantes podrían hacerse en horarios diferenciados, de tal manera que evitar sorprender, ¿no? Al usuario eh, por fatiga, por cansancio o por querer ya terminar el día de la operación en este tipo de, de eventos que afectan a la organización. Eh, También tenemos un segundo caso, que digamos, esto es una organización que también tiene digamos, a su personal trabajando desde sus casas. Y la empresa se dedica a marketing digital. En este caso, una de las diseñadoras, que es Carla, ¿no? Un día por la tarde vio que el cursor del mouse en su pantalla se movía sin que ella lo realizara, ¿no? O sea, entonces, eso definitivamente la alertó, se puso digamos, a ver qué es lo que tiene que hacer, ¿no? Y en este caso lo que ella recordó es que ante algún incidente, ante algo diferente de las actividades o sospechas de algún incidente, eh, activó, digamos, el procedimiento de incidente de ciberseguridad. Se comunicó con el canal correspondiente y alertó de lo que estaba pasando en su equipo, ¿no? En este caso, el equipo de gestión de incidentes empezó a tomar, digamos, a iniciar el protocolo y era una posibilidad que alguien esté, digamos, manipulando la PC, o lo otro es que haya sido un error interno, ¿no? Que podría pasar. En primera instancia negaron que era digamos, un error interno. Entonces, al ver esa primera negativa, elevaron ya el nivel de actividad y bloquearon, digamos, el usuario, conectaron los equipos o pidieron que se desconecte, se comunicaron con su proveedor de servicio para estos casos de incidentes mayores. Sin embargo, luego el equipo de soporte dijo que había un error de una de las personas que trabaja con ellos y bueno, se equivocó de ingresar al equipo, ¿no? Bueno, más allá, digamos, del susto, no pasó. Sin embargo, es importante aquí rescatar, ¿no? La actividad, el compromiso que tienen los usuarios de poder seguir el protocolo cuando ocurre algo que es fuera de lo normal o que algo les llame la atención. Y sobre todo también, ¿no? Cuando nos lleguen digamos, atractivos, ¿no? De ofertas, o que tienes alguna operación retenida, o que soy tal persona, o X, ¿no? O que quieren que se baje, actualice información. Entonces, es importante aquí que el usuario esté capacitado, ¿no? Para poder reaccionar y a la vez también seguir el procedimiento que se ha establecido, ¿no? Para la atención de los incidentes que pueden pasar dentro de los equipos. Entonces, eh, sumando, digamos, a estas iniciativas de cómo proteger en este esquema de trabajo, tenemos aquí un resumen, ¿no? De los principales controles que a través, digamos, de marcos, estándares o buenas prácticas nos dicen cómo podemos mitigar esto. La idea no es implementar tal como está en esta lista. La idea es poder ver la capacidad que uno tiene dentro de la organización, ver los recursos, el presupuesto, e ir, digamos, implementando de menos a más, digamos, estos controles. Un tema importante es una política de teletrabajo, que no es solamente, digamos, un tema que nos facilita la tecnología, sino también los esquemas de trabajo, los esquemas de supervisión que son necesarios, ¿no? Realizar para alcanzar el objetivo de la organización, que es, digamos, dependiendo, ¿no? Si es privada, ¿no? Rentabilizar; si es pública, alcanzar un adecuado servicio hacia el ciudadano y otras más. Eh, Aquí, importante es identificar y clasificar los activos cuales estos puestos que trabajan de manera remota van a poder acceder. ¿Por qué? Porque esa es la información que los ciberdelincuentes quieren, digamos, alcanzar. Entonces, la idea es que las personas puedan tener el acceso a esta información según la responsabilidad que tienen. Las que no necesitan, se tiene que, digamos, ¿no? Y aquí hay un concepto de mínimo privilegio en el cual ayuda, digamos, en el caso de que ocurra algún incidente de seguridad, pueda ser afectado lo menos posible, ¿no? Por eso es importante identificar y clasificar los activos, información, y que lo denominamos son las joyas de la organización, las joyas de la corona, ¿no? Bueno, la capacitación ya se ha comentado, tanto funcional como de seguridad. Tener también y seguir los controles, digamos, que requieren, digamos, los dispositivos por los cuales se van a conectar, ¿no? Que tienen ciertos lineamientos, ¿no? Respecto al método de acceso, al bloqueo de pantallas, cómo se va a hacer el soporte y mantenimiento de hardware y software, un poco del caso último que veíamos. este punto de respaldo de información es clave. Debemos tener el respaldo de la información de la organización importante, ¿no? Para que justo también sea un mitigador ante algún incidente que pueda suceder. El monitoreo o auditoría de seguridad, ¿no? De quienes están accediendo de manera remota, en qué horarios, y poder pedir una justificación al líder o al supervisor de este equipo. Y también cuando ocurre, digamos, algún cese en la organización, cómo se devuelven los activos y cómo se hace, digamos, el bloqueo de los accesos. Entre otras, también está establecer y crear convenios con los colaboradores de cómo se deben conectar, a qué redes inalámbricas, proteger los equipos para los temas de antivirus, antimalware. Se sugiere, digamos, tener un doble factor de autenticación, ¿no? Porque vas a acceder de manera remota a estos ambientes y esto es clave para, sobre todo para personal de administrador de redes. La desconexión automática, en caso que quede desatendido el equipo, la conexión cifrada, ¿no? Que es importante tener entre el equipo y la red de la organización. En el caso que se requiera un borrado de información de manera remota en caso de robo o pérdida y algún control en la seguridad mayor para los que acceden a consolas administrativas de los servidores críticos. Entre las recomendaciones finales, importante que cada persona que trabaja de manera remota siga los procedimientos establecidos por la organización, ya sea de la manera funcional o de seguridad. Debemos alejarnos, ¿no? De los correos electrónicos o mensajes sospechosos o que piden información personal o financiera. Evitar dar clic, ¿no? A esos enlaces o descarga de archivos desconocidos, ¿no? Que a veces llegan con cosas atractivas o que dan o nos llaman la atención. Usar redes inalámbricas seguras y finalmente que los equipos asignados para estas actividades de teletrabajo sean usados para ese fin. Muchas gracias por esta oportunidad y bueno, atento, digamos, si hubiera alguna pregunta.
Gracias, Walter. Muy interesante tu charla y sabemos que esta parte del teletrabajo pues, no era nueva, la impulsó mucho más la pandemia, no estábamos preparados para eso en muchas latitudes y eso generó que también los ciberdelincuentes se encontraran ese vacío ahí sobre protocolos, procedimientos, como decías, el manejo de VPNs, de antivirus, una política clara de cómo el usuario se debía conectar estando por fuera de la empresa. Entonces, bueno traerlo a colación, fortalecer ese espacio del teletrabajo cada vez, porque llegó para quedarse y ampliarse. Entonces, gracias por su charla,
Con
gracias por la
gusto.
información que nos compartes y continuamos aquí, Walter, con nuestro Cyber Security Revolution. Aquí seguimos con Ana.
Gracias, estimado Walter, estimado Wilber. Sí, muy interesante estos temas, estas temáticas, sobre todo en la nueva actualidad laboral que tenemos algunas personas en la sociedad. Bueno, para nuestro siguiente ponente tenemos, para nuestra siguiente temática de incidentes de InfoSec, vamos a tener la colaboración desde México de dos expositores, aquí la coordinadora y el presidente del Idealab de Zacatecas, van a estar con nosotros apoyándonos y socializando al respecto de los incidentes de InfoSec. Estimada Guadalupe y estimado Tomás, Guadalupe Rodríguez y estimado Tomás Moreno se encuentran ya por aquí para dar inicio a su presentación.
Acá estamos, pero tuvimos que trasladarnos porque teníamos contemplado un poquito antes la presentación, pero ya estamos llegando al otro destino. No sé si nos pudieran esperar unos minutitos también, por favor.
Bueno, en este escenario, no sé si Guadalupe, Yamile y Isabel se encuentran ya disponibles con su presentación, que no habían podido presentarla hace un rato, Isabel y Jeremy, sorry. No sé si están ya listas. ¿Y pudieran iniciar ustedes?
Sí, sí, estamos listos.
Dale, si quieres, aprovechamos el tiempo mientras aquí ya se logra estimado Tomás y la señora Guadalupe, acomodarse para poder hacer su presentación.
Sí, claro que sí.
¿Me pueden decir si se ve?
Sí, ya se ve, perfecto.
Muy bien. Entonces, pues nosotros somos parte del Center for SIC de Zacatecas. Mi nombre es Isabel Soto y venimos a presentarles lo que son las respuestas a incidentes de la ciberseguridad. Y para esto hay que empezar entendiendo qué es la triada, que es la confidencialidad, la integridad y la disponibilidad. La confidencialidad es como si nosotros tuviéramos una cajita de juguetes y no solo nosotros supiéramos lo que hay ahí. Nadie más puede verlo más que nosotros, solo nosotros tenemos acceso a eso. La integridad es cuando nuestra cajita está intacta, así como nosotros lo dejamos, nuestros juguetes los dejamos, es eso, que esté íntegro el contenido. Si lo bajamos a un momento de ciberespacio, es que lo que nosotros publiquemos en, pues ya sea en Facebook, en cualquier red social, o hasta en una empresa, el contenido de una empresa de base de datos, toda esa información esté íntegra, tal y como la dejamos. No debe de haber como un fallo o algún movimiento que nosotros no hayamos hecho. Y la disponibilidad es eso, que nosotros cuando el momento que queramos acceder, siempre está disponible para nosotros. Y pues lo que es el objetivo de esta respuesta a incidentes es que es la importancia dentro de la seguridad de la información y cómo vamos a poder actuar de manera efectiva ante el incidente que haya pasado o que esté pasando.
Bueno, en el plan de respuesta al incidente, tenemos que tener en cuenta que, que el ciberataque siempre empieza desde el momento en que el equipo de seguridad obtiene una alerta y comienza desde el momento en que, bueno, que ya se tuvo la alerta y sea totalmente plausible y contundente. Los miembros de este equipo deben comprobar qué fue lo que ocasionó este incidente y empezar a revisar y checar los sistemas para saber si el incidente es grave, si lleva mucho tiempo o poco tiempo en resolverse. Por eso siempre se les, bueno, es la sugerencia que se encuentra, es que se debe de tener siempre una orientación de tanto equipo interno como externo. Como por ejemplo, se puede dar aquí el caso en algunas situaciones que puede necesitarse, no sé, asesoría legal para poder estar al tanto de qué sucede en el momento de este ataque. Siempre debe ser con un equipo eficaz que elimine la amenaza lo más pronto que se pueda y que cumpla con los requisitos normativos que se le solicitan. Siempre debe de ser así. Adelante.
Bueno, en la respuesta a los incidentes hay una gran importancia porque los ciberataques cada vez son más comunes. Con el uso de las llegadas de nuevas tecnologías como la IA, lo que es el deepfake, creo que es mucho más común los ciberataques y son más sonados. Entonces, debemos de contar con un proceso de respuesta a estos incidentes que sea bien definido y que pueda significar una gran diferencia en cómo se actúa entre que sea una rápida recuperación o que no tengamos una pérdida significativa de la información y pues de muchas veces, como sabemos, se va lo que es el dinero económicamente, entonces que podamos como amortiguar el golpe. Entonces, la respuesta nos va a permitir minimizar daños, proteger la información y mejorar lo que son nuestras pues defensas a futuras amenazas. Creo que las empresas siempre están en constante capacitación para que justamente esto no les esté pasando, porque son muchos datos, mucha información de mucha gente que ellos tienen y pues que no debería de exponerse. hablamos de los incidentes y los tipos. Un incidente de seguridad es cualquier evento que va a comprometer la confidencialidad, la integridad o la disponibilidad de la información, que era la triada que les explicaba. Y esto pues puede incluir desde ataques de malware, accesos no autorizados, robos de datos, interrupciones en los servicios. Y pues algunos de los tipos que les pusimos aquí son lo que es el phishing, el malware, el DDoS, el robo de credenciales y lo que es el acceso no autorizado. Aparte, hay un impacto significativo en lo que son estos incidentes. Pueden tener un impacto muy grave en las organizaciones, desde pérdidas económicas hasta daño de la reputación. Creo que nuestros compañeros han estado mencionando como más que nada la reputación, las pérdidas que se han tenido a través de la filtración de los datos que han tenido las empresas y pues que se debe de tener mucho cuidado con esto. Pueden comprometer datos confidenciales y generar problemas legales o regulatorios.
Súper, mi estimada Isabel y Jeremy, como estamos un poquito colgados de agenda, les agradecería, como ya otros presentadores han hablado ciertas terminologías, ir avanzando un poquito más rápido. ¿Les parece bien?
Sí, claro, claro que sí.
Maravilloso. Vamos avantes.
Entonces, las fases del proceso de las respuestas son 6, que es la situación, identificación, contención, erradicación, recuperación y las lecciones aprendidas. Y pusimos ejemplos aquí de lo que puede ser. No sé si ya lo hayan hablado, que creo que sí, creo que es algo,
Así es, tal cual.
sí, ok, muy bien.
Bueno, también tenemos en cuenta que tenemos los equipos de respuesta. Los equipos de respuesta a incidentes son todas esas personas que están implicadas para mantener la seguridad de la empresa, lugar o lo que se necesita en esa situación. Como lo mencioné anteriormente, tiene que ser un equipo multidisciplinario para poder llegar más rápido a una solución, ya que debe de haber una cabeza principal que esté totalmente capacitada para llevar a cabo la respuesta más rápida y contundente en toda esta situación. Por eso se les recomienda, si les tener un sistema de alerta. El sistema de alerta es principalmente para ya estar preparadas en cualquier situación. Es la alerta primordial, principal, que se puede crear o tener en automático en cada empresa, por ejemplo, y de ahí van a partir para saber y analizar cómo se va a tratar este sistema o cómo se va a dar la respuesta mientras sea más rápida y contundente. ¿Cambias, por favor? Tenemos aquí a los responsables. Tiene que ser un responsable principal, tiene que dar la respuesta a incidentes, los análisis de seguridad, tiene que estar un investigador de amenazas, alguien de un equipo directivo principal de la empresa, los especialistas de recursos humanos, un departamento jurídico y un especialista en relaciones públicas. Es lo que se recomienda tener para una más rápida y posible atención a esta amenaza. Y lo que les comentaba, hay que automatizar nuestra respuesta a incidentes. Principalmente es, como les menciono, poner una alerta en cada sistema para evitar cualquier amenaza, principalmente para saber qué tipo de solución dar en el momento y pues llevar de forma eficaz y definir cómo se considera el incidente y continuar con la detención de este. Pues tenemos aquí diferentes puntos, que es lo que nos va a llevar a esta detención, que es correlación de los datos de varios puntos de conexión y soluciones de seguridad para identificar incidentes de los que las personas se pueden encargar a continuación. se debe de dividir en la ejecución de un cuaderno de estrategias programado previamente para aislar y abordar tipos de incidentes. Se debe generar una línea de tiempo de investigación que incluye acciones, decisiones y pruebas forenses que puedan usarse en el análisis. Y al final se debe recopilar la recopilación de inteligencia externa relevante para los análisis realizados por las personas. Esos son los puntos principales de cómo se debe llevar este análisis de cualquier incidente para una atención más prioritaria.
Bien. Y continuando, debe de haber una buena importancia en las respuestas a los incidentes. No solamente vamos a minimizar daños, sino que también vamos a tratar de fortalecer lo que es la postura de seguridad, pues de la organización o de la persona, y tenemos que estar preparados y actuar con rapidez, pues para marcar la diferencia entre una crisis controlada o que caiga en una catástrofe. Y resumiendo nuestra presentación, o la conclusión más bien, es que pues la respuesta a incidentes debe de ser esencial y fundamental para una seguridad de toda la información que se está manejando. Y pues están lo que son las fases clave, que es la preparación, la identificación, la contención, la erradicación, recuperación y todo lo que podemos aprender de ellas para ser ciberresilientes. Y eso sería eso sería todo de nuestra parte.
Lo tratamos de resumir lo más posible, ya que pues la mayoría ya se había tratado este tema. Pero en realidad pues, bueno, dando una simple ejemplo de lo que tenemos poquito aquí en México, yo trabajo para una institución gubernamental y en el poco tiempo que tengo aprendiendo lo que es la ciberseguridad y todos estos casos, me he dado cuenta que en esta institución donde yo estoy no se tiene ningún protocolo. De hecho, la mayoría de las personas no saben ni lo que es la ciberseguridad. Entonces, es muy importante también no solo el protocolo, sino que nosotros como el personal de la empresa o del lugar donde laboramos tengamos constantemente una capacitación de lo que está sucediendo continuamente y más en estos lugares que se utilizan datos delicados de cada persona. Ese es el principal problema que yo he diagnosticado aquí en mi área de trabajo, que pues no debería de ser, ya que es una situación gubernamental, ¿verdad? Pero pues principalmente por eso se deben desarrollar estos protocolos, no solo en las empresas, en los todos lugares. Creo que nosotros mismos debemos de tener nuestro propio protocolo de reacción en cualquier situación que nos afecte.
Así es,
Vale.
Jeremy. Gracias, Jeremy e Isabel. Bueno, respuesta a incidentes es un tema amplísimo, pero para destacar acerca de todas las fases que ustedes plantearon, está la de lesiones aprendidas. Cada caso nos deja algo y ese algo se debe replicar o se debe compartir para que esa otra organización, esa otra persona tenga las herramientas necesarias para eh, identificar, detectar, contener y erradicar esa amenaza. Dinos, Ana.
Sí, muy relevante la presentación, sobre todo en esa secuencia de pasos que nos sugieren para acompañar un tema de respuesta a incidentes. Tenemos, no sé si hay unas preguntas aquí en el chat, si dentro de los participantes nuestro panelista alguien nos apoya con estas respuestas. Dice, en los casos de NotPetya, donde es ransomware pero el pago no importa, ¿qué se debe hacer? ¿Alguno de nuestros participantes tiene algo para ayudarnos con estas preguntas que tenemos de los asistentes en el panel de YouTube?
Hola.
Bueno,
Después
Sí.
adelante.
Hola, Ana.
sí. Hola.
Sí. Sí, el ransomware digamos, una de las principales afectaciones es en la información, ¿no? De
Sí.
hecho, digamos, en la ponencia que nos comentaba, podía, digamos, solicitarse un rescate. Sin embargo, no necesariamente van a dar las claves para poder desencriptar esta información que ha sido encriptada por el software malicioso. Entonces,
Excelente.
lo importante ahí, la prevención, es tener, digamos, los respaldos de la información importante, crítica, de las joyas de la corona que tiene la organización, ¿no? Para eso, previamente, se tiene que hacer una clasificación y que pueda llevar a cabo esta contención.
Excelente, muchas gracias, estimado Walter. O sea, entendemos aquí que en esta pregunta, cuando no es un tema de pago, lo importante es proteger la información, identificar cuáles son esos activos de información sensibles que la organización debe proteger para garantizar su continuidad. ¿Sí? Vale, muchas
Yes.
gracias a todos. Muchas gracias. ¿Algo más que quieras aportar, estimado Walter?
No, eso de mi parte, gracias.
Vale, perfecto, gracias. Tenemos una pregunta adicional aquí, dice, ¿hay algún estándar de ciberseguridad en el teletrabajo o alguna capacitación? Creo que aquí tú nos puedes ayudar también, estimado Walter.
Bueno, sí, aquí con Manuel Gamarra, ¿no? Que nos podría complementar rápidamente. Sí, digamos, dentro de la revisión que hemos hecho como Idealab Lima, no hemos encontrado una normativa específica de seguridad sobre el teletrabajo. Sí, en las normas que se ha mencionado, se ha mostrado, como es la ISO, como es parte de la NIS y otras, hemos sacado ciertas partes, ¿no? De estas normativas para ver los principales controles que pueden implementarse. Respecto a capacitación, bueno, si me permiten, Ideala Prima próximamente va a lanzar una capacitación en temas de teletrabajo que va a tener 3 misiones. Ahí de repente Manuel me puede complementar esas misiones o esos objetivos que vamos a tener en esta capacitación.
Y empezamos con la misión uno, que es el punto de vista del teletrabajador, ya sea en una corporación o de forma independiente, con algunas pautas, consejos para que tenga un mejor desempeño de la higiene digital, la seguridad de la información y pensando también en un nuevo modelo de trabajo que podría definirse como teletrabajo 2.0, ¿no? Que ya tiene un componente de competencias y de cierto skill que necesita el profesional para desarrollar este nuevo modelo de trabajo.
Qué bueno esa iniciativa desde el Media Lab de Perú. Muy interesante, sobre todo en este tiempo que estamos ya muchos moviéndonos a un trabajo remoto, un trabajo home office, ¿no? Que es supremamente importante proteger la información de las organizaciones y de paso la nuestra propia, ¿no? En esos entornos. Muchas gracias, creo, por ahora no tenemos otras preguntas y interesante todo este contenido. Vamos ahora a darle paso a nuestro estimado Walter, perdón, Wilber, que estará introduciendo nuestro siguiente panelista.
Y gracias, Ana. Mira, estamos entonces a la espera de compartir con nuestro amigo Rafael García Borda. Él es director general del Laboratorio de Lucha contra el Crimen en Argentina, y nos va a acompañar entonces con su ponencia Malware con criptoactivos. Rafael, buenas tardes o buenas noches ya allá en Argentina.
¿Qué tal? Buenas noches, un placer estar con todos ustedes. Un gran saludo a Ana, Manuel, bueno, Wilber, estimado amigo Mike, que también lo veo conectado ahí. Bueno, y todos los que nos están siguiendo vía streaming y por todas las redes que hoy se está llevando a cabo este importantísimo evento, un año más de ciberseguridad y por todo el mundo. También agradezco y mando un saludo a la gente de Argentina, de Mendoza, del curso de especialización, que estamos llevando también un trabajo importante ahí junto con CIC de Boston University, ahí que conduce Mike con el doctor Choi. Así que también aprovecho para saludar. Y como bien decía recién Wilber, el tiempo es muy poco, así que si bien tenía una presentación preparada, me parece que va a ser mejor que empecemos a interactuar y que hagamos algún tipo de preguntas. Eh, Nosotros tenemos que considerar hoy en día que ha cambiado el paradigma de la investigación, pero también tenemos que decir que ha cambiado la forma en que los cibercriminales llevan adelante las ciberestafas, los ciberdelitos a nivel global. ¿Y esto por qué lo menciono? Nosotros estamos teniendo en toda Latinoamérica, ahí lo veo a Manuel, que de Lima, de Perú, también en Lima ocurrió lo mismo, porque tuve unos llamados de ahí de colegas del Poder Judicial de Lima, de malware que son redirigidos directamente a empresas. Ese malware llega a través de un correo electrónico con un PDF que va embebido dentro del PDF, que redirigido a la gente que utiliza las cuentas empresas. Esto, un poco lo que se vino hablando, ¿no? También que los criminales utilizan esa ingeniería social para primero saber quiénes son los que manejan las cuentas empresas, y en este caso en particular va dirigido a esas personas que no necesariamente están preparados en ciberseguridad, ni tampoco en ciberdelitos o en cibercrimen. Por lo cual, cuando llega un PDF con la leyenda como si fuera un presupuesto o si fuera una factura, inmediatamente el empleado, el contador, la persona encargada de llevar todas las cuentas en la empresa, empieza y descarga para ver ese presupuesto o esa factura como si fuera un presupuesto más o una factura más que llega en el día de cuántas tantas que trabajan. Una vez que el empleado baja esa factura, se empieza a descargar este virus, este malware, en la computadora y toma el control de la cuenta empresa. Una vez que toma el control de la cuenta empresa, ¿qué es lo que hace? Y acá voy a tratar de ser bien gráfico para que ustedes lo puedan entender, para que todos lo podamos entender. Si este malware va dirigido a una empresa de Perú, la cuenta que va a tomar seguramente va a ser en soles. Si ese malware fue dirigido a una empresa de Argentina, la cuenta que va a tomar va a ser en pesos. Y así en la moneda referente al país de América Latina que estemos hablando. Entonces, tenemos que diferenciar acá dos cuestiones. Primero, que las organizaciones criminales, las cabezas de las organizaciones criminales, están operando fuera del país que es víctima. Eso es como primer conclusión y como primera determinación. Segundo, que una vez que toman el control de la cuenta empresa y vacían las cuentas en la moneda fiduciaria del país, la pregunta que nos tenemos que hacer es cómo una banda criminal organizada que sabemos que está en otro país se hace de dinero fiduciario del país que fue víctima. Acá entonces les pregunto, si la banda, vamos a suponer que está en Venezuela, y toma el control de una cuenta en Perú, o una cuenta en Argentina, o una cuenta en Colombia, que también tenemos acá amigos del hermoso país de Colombia también. La pregunta que tenemos que hacer como investigadores y como también operadores de la ley, ¿cómo hace la banda criminal que opera de otro país para hacerse del dinero fiduciario? Es decir, para tomar el control y para hacerse de todo ese dinero que están vaciando y están sustrayendo en pesos, si es Argentina, en soles, si es en Perú. Esa es la primera pregunta que hacemos. Y ahí escucho algún comentario si alguno se anima a participar. O si tiene la experiencia, yo he tenido también la posibilidad de encontrarse con estas situaciones de de delito complejo transnacional. Lo cierto es que es una pregunta que nos hacemos todos. Bueno, la banda, si está en otro país, ¿cómo se hace ese dinero? Y ahora les voy a contar bien los pasos para que nosotros podamos entender. Si la banda tomó el control de, ahí Ana Castañeda dice, pueden ser aliados en el crimen. Exactamente, ahí tenemos una punta, son aliados del cibercrimen. Entonces, si las transferencias, y voy a ponerlo a Manuel que es de Lima y tengo mucho aprecio por Lima, que viajo seguido. Si tomaron el control vamos a poner, del Poder Judicial o de la policía, porque acá en Argentina pasó que le sustrayeron más de 55 millones de pesos a la policía. Si tomaron el control de una cuenta en Lima, las primeras transferencias que van a hacer desde la cuenta que tomaron van a ser en soles. Entonces, como bien dijo Ana, esas primeras transferencias, las personas que la van a recibir van a ser ciudadanos peruanos.
Depende. Ah, bueno.
Entonces, y ahí vuelvo a la pregunta de Ana, ¿son aliados del cibercrimen o qué está pasando ahí? Y yo voy haciendo toda esta pregunta para que lo pensemos juntos porque fue también un trabajo nuestro de desarrollo y de aprendizaje para poder descubrir esta maniobra ilícita.
¿Podrían ser víctimas también de suplantación?
Muy buena pregunta la que hace Manuel. ¿Podrían servir de suplantación? Le voy a dar otro detalle más para que vayamos avanzando y vamos a volver a ese. Ahí, Wilber, perdón, que mientras voy leyendo, adquieren con ese dinero criptoactivos. Muy bien, dimos en uno de los puntos, pero que se relaciona con lo que estaba diciendo Manuel. La banda, en realidad, no vamos a hablar de Bitcoin, sino que lo que nosotros hemos podido determinar, que como funcionan estas bandas organizadas, por eso me parece perfecto que lo podamos compartir a nivel global, es que la transferencia en pesos que hace la banda criminal tomando control de la cuenta al ciudadano peruano, en este caso, visto el ejemplo, es porque en realidad, y ahí voy a ir despacio para que se entienda, previamente a ello, los cibercriminales están operando en el mercado P2P, peer-to-peer de Binance. ¿Qué es esto? Compra y venta de USDT. ¿Qué es el USDT? El USDT es un activo que tiene la paridad al dólar, 1 a 1. Por lo cual, lo que hace la banda criminal exactamente es, quiere comprar, oferta comprar USDT en el mercado P2P, que esto no lo ve la justicia, esto no lo ve nadie porque se está dando en paralelo y previamente a que reciba la transferencia el ciudadano de Perú, quiere comprar USDT, entonces el ciudadano peruano dice, como compra bien, yo le voy a liberar esos USDT en el mercado de compra y venta 1 a 1, par a par, como mencionaba recién. Entonces, ¿qué pasa acá? El ciudadano peruano le libera los USDT a la banda o a la persona que le ofreció comprar, y esta persona que es parte de la banda criminal, le manda la transferencia en soles para que se pueda liberar esos USDT, le manda la transferencia en soles directamente, pero con un detalle acá. En el mercado P2P de Binance, la política dice que es 1 a 1, punto a punto. Y acá nosotros estamos viendo que la banda criminal tomó el control de la cuenta de la empresa de Perú, ofertó comprar activos virtuales a distintos ciudadanos peruanos en otro mercado de Binance, y cuando ese ciudadano peruano dijo, sí, yo te libero los USDT, el cibercriminal no le envió desde su cuenta, que el delincuente era Rafael García Borda, no se lo envió de la cuenta de Rafael García Borda, se lo envió de la cuenta empresa que tomó el control. ¿Se entiende ahí? Acá estamos hablando que hay una triangulación. Y ahí viene la pregunta de Manuel. Ahora, ¿puede ser que le suplanten la identidad al ciudadano peruano? Yo diría que no le suplantaron la identidad, pero sí tenemos que evaluar dos consideraciones importantes. Una, si el ciudadano peruano está en convivencia con la banda criminal, como decía Ana, una posibilidad. Otra posibilidad que está ocurriendo es que el ciudadano le haya vendido la cuenta a la banda criminal a cambio de una retribución también en USDT, en criptoactivos. Entonces la banda tiene esas cuentas para utilizar como cuenta mula de activos virtuales. Nosotros lo que estamos observando en la actualidad es que tenemos muchas cuentas mulas que son compradas por los cibercriminales que, como dije al principio, operan desde otro país y utilizan esas cuentas para ir ofuscando el dinero, ofuscando el activo virtual, de manera que resulte difícil la persecución penal de parte de los investigadores, tanto de la justicia como de las fuerzas de la ley. Pero esto es una modalidad que nosotros la tuvimos en Argentina, que tuvimos la posibilidad de investigarla y obtuvimos muy buenos resultados porque llegamos hasta el final de la cadena con un excelente trabajo de una fiscal de San Martín, Andrea Donaides, la doctora, y el equipo de criptoactivos del Departamento de Ciberdelito de la Procuración, con un excelente trabajo que nos permitió con analistas, de analistas I2 de grandes volúmenes de datos, analistas también de activos virtuales, todos certificados. ¿Pero para qué? Para poder descubrir a dónde fue el dinero y a dónde terminó ese dinero. De hecho, se logró la extradición de ciudadanos que fueron imputados y hoy se logró también ya la extradición en Argentina desde Ecuador y ahora prontamente van a venir también de Estados Unidos para que sean indagados en Argentina y luego para que se dicte la prisión preventiva. Es decir, ¿qué decimos acá? No nos quedamos con las primeras transferencias de dinero fiat, sino que fuimos más allá, fuimos a la transformación del dinero fiat en activos virtuales y a la finalización de la maniobra delictiva. Esto lleva mucho, es muy difícil poder contarlo en tan poco tiempo que tenemos hoy, pero sí contar la experiencia que el camino de la investigación ha mutado y hoy necesitamos equipos preparados, especializados para la investigación de activos virtuales, para la investigación de delitos complejos. Las metodologías tradicionales que se usaban anteriormente para este tipo de delito no funcionan. Hoy si tenemos que incautar un activo virtual, como estamos haciendo también desde acá, que realizamos muchas incautaciones de activos virtuales desde el Estado, necesitamos equipos preparados y necesitamos también eh, tener en cuenta que los códigos procesales de los países no están preparados para este tipo de tarea. Ningún código procesal de América Latina nos define o nos da la posibilidad de cómo trabajar en este tipo de delitos tan complejos. Sí tenemos guías prácticas de actuación de cómo hacer una incautación, cómo hacer un seguimiento, cómo identificar un activo y cómo llevar adelante este tipo de investigación. Pero me parecía sumamente interesante traerles esto a la mesa, porque seguramente que los colegas de América Latina deben tener este tipo de delito complejo y como siempre estamos para colaborar y para poder contarles el camino recorrido en este tipo de investigación. Sí, Manuel.
Sí, Rafael, una consulta. Este aprender, voy a ponerlo entre comillas, eh, de estas personas para hacer estos movimientos, seguramente son un proceso de aprendizaje de otras realidades. Entonces, quizás a Perú y a otras partes de Sudamérica esto va a venir repotenciado. ¿Qué recomendarías en estos casos?
Bueno, nosotros lo que lo recomendamos es la capacitación constante. Hoy necesitamos certificarnos en trazabilidad de activos virtuales. Hoy tenemos varias herramientas en el mercado también que son importantes para poder realizar el trabajo. Hoy se puede hacer el trabajo manual con software libre, pero también tenemos algunas herramientas ya avanzadas como, eh, no voy a nombrar ninguna porque quizá se me enojarán algunas empresas, ¿no? Voy a quedar mal. Pero tenemos varias empresas que están trabajando, que tienen software ya desarrollados para este tipo de trazabilidad, que nos permite un mayor recorrido y una automatización eficaz a la hora de sentarse a analizar cada una de las transacciones, cada uno de los hash relacionados a este tipo de actividad ilícita. Y no solo, yo me fui a un malware porque me pareció interesante, que es una de las cosas que muy pocos investigan o muy poco se llega al resultado. Pero hoy tenemos en Argentina, por ejemplo, la ciberestafa ya se transforma en criptoactivo. Ese famoso cuento del tío que seguramente lo deben tener en Perú, que no va a tardar en llegar, ya tienen algunos hechos en donde ese cuento del tío o esas promociones de bancos en donde la gente accede y es víctima de la sustracción de sus cuentas y el vaciamiento de cuentas, acá ya se está transformando ese dinero fiat inmediatamente en criptoactivos. Y en un tiempo prudencial de 2 horas te sacan 100 millones de pesos en activos virtuales. Entonces acá decimos, bueno, no es solamente nosotros la capacitación, sino también algo sumamente importante es tener en cuenta la Convención de Budapest, en donde nos permite esta cooperación público-privada, y tener en cuenta que necesitamos sí o sí del privado. Antes o hace un tiempo atrás, la justicia, la policía no tenían mucha relación con el privado. Era como que el privado por un lado, por un carril, y la justicia y la policía por otro carril. Hoy hay que sentarse en la mesa a charlar con el privado, a charlar con el banco, a ver, si le sustraen dinero a una víctima, ¿cómo hacemos para congelar ese dinero de forma inmediata? ¿Tenemos los canales de comunicación para hacerlo? Pregunto, ¿lo tenemos en Perú y en Colombia?
De primera mano te diría que no tengo conocimiento de si tenemos o no aquí en Perú, pero me llama la atención también que, que desde el privado podrían monitorear actividades sospechosas y actuar un poco más rápido antes de que lleve al mundo de un criptoactivo, ¿no?
Claro, mirá, como para dar una estadística, la empresa Chainalysis, que es una de las más grandes de software que concede a las policías del mundo y bueno, a los organismos del mundo, en una estadística que realizaron, por ejemplo, Argentina es el país de mayor usabilidad de activos virtuales, o criptoactivos, como se denomine en el país, ¿no? Por encima de Brasil. Hoy también Perú tiene mucha usabilidad también de activos virtuales. ¿Cuál es el tema? Que tenemos una franja etaria de 18 a 24 años que son los que utilizan ese tipo de activos virtuales, que están continuamente conectados. Por ejemplo, si nosotros vamos a, si nosotros, yo le pregunto, ¿ustedes escucharon hablar de la profesión arbitrajista? De la más o menos de la época nuestra, no, la verdad que no sé qué es un arbitrajista. Y el arbitrajista es ese joven hoy, en la actualidad, de 8 a 25 años, que se dedica a comprar y vender activos virtuales en distintas plataformas. Y muchos lo consideran un trabajo. Y muchos trabajan virtualmente de eso y viven de eso. Nosotros quizás en la época nuestra cortábamos el pasto, que trabajamos nuestro papá en el estudio jurídico, ayudábamos en tal o cual tarea. Hoy los chicos y las chicas de 18 a 24 años cambió el paradigma también. Están inmiscuidos en el ecosistema cripto. Entonces ya es una cuestión que no podemos desconocer, sino que tenemos que colocarla en la agenda de trabajo, colocarla en la agenda pública y sentarnos todos los actores para poder mejorar y para poder tener un ecosistema más seguro en lo que es activos virtuales. Bien.
Bueno, estimado Rafael, muy
No me quiero,
interesante el proceso. Sigue, tranquilo.
no me quiero pasar el tiempo, ya me estoy pasando, por eso me parecía interesante interactuar y no pasar la presentación. Este, y me imagino que, bueno, Manuel, seguramente vamos a estar charlando con Perú por este tema. Ya he ido a dar unas charlas a lo que es jueces y fiscales allá, porque otra de las cuestiones importantes es el decomiso. Nosotros incautamos activos virtuales, por ejemplo, 4 millones de UST, que serían 4 millones de dólares aproximadamente. Bueno, ¿qué hacemos con ese dinero? ¿Cómo se devuelve? ¿Cómo lo devolvemos? ¿Cómo es el decomiso? Otra cuestión, otro apartado para poder desarrollar en alguna de las charlas, ¿no? Vuelve a la cerca del Estado. ¿Cómo se la devuelve a la víctima si la víctima no tiene conocimiento de qué es una billetera, qué es una wallet, qué es una billetera? Bueno, ¿cómo nosotros hacemos un protocolo, una guía para que la víctima pueda recibir el dinero que le fue sustraído en pesos y hoy lo tiene secuestrado en cripto? porque se lo robaron de la cuenta en pesos, pero ese peso fue transformado en cripto y después nosotros logramos la incautación en cripto. ¿Cómo le devolvemos ese dinero a la víctima? Otra de las cuestiones también a discutir. Que ya estamos en ese proceso de evolución nosotros. Entonces se recomienda siempre devolverle en el mismo moneda que se incautó. Si se incautó USDT, se vuelve USDT, como hablábamos recién. Pero bueno, la importancia de estos nuevos procesos de trabajo, como hablaba al principio, de ayornarnos a esta metodología para no quedar afuera de estas investigaciones que son transnacionales y que las bandas criminales están hoy en la actualidad trabajando y afectando a millones de víctimas en todo el mundo con esta operatoria, ¿no? A través de activos virtuales. Hoy se venden las claves en Telegram, ustedes ya lo sabrán, también, bueno, cómo investigamos a través de Telegram, estamos capacitados como agentes reveladores, como agentes encubiertos, un montón de cuestiones que ha cambiado el paradigma de ese detective de la época nuestra que salía con la lupa, investigaba en la calle y traía la información y se podía investigar. Hoy tenemos una nueva forma de investigación que hay que ayornarse, capacitarse y el día a día en este tipo de jornadas y de conferencias me parece que son súper, súper positivas para que todos podamos mejorar. Así que bueno,
Qué bueno, Rafael, sí. Vemos los retos que nos deja este manejo de criptoactivos. Lo que decías, bueno, cómo devolverle a la víctima en el mismo país o en otro país el dinero, cuando él ni siquiera se ha dado cuenta que se lo sacaron. Igualmente, cómo devolver en las tasas de cambio que manejamos en nuestros países, Rafael. El dólar hoy tiene un valor y se compró en tal valor el día que hubo el fraude, pero cuando se lo voy a devolver, el dólar está en un valor diferente. Puede ser de ganancia o de pérdida también para, vengo, hay esos retos que nos vamos encontrando en el camino, Rafael.
Y esto igual, Wilber, esto es lo mismo, el activo va continuamente variando y bueno, se va a devolver en el precio del mercado en la actualidad que se haga el acta de devolución. Este, pero bueno, me parece que no tenemos que desconocer estos tipos de procedimientos, por el contrario, hay que hacerle frente, hay que tener los protocolos armados, tenemos algunas guías y protocolos ya diseñadas en Argentina que se las vamos a compartir, pero sumamente importante esta metodología, esta nueva metodología que nos trae el cibercrimen, el ciberdelito, y que nos afronta de una manera bastante compleja, pero con mucha voluntad, con mucho entusiasmo y esfuerzo. En Argentina se está haciendo un trabajo excelente, con muchas incautaciones diarias, te diría, mucha incautación de bandas que se dedican a la sustracción y a la transformación de fiat en activos virtuales. Así que esperemos que esto
Gracias.
se reproduzca en toda América Latina y podamos avanzar todos en conjunto.
Vale, estimado Rafael, muchas gracias. Vamos aquí ya a cerrar con nuestro siguiente ponente. Muy interesante la conversación y tendríamos mucho rato para continuar explorando este contexto. Vamos a darle el espacio al doctor Tomás Moreno del Idealab de Zacatecas para que pueda hacer una breve intervención ya parte del proceso de cierre. ¿Estás por aquí?
Sí, buenas tardes a todos y todos.
Buenas
Voy
tardes.
a compartir rápidamente la pantalla. Permítanme un poquito. Y bueno, voy a tratar de ser lo más breve porque básicamente este tema tiene que ver con lo que ya habían presentado nuestras compañeras eh, del IDEAS Lab Zacatecas también, del Center for SIC. Y pues bueno, nosotros vamos a hablar ahora de respuestas a incidentes de InfoSec, que bueno, tiene que ver precisamente con aspectos de mitigación de riesgos y sobre todo de gestión de riesgos, más que nada, para poder de alguna manera responder a algunos de los ciberataques que se puedan presentar, a alguna de las amenazas. Voy a presentar rápidamente. Esta presentación la elaboramos entre su servidor y la ingeniera Guadalupe Montserrat Rodríguez Ibarra. Y bueno, ¿qué es lo que vamos a hacer? A ver rápidamente. Bueno, vamos a dar una pequeña introducción respecto a este tema, la importancia precisamente que tiene la respuesta a incidentes InfoSec
¿Qué son las respuestas a incidentes InfoSec? El ciclo de vida, que el ciclo de vida es muy importante tenerlo en cuenta porque efectivamente ahí vamos a poder saber cómo reaccionar en cada una de las fases. Prácticas y herramientas comunes para este tipo de respuestas y algunas conclusiones generales. Bueno, primero tenemos que saber qué es InfoSec, que básicamente significa seguridad de la información o Information Security, que no es lo mismo, ¿verdad? Muchas de las veces confundimos el término de seguridad informática con seguridad de la información y con ciberseguridad. Y básicamente obviamente están relacionadas, pero hay diferencias que tenemos que tomar en cuenta. Y básicamente esta parte de la seguridad de la información se refiere a las prácticas, sistemas y procesos utilizados para proteger la información de riesgos y vulnerabilidades. La seguridad de la información es esencial para la confidencialidad, integridad y disponibilidad de los datos. Recordemos que la seguridad de la información pues es una gran sombrilla que precisamente integra dentro de esta misma aspectos de ciberseguridad y seguridad informática. Ya la seguridad de la información estaría hablando de temas más amplios como tal, y en ese sentido pues vamos a poder generar precisamente estas situaciones. Y bueno, en esta lógica vamos a ver que la seguridad de la información tiene varias subcategorías. Los profesionales de la InfoSec pueden optar por especializarse en ciertas áreas. Algunas de ellas son gestión de la seguridad de la información, seguridad de las aplicaciones, seguridad en la nube, criptografía, seguridad de la infraestructura, gestión de vulnerabilidades o evaluación de riesgos y respuestas a incidentes. Nosotros nos vamos a centrar precisamente en las respuestas a incidentes, que es precisamente lo que vamos a tratar pues de alguna manera exhibir el día de hoy. Y bueno, precisamente la importancia de la InfoSec ha crecido con el tiempo debido a una mayor amenaza de violaciones de seguridad y mayores niveles de recopilación de datos en general. Y precisamente esto tiene que ver con las transformaciones y la evolución de la tecnología. Cada vez vamos a encontrar a mayores o que los cibercriminales, perdón, de alguna manera se adaptan y empiezan a generar nuevas estrategias para poder generar ciberataques. Ahorita veíamos la ponencia pasada, cómo es que precisamente eso está sucediendo. E incluso ya mediante diferentes herramientas como la inteligencia artificial, se empiezan a generar nuevas alternativas de ciberataque. Y bueno, precisamente las organizaciones se enfrentan a numerosas amenazas de información y datos todos los días. Las evaluaciones de riesgo de rutina para mitigarlos son vitales. Las motivaciones detrás de un ataque de InfoSec pueden incluir ganancias financieras, robo de información confidencial o causar daños e interrupciones. Recuerden que la parte de la cibercriminalidad no solamente pues busca ganancias monetarias, obviamente es una de las partes más jugosas o más atractivas del cibercriminal o de las motivaciones más atractivas, pero hay diferentes motivaciones por las cuales se ejecutan estos ciberataques. Ahora, ¿qué amenazas tenemos? Entre otras, ¿verdad? Pero las más comunes son precisamente sabotaje informático, robo de información y robo de equipos, ingeniería social, que es el arte del engaño, robo de identidad, cuestiones de malware, robo de propiedad intelectual, entre otros. Y a partir de ahí nosotros tenemos o necesitamos saber responder, que esto es parte precisamente de la ciberresiliencia, de las cuestiones que tienen que ver con precisamente si ya nos pasó alguna situación, pues cómo vamos de seguridad de la información. Obviamente una de las principales fases es la prevención, eso no podemos nosotros negarlo, pero si ya pasó necesitamos ser ciberresilientes. La ciberresiliencia precisamente es eso, esa es la capacidad de adaptación que tiene una organización o una persona para poder de alguna manera responder a una situación de vulnerabilidad o bien de riesgo ya como tal o amenaza. Bueno, la respuesta a incidentes es un enfoque organizado y estratégico para detectar y gestionar ciberataques de manera que se minimicen los daños, el tiempo de recuperación y los costos totales. En sentido estricto, pues, la respuesta a incidentes es un subconjunto de la gestión de incidentes. Básicamente es cómo vamos a gestionar eso que se nos presentó, que precisamente una amenaza y una vulnerabilidad obviamente se puede convertir en un incidente. O ya cuando se presente, pues cómo es que nosotros vamos a reaccionar. Y obviamente los investigadores sugieren que los incidentes críticos de seguridad son casi inevitables. Obviamente es muy raro que no nos pase alguna cuestión de incidente en cuestión de seguridad de la información, siempre los va a haber, pero necesitamos de alguna manera mitigarlos, ¿verdad? Necesitamos de alguna manera saber reaccionar ante esas situaciones. El ingenio del criminal siempre va cambiando, como ya lo habíamos comentado, y necesitamos de alguna manera saber reaccionar. Precisamente, ¿cómo es que necesitamos nosotros reaccionar? Necesitamos considerar tres cuestiones muy importantes. La amenaza, el sistema de información y la vulnerabilidad. Precisamente vamos a definir nosotros qué es una amenaza, ¿verdad? Bueno, una amenaza es una entidad, ya sea un pirata informático malintencionado o un miembro interno de la empresa que pretende explotar una vulnerabilidad en un ataque. Y una vulnerabilidad, precisamente, ¿qué es? Es una debilidad en un entorno de tecnología de la información o empresarial. Nosotros necesitamos conocer y saber precisamente de las vulnerabilidades de nuestra empresa o de nuestra propia cuestiones de hábitos y precisamente las amenazas que pudieran consolidarse dentro de este ámbito. Y bueno, también necesitamos saber que para que se considere un incidente, un ataque debe lograr acceder a los recursos de la empresa o ponerlos en riesgo de alguna u otra manera. También tenemos la parte de la violación de datos, que es un incidente en el que los atacantes logran comprometer la información confidencial como información de identificación personal o propiedad intelectual. Es decir, pues un incidente es ya cuando se logra consolidar precisamente eso que nosotros ya planteamos como una vulnerabilidad. Y además, pues obviamente el incidente tiene que poner en riesgo estas cuestiones de la empresa o el acceso a la información. A grandes rasgos. Bueno, en general, ¿verdad? Estamos hablando de una cuestión muy general. Y bueno, obviamente nosotros sabemos que más vale prevenir que lamentar, ¿verdad? Necesitamos nosotros tomar en cuenta la parte de la prevención. Pero bueno, nosotros vamos a ver que aparte de que parte de lo que nos va a suceder en una empresa tiene que o se relaciona con esta parte. ¿Cuáles son los principales incidentes que nosotros podemos detectar? Amenazas persistentes avanzadas, ataques de escala de privilegios, intrusión a sistemas, amenazas internas, ataques de phishing, ataques de malware, ataques de DDoS o de negación de servicio, ataques del tipo man in the middle, ataques de contraseña y ataques de aplicación web, entre otros. Estos incidentes son muy comunes, sobre todo pues, en empresas, ¿verdad? O en personas que no tienen la capacidad precisamente de gestionar estos mismos riesgos. Y con base a eso, pues nosotros tenemos que actuar. Y bueno, un buen plan de respuestas a incidentes precisamente debería ayudar a lidiar no solamente con una, sino con una amplia gama de crisis que podrían perjudicar a la empresa. Su plan debería describir cada situación posible y delinear los pasos que deben tomarse para limitar el daño causado. A desarrollar un plan de respuesta a incidentes se debe tener en cuenta 6 etapas comunes de respuesta a incidentes. Ahorita vamos a comentar esas 6 etapas, siempre con el objetivo de adoptar un enfoque planificado estratégicamente ante cualquier violación de seguridad. Bueno, ¿qué etapas son las que vamos a ver en la parte de respuestas a incidentes de InfoSec? Ahorita las vamos a abordar. Primero vamos a tener el aprendizaje, la preparación, la identificación, la contención, la erradicación y la recuperación. Parte del aprendizaje es esto que nosotros estamos haciendo, ¿verdad? Es decir, tenemos que de alguna manera capacitarnos, de alguna manera saber que se pueden generar diferentes incidentes para después llegar a una parte de una preparación y saber cómo identificar
Estimado doctor Tomás, ¿será que
esa
podemos avanzar
parte
un poquito más, porfa?
Dígame, coronel.
¿Podremos avanzar un poquito más, porfa, ya como hemos hablado de estos ciclos?
Ok, sí.
Y gracias.
Muy bien, entonces parte de estos ciclos de respuesta a InfoSec, pues tiene que ver con esto, la preparación, la identificación, que es observar, detectar y alertar, la contención, es decir, cómo podemos contener, la erradicación, la recuperación, que ya lo habíamos comentado, y bueno, las lecciones aprendidas, que son esas 6 etapas que precisamente nos van a ayudar a generar pues las buenas respuestas en cuestión de seguridad de la información, que efectivamente ya las habíamos nosotros abordado. Y bueno, a grandes rasgos, pues esto es lo que nosotros, bueno, voy a continuar porque es básicamente lo que ya habíamos generado. Ya para finalizar, las respuestas de InfoSec deben estar alineadas con los principios fundamentales de la seguridad de la información. ¿Cuáles son esos principios? Obviamente, confidencialidad, integridad y disponibilidad. Para garantizar la protección efectiva de los datos y sistemas, es esencial implementar un enfoque proactivo que incluya la identificación de riesgos en primera instancia, la aplicación de controles técnicos y organizativos y la concientización continua de los usuarios. Básicamente, eso es lo que nos vamos a llevar como tarea al momento de generar respuestas de InfoSec o, bueno, de incidentes de InfoSec. Estas respuestas obviamente deben ser adaptativas, considerando la evolución constante de las amenazas cibernéticas y los avances tecnológicos. Y obviamente la colaboración entre equipos, el cumplimiento de normativas y estándares internacionales y la inversión en herramientas y capacitación serán claves precisamente para fortalecer la postura de seguridad en cualquier organización. Y bueno, a grandes rasgos eso es lo que nosotros básicamente hemos expuesto. Eh, es importante aclarar precisamente que estos ciclos de InfoSec o el ciclo en general de InfoSec lo debemos siempre realizar con una perspectiva de ciberresiliencia. Es decir, cómo podemos nosotros primero prevenir y luego saber reaccionar ante las diferentes amenazas, vulnerabilidades obviamente, e incidentes que se convierten precisamente en una cuestión de riesgo. Y bueno, básicamente eso sería todo por nuestra parte. Y no sé si hay alguna pregunta, pero bueno, aquí estamos pendientes.
Vale, estimado Tomás, pues por el tiempo no tenemos ya el espacio para preguntas, se las hacemos llegar y obviamente pondremos la información disponible hacia adelante al resto de la audiencia.
De acuerdo.
Gracias. Entonces ya para dar el cierre, invitaría a Mike, al estimado Wilber, para poder ya continuar y cerrar.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, mi estimado doctor Tomás de Jesús Moreno Zamudio, el presidente, el director, la cabeza que ha hecho posible tantos y tantos proyectos en Zacatecas, esa hermosa zona de México. Gracias por atender ese llamado con su equipo, con Isabel, con Jeremy, con Montserrat. Sabemos que se van a generar ciertas dificultades, pero creo que definitivamente ese mensaje que nos abraza en esta tarde de hoy, en esta noche ya, es que definitivamente los buenos somos más. Mil gracias, mi estimado Tomás, por seguir ese legado, por seguir alfabetizando. Bueno, creo que es hora de dar por terminada la octava versión de Cyber Security Revolution. Yo quisiera darle la palabra a todos aquellos que están aquí en escena para hacer ese cierre de la mejor manera. No sé, creo que tenemos aquí, no sé si ya mi estimado doctor Tomás ya se retira. Manuel está allí todavía, Walter está todavía allí, Yamil está todavía allí. Si nos quisieran dar una apreciación muy sucinta de qué les parece un evento global que empezó ayer a las 6 de la tarde, hora en la cual el sol estaba despertando en Corea del Sur, pero para nosotros todavía no empezaba ni siquiera la noche, y que ha traído profesionales de grandes universidades alrededor del globo uniéndose con ese fin principal, ese fin superior de compartir conocimiento, de hablar de aquello que no se habla, de tratar de construir nuevas narrativas para que no nos tome por sorpresa esta gran amenaza del cibercrimen. No sé si vamos en este orden, creo que, bueno, se me cambia aquí el slide, no sé si vamos por Manuel, después, bueno, empecémoslo así. Va Wilber, Manuel, Ana, Tomás, Walter, Yamila. ¿Les parece bien?
Sí, está
Wilber.
bien.
Sí, señor. Gracias, Mike. Bueno, sí, primero que todo agradecer la invitación a este gran evento, Cybersecurity Revolution octava versión, y más que todo en nuestra sesión Latinoamérica, donde estamos, donde nos gusta. Igual, pues agradecer a cada uno de los ponentes que hicieron que aportaron a estas grandes temáticas desde diferentes escenarios a nivel Latinoamérica. Para recordar cositas que estábamos viendo ahí en la respuesta a incidentes, eh, en ese espacio de tiempo que hablamos también con Guadalupe, a veces la mayoría de empresas buscan mm, levantar sus servicios, más no realizar la investigación de lo que pasó o dejar la evidencia, resguardar la evidencia que pueda indicarle a las autoridades quién lo hizo o desde dónde lo pudo haber hecho. Entonces, esos pasos que tenemos en la respuesta a incidentes y nos dicen identificar, detectar, erradicar y todo eso, pero debemos ser un poquito más acuciosos o ir un poco más hacia el fondo y decir, bueno, tenemos la gente preparada para que recolecte la evidencia digital en un evento de estos, en un ataque cibernético. ¿Realmente lo tenemos para que recupere esas evidencias o solo para que haga que vuelva a servicio la infraestructura?
Excelente, muchísimas gracias. Mi estimado Manuel.
Sí, Mike, veo que, que la difusión y los temas de prevención son muy importantes desde distintos puntos de vista. Pero creo que este evento nos aporta un paso adelante que podríamos decir que es como una predicción y ya que complementa a esta prevención, ¿no? La predicción desde el punto de vista que nos estamos enterando de otras modalidades, de otras realidades que ya nos van a permitir estar o al mismo paso o quizás en algún momento adelantarnos al cibercrimen, ¿no?
Tienes razón. Y hay que pensar y programarnos para eso, para evitar o cambiar la historia y no dar un paso detrás. Muchas gracias, Manuel, por esa gran reflexión. Mi estimada doctora Ana.
Gracias por el espacio y aquí una de las grandes reflexiones que he tomado a partir de toda la conversación es que el flagelo del cibercrimen sucede en todo nivel, alrededor del mundo. O sea, no estamos exentos en ningún espacio, ¿no? Sucede de manera quizás más sofisticada en algunos escenarios y en algunos sectores. Ya sucede con crimen organizado, ya sucede con impactos sensibles en organizaciones, ya también con secuelas sobre las personas, tanto físicas, emocionales, y también lleva una mutación gigante con todo el tema de las nuevas tecnologías y obviamente ya digamos que se extrapola al impacto en las infraestructuras críticas y el daño a gran escala en los países, ¿no? Una de las cosas que también resalto en este ejercicio es el conocimiento, la posibilidad de seguir creando conocimiento, de abrir estrategias de capacitación, de abrir estrategias de contención conjunta y colaborativa, de hacer una investigación transnacional y una cooperación transnacional. Y también, ya para cerrar, agradecer infinitamente a este espacio de Cybersecurity Revolution de un proyecto con 12 ponentes de Latinoamérica que nos acompañaron el día de hoy en esta octava versión de este maravilloso espacio, con 24 horas hablando de alternativas para mitigar cibercrimen y obviamente en su temática central de este año que fue la respuesta a incidentes, que esperaríamos no tengamos incidentes, que al contrario podamos lograr una sociedad más segura en todos los entornos.
Gracias, mi estimada doctora Ana Lilia. Walter.
Sí, Mike, nuevamente muchas gracias a todos, muchas gracias a la organización y este evento problemas comunes, soluciones comunes, ¿no? De poder intercambiar esas ideas, esas experiencias, esos incidentes, eventos, ¿no? Que nos permitan, digamos, retroalimentarnos y llevar a prevenir, llevar a contener y poder seguir avanzando, ¿no? Y bueno, eso nos ayuda a generar, a hacer vida al eslogan, ¿no? Los buenos somos más y aquí estamos aquí para poder hacer ello. Y lo segundo, la generación de capacidades, ¿no? Todo ese conocimiento, toda esa experiencia, ¿no? Que estos retos, las nuevas generaciones, las personas que van empezando y están avanzando, podemos retroalimentarnos.
Genial. Muchas gracias, Walter, por estar aquí también hombro a hombro, construyendo conocimiento desde ese maravilloso Ideal Lab, Lima, en la maravillosa nación peruana. Y por cierto, ¿no? Tenemos nuevo Santo Padre también con esa nacionalidad. Muchas felicitaciones. Qué pena que mezclo las cosas aquí. Mi estimado doctor Tomás, ¿estás por allí todavía?
Y aquí estamos, estimado coronel.
Sus palabras de
Pues
cierre, por favor. ya
Antes que
para
nada, un gusto estar aquí
despedirnos
con...
como se merece.
Claro, claro. Antes que nada, un gusto estar aquí con grandes expertos en la parte de la ciberseguridad y la cibercriminología. Y precisamente, pues estos encuentros nos hacen darnos cuenta que efectivamente no inventamos el hilo negro como tal, pero sí de alguna manera ponemos nuevas alternativas para generar conocimientos, ¿verdad? Eso es lo importante de estos encuentros. Y bueno, el SECREV, eso ha sido ya desde hace pues 8 ediciones, creo yo. ¿De cuántas ediciones van?
Así
¿8?
es.
Así es. Y bueno, yo he sido parte ya de algunas de ellas y siempre es un honor pues estar aquí con ustedes trabajando hombro a hombro. Y efectivamente, como bien comenta por ahí nuestro estimado Walter, siempre debemos defender esta filosofía de que los buenos somos más. Siempre va a haber personas que van a querer generar daño tanto personal como a nuestros equipos y organizaciones, pero al final de cuentas también habemos gente que nos estamos preparando, que estamos luchando para generar una sociedad más justa y ciberresiliente. Y de verdad es un honor trabajar con ustedes, ¿verdad? En esta lógica.
No, no ha sido fácil, no va a ser fácil, pero grandes retos, grandes hombres. Mil gracias, mi estimado doctor Tomás. Mi estimado Rafael, tu cierre, por favor.
¿Qué tal? Bueno, como adhiero a todos los que fueron diciendo los colegas y amigos de América Latina, muy contento de estar con ustedes acá, de poder compartir una vez más este evento que trasciende continentes y es gratuito, por lo cual sobran palabras de agradecimiento, palabras de apoyo a que esto siga sucediendo con las fuerzas, cada año con más fuerzas, cada año mejorando en lo posible como lo vienen haciendo y los felicito a Mike, a todo el equipo. Y por sobre todas las cosas de Argentina siempre van a tener un aliado y una persona que lo va a estar dando el hombro para lo que necesiten. Muchas gracias por todo y seguiremos en la lucha contra el ciberdelito.
Maravilloso. Damos entonces por finalizada la octava versión de Cybersecurity Revolution. Después de haber pasado por 12 grandes sesiones, empezamos a las 00:00 del meridiano de Greenwich con la Universidad Sungkyunkwan en Corea del Sur. También estuvo con nosotros la Universidad de Akin. Estuvo también la India con ese gran cibercriminólogo, el primero, podríamos decir, el doctor Jai Shankar, con su gran equipo de trabajo desde esa parte del planeta. Tuvimos también con nosotros universidades de Medio Oriente, con Emiratos Árabes y estos países que circundan la Universidad Naif, la Universidad de Portsmouth. También, obviamente, Australia estuvo con nosotros. Pasamos al continente africano con nuestro gran amigo Frank Basoye, allí desde Nigeria, y sus grandes colegas de la diáspora africana. Estuvimos también con grandes universidades del Reino Unido, con grandes moderadores, entre ellos nuestro gran aliado, el doctor Ian. Pasamos al continente americano en esta madrugada, contando con ese liderazgo de Michael Joyce desde el Human Century Cybersecurity Partnership y también el Instituto Canadiense de Ciberseguridad, con todos esos grandes líderes que tenemos. También la Sociedad Americana de Criminología con la División de Cibercrimen se unió en este gran legado que se llama Cybersecurity Revolution. Y finalmente, con nuestros expositores desde Latinoamérica, llegamos a un récord de 79 expositores, 22 países y 5 continentes que han sido parte de esta Cybersecurity Revolution. Definitivamente el próximo año tendremos mayores retos, pero no empezamos desde cero. Hace 8 años un gran ser humano, un gran profesional como Michael Joyce se ideó esta gran estrategia. Pensar en un evento global científico, pensar en un evento que le diera la vuelta al mundo en ese eje del mismo planeta era algo muy alejado de la realidad. Pero cuando se sueña en grande, se puede lograr proyectos grandes. Y obviamente que cuando la gente buena se une, esos grandes proyectos tornan realidad. Muchas felicidades para todos. Nos vemos en Cybersecurity Revolution 2026. Felicidades.
Ya es. Muchas gracias.